Oh, I didn't change my YouTube stream though. That's fucked. Okay, hold on. Now we're backtracking again. No, stop it. Everybody stop. Stop the thing. Stop the thing that you're doing. Stop saying hi. Just stop it. Stop it. I fucked it up. Don't say hi real quick. It's the wrong title. Subnautica Rankin. Just chat. Is there, what is it called? Just chat. I don't even know what it's. I'm just going to put Subnautica. Subnautica. Save. Okay, boom. YouTube is now on. Twitch is good. Don't L me. Does the tier list count as Subnautica or just chatting? We'll just leave it in just chatting. I'll put it to Subnautica. That's fine. I'll put it to Subnautica. Did you see the Johnson clip from Spelling Bee? I did not. But we're going to lock in on this. We'll probably watch it at the end of the stream. Hold on to it. Or you can put it in the Discord as well, and I will probably watch it there. All right, chat. Say hello to YouTube. No TOS, no spam. You guys know the drill by now. Hey, hi, hello, everybody, and welcome back. We've got some more Subnautica content here for you today. And this time, well, we've got a tier maker. This is actually the first tier list I've ever done on this channel, but it seemed with Subnautica 2 on the rise that... But it seemed that with Subnautica 2 coming soon, I really wanted to go over the base Subnautica and some of the Subnautica below zero biomes and really talk about why I enjoyed them so much, what I think could be better in some scenarios, but ultimately, we're going to put them where they belong in this tier list, and we're going to see just how much many of you, and we're going to see just how much, wait, what would be the wording for that? We're going to see just how... And we're going to see just how many of you agree with what I say or disagree. Let me know in the comments down below. And if you enjoy the content, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel already. Let's get on into it. Let's check it on out. All right, chat. First things first. You can do exclamation lurk. Just all you're probably watching but not actively talking. True. Yeah, lurk. Chat, lurk. Subnautica 2 gameplay would be so good. We're playing Subnautica 2 on Thursday and Friday. What's up, Kendricks? Welcome on in. We're playing Subnautica 2 on Thursday and Friday. So, with that being the case, we're just a couple days away. And I think, like I said, what better way to go into Subnautica than kind of focusing on Subnautica's strengths and some of its weaknesses, hopes that are going into the game, seeing where we can go. So, with that being the case, of course, with a tier list, you would always want to explain why the tier list is what it is. We have our tiers here: S, Emperor; A, Dragon; B, Ghost; C, Reaper; D, Reefback; and F, Treader. Way down there, the bottom feeders. I got to burp. This is not good for the YouTube intro. That was a gross burp. I will say that. I'm glad I muted for that one. That one was kind of gross. Let me redo that because that was bad for the YouTube intro. Feel better? It was like bubbles just everywhere. The critter did a burpee. Damn right I did. Damn right. I muted it for an obvious reason. Okay. As with all tier lists, you have your rankings here. We've got S up top, A down below, B goes. Wait. We've got S Emperor, A Dragon, B Ghost, C Reaper, D Reefback, F Treader. As you can tell, S is the best. F, those bottom feeding. Oh, wait, I can't even. How do I. What is it? A bottom feeding? I can't. You know what? My words are off today. And with our tier list, we've also got the game wide open here. If you guys didn't know this by now, Subnautica has a command center that allows you to kind of TP places. You can type stuff into the command center, type warp, put some numbers in, some coordinates, and all of a sudden you are going wherever the heck you're going. So this only TP'd about 100 meters away. There's a reef back there and whatever else like that. But you also have your different biome lists. If you press enter in biome, some biomes pop up top, and you can kind of travel to those. This is what we're going to be using to travel through the game. We're going to check out these biomes one by one, talk about what we do and don't like about them, and we'll go from there. With that being the case, let's get on into it. Holy shit, water, Valorant players, natural enemies. Dude, this, I will say, before we get into this too much crazy, I'm on my color changing, hold on. My heart rate's not even on. Why is my heart rate not on? Not that we need it. I guess we kind of need it, actually, to be honest with you. I think we kind of need it. How do I refresh this? Refresh cache of current page. Hold on, my heart rate's not working. This is a fucking fail of a video already. Found like band's an accident because I was scared to button mash. That's one way to do it. That is one way to do it. I will say, it has been a while since we've played Subnautica ourselves, and when I got into this to test the commands and really see what was going on, I scared myself because I teleported myself off the map into the ecological dead zone and immediately always head forward. For a second, I forgot I had thalassophobia, and then I ended up in the ecological dead zone and reminded myself how to deal with thalassophobia real fucking quick. I swear, my heart stopped, Alt F4'd, got off the computer for a second. It was horrifying. I kind of forgot how terrifying this game really can be. The good news is, in order to see some stuff better, in the commands you can type fog, just F-O-G, boom, put it there, and you can kind of see a little bit more around you. So we'll be using this to kind of check out a little bit more of the biomes as well. We'll swim around, obviously. We'll teleport where we can. We'll do what we gotta do to really get the most out of where we're going. Let's check out our first biome. Put that back on over. Our first biomes on the list is obviously the safe shallows. So I'm gonna just drag it up here for now. We're gonna kind of combine these things together, and we'll talk about exactly, we're gonna combine these things together for now, and then we'll move them based off of whatever we end up deciding. But the safe shallows, you guys know the safe shallows so well. Everybody knows. Let's do this real quick. Everybody knows the safe shallows. By this point in the game, you have officially gotten past the first cutscene. And to that I say, congratulations. You're doing it. You're doing it good. Do you want to get the map up too? I'm going to edit the map in later on, Mortem. I'll edit the map in later, Mortem. Safe shallows are so dangerous. Exactly. Everybody knows the safe shallows are actually dangerous because there's freaking stalkers that are there trying to eat your face off. And it happened to me in the first 30 seconds of being in the water. The safe shallows are bullshit. F tier, okay, we're not gonna do that. Drag it on up. Drag it on up. It is fine. Everything's fine. The stalker can't hurt you, critter. It's inside the computer. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Genuinely speaking, though, when I did first get into this game, look at this. It is colorful. There are fish flying all over the place, glowing and whatnot. The actual colors in the safe shallows just make you feel like you have actually jumped into a whole new world, as we are, right? This safe shallows gave me hope. It really did. It gave me hope the game wasn't going to be as horrifying as it was. Newsflash, it is. It gave me hope, and then it shot that hope when you look out into the abyss far over there, but that's for a different biome another day. Regardless, the safe shallows, honestly, I have a question for you. Dear viewer, how many of you grabbed 1,000,000 acid mushrooms on the way? Huh? Because you just saw colors and you said, ooh, shiny, and you went... I guarantee you all did. I absolutely did. Look, the safe shallows has a few things in it. Obviously, all the stuff you need to survive. But I think the importance of this place is just the color. The color, through and through, is exactly why this place stands out so much in just a normal... Hold on.
Caution.
Boom.
Continued degradation.
I did. Everyone who's ever played.
May result in a quantum detonation. Continuing to monitor.
Oh, PD8. I forgot the Aurora was going to blow up because it's a whole new playthrough. I haven't played it yet, but I would. Everyone who's ever played has grabbed the acid mushrooms like crazy. But look at this scene. This is just a someone's background on their computer somewhere. I fully believe that. This is so beautiful. The safe shallows really brings you into what Subnautica has to offer right away. Noof, thank you for the 25 bits. And it's as Noof said, it's just yummy. I don't really think there's really much you can hate on about this place. It's the safety that you need. It is all the color and beauty that you could ever want, all the food, and a ton of the resources that you'd want as well. This is pretty simple, because this sets like the precedent for what Subnautica is going to be. I think it's a pretty simple A. Right? It pulls you into the game very well, and it offers you a little bit of peace, a little bit of solitude in a planet with so many things trying to kill you. The safe shallows will forever be my best friend. It cannot be S, because it doesn't really tackle what the entirety of the game is trying to get you to do, but at the very least lets you experience a tiny bit of the alien world, just enough to where it compels you to want to keep going, you know? We're working on booty. Oh, I guess so. Okay. With that being the case, I probably should go off of this. Okay, I probably should go on this. So I guess we can edit this backwards as well. Again, I've never done a tier list ranking, so I forgot to mention why I think these are. So these rankings specifically are going to be across kind of every metric that you can have for a biome. The beauty of the biome, how much resources there are, the emotions, the feelings that you get from entering stuff like the dunes for the first time or the Lost River. We're gonna go over pretty much everything that we can kind of gather, and I'll be listening to stuff from chat as well. We kind of bouncing ideas back and forth, and all ultimately It's the entirety of what that biome has to offer. Exactly why we fell in love with it or decided to hate it. So, S tier. What do the lines on the side mean next to F? They're just ways to rank. There's extra like immersion things to rank. Like the Emperor's at the top for S rank. The bottom is the F tier for Treader. You know what I mean? It's like a thematics. More to add to that in. I like it. We're keeping it. I like the names. I like the thematics for our ranks. So, I'm. Is it considered gassy if you're burping a lot? Is that gassy? I don't know what I drank. Yo, Zadinsky, welcome on in. How you doing? Yes, then I'm gassy, but burping, I think, honestly. Okay, so I'll actually list what the tiers, again, I'll list what the tiers are and what they mean and why we have them specifically what they are. I actually might get rid of D as well. I actually might get rid of D. Gas regardless of good. So scary means high rank. No, not necessarily. So if we're gonna approach this from how I would perceive these rankings, the S for Emperor is a top tier biome. Whether or not it has everything, like the resources that you need or whatever else like that, it at the very least will give you an idea of exactly what Subnautica. Okay, how do I word this actually? I should have thought about it in words. You playing on 2 on release? We are Thursday and Friday. I'm gonna run it with a streamer friend of mine, A. Johnson, and we're gonna see just how lost we get, pretty much. Just a lot. I don't know why, but these bombs remind me of Slime Rancher. Slime Rancher. We were supposed to play it a couple months ago, and we never did because we got caught up with God of War. Holy shit. Okay, let's try this again. So we'll start with our S rank here. S rank, the Emperor, the almighty Leviathan. An S rank biome is a biome that sets out to do a job and accomplishes it perfectly. Whether we're talking about the shallows and the resources that it has, the safety it feels, or the Lost River and this expansive world into a new universe of an alien, a new side of an alien planet that just kind of doesn't exist anywhere else in the crater, at least. It doesn't have to have all the resources. It doesn't have to be the scariest. It doesn't have to be the most beautiful. But if it sets out to do a job well, and I think ultimately all the bits and pieces that help build that up into what it is, make it the perfect biome. At least for me personally, again, it's completely opinionated, but at least the building blocks for what make this biome perfect line up. It gets the S Emperor. And A is a biome that sets out to do a job, but ultimately cannot give you everything Subnautica is trying to make you experience. What is that? The entire process of dealing with hold on. You remember the say, like, describe, wait, do you remember? I did. I'll be playing while watching you rank these. This game is so good.
500%. Data indicates that swimming was your favorite activity. Be sure to vary your routine for uniform muscle development.
It has been so many days since I've heard this. I should probably turn her down. We're going to turn her down. Voice volume down. We're going to turn her down. The Aurora is going to explode too as well. The Aurora is going to explode too as well. It has been so long since I've heard so many of these lines. I was trying to remember what she was talking about, but she's talking about literally staying alive. This is a story? Is it a sim farm? This is a story. This is a beautiful story. It says a beautiful story. And it is a fantastic story. Actually, we could pause this, can't we? We'll pause that as well. I've been talking over that the whole time. I could have paused the entire time as well. Fuck, this is going to be... Again, this is my first time ever making a video like this. So we're going to be a little bit sloppy with it. That's okay. We'll lock in eventually, and we'll try and figure it out. I want to do more of these in the future as well, so I have to figure it out one way or another. Okay. An A, the dragon, the sea dragon ranking, is a biome that does a lot of things very well, but ultimately it probably misses just a few things here and there that either really pull you into the story or really pull you into what an alien world has to offer, but for the most part, still a memorable experience. It's not quite the S rank biome where when you think of Subnautica, this is the biome you think of, but it is still a biome that is very well received and across the board has a lot to offer to you, whether that is specifically beauty or resources or just cool creatures that might be inhabiting the area. The B tier for the biome is a biome that is probably something that you kind of need to go to experience at least a specific part of Subnautica. But it ultimately, it's not super important. There's not a whole lot that there's not really a whole lot that's pulling you towards that. You don't really want to go to this place, but you might for a couple things. You know, it's got its ups, it's got its downs, but it's definitely more ups than downs. The C tier biome a biome that you probably have to go to just because the game wants you to. It's not really something, it's not really a memorable moment. It's just kind of there. This biome, you're going to be like, oh, I guess that does exist, huh? You know, that's a C rank biome. It's just there. It's just existing. The D biome, well, it's starting to get to, hey, this is annoying. This is probably not the kind of area that I want to be in right now. Whether I found myself there on accident or I had to go there on purpose, being in this biome kind of sucks. It's just, it's got a couple things, maybe some resources, maybe a couple cool creatures, but for the most part, it's not where I want to be. An F biome, the worst kind of biome at all. This biome is done terribly. The way that they put this into the game, this biome should just not exist, or they need a rehaul of all of it, because why? Why is this here? Why is it the way it is? Why are the creatures the way it is? Why are there no resources? Whatever it is that makes this feel like an F tier biome, this is just something that should be removed from the game. Take it out. We don't need it anymore. With that being the case, let's get into our rankings. We've got our first one here, the Safe Shallows. Okay, that has to be edited back. Boom, lock it on in. All right, so the Safe Shallows, we'll put it right here. We already knocked it up. Oh, yeah, we already knocked it up to an A, didn't we? Yeah. The Safe Shallows, no matter where you are in the Safe Shallows, it is just quite literally a biome that, hey, this is my first experience on this alien world, and it's beautiful. It really is. It's going to encourage me to keep going. It's going to make me want to see more, and it's going to make me enjoy kind of the wildlife around here. Hey, look at this fish. Look at that fish. Wow, there's so many little things that I get to discover and kind of build upon, and ultimately, like I said, there's safety here. Safety in Subnautica is a blessing. Not a lot of biomes offer it, but safety, it might as well be lithium. It might as well be the freaking ion cubes. It's something that I need in my Subnautica playthrough, and I'm here for it. Thank you, Safe Shallows, for existing. I really appreciate you. Safety is precious, absolutely, like a diamond in the rough. Okay. Yo, what's up, Jack Swords? How you doing, my friend? You could force it to explode right now, explode ship, and do it. You should do it immediately. Really? Technically, I did that. I hope I'm not on a list somewhere. Technically, that was my fault. I would like to think it wasn't my fault, though. Actually, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I hope they don't put me on a list. I was about to say it out loud. I blew up that ship. But we're going to retract that statement. Any government officials watching, it's fine. Everything's cool. I don't think there's a Aurora biome on this. Yeah, good thing, because that thing does not work. Restore ship, fix it. Now we're good. All right, on to the next biome. We've got a kelp forest here. We're going to drive everything in C, obviously off rip, because it's more towards the middle, I guess, than everything else. C is like your whatever. Are we doing a rank? Yeah, we're doing a Subnautica biome ranking. We're kind of dragging everything up, and we're going from there, so. Okay, these all, I believe, actually, holy shit. What was the map thing again, Mortem? I should bring that up as well. I'll edit both of them, but I'll have it on the side here as well. Just in case. You DN me. You DN me. It is right here. Boom, I'll have it here. F green is a terrible color. the green is a great color for this. You know what I mean? The green's a great color. No one special. Welcome on in. Lexi, how you doing? That's Rolex. We'll catch you around, buddy. I appreciate you. Kelp Forest. Does it show these right here? It does, right? Because there's all these different parts, right? These are stalkers. These are stalkers. Okay. Okay. Biome Kelp Forest. If I just type biome, why is your name green then? True. Your name is green in chat. You can't see shit in these kelp biomes though? Yeah. And here we are. Here we are. Oh my goodness. Is this? Am I in a cave? I'm in the walls, I think. I think that's what it is. I think I'm in the walls right now. I'm literally in the walls. It teleported me into the walls. Get me out of the walls. I'm in your walls, chat. I'm in your walls. I'm in your freaking walls. Boom. Boom. And we're here. I despise these things like absolutely no other. We are swimming around a little bit, specifically because it helps you get that Subnautica feel that you'd want to get, right? And, well, here we are in the kelp forest. Here we are in the kelp forest. Honestly, I think when I think of the kelp forest, I think of a few assholes specifically that really just ruined my day. I don't know where they're at right now, but they're somewhere out there, and they're going to yell in my ear soon. The stalkers are your introduction, I think, to the danger of Subnautica, and I kind of wouldn't have it any other way. As much as I'd like the stalkers, I hate them so much as well. They are so loud for no reason. Hey, buddy, fuck you. Wasn't talking about you at all. They are so loud for no reason, but they are also, for the most part, kind of gentle, you know? Imagine you spawn in the safe shallows, right? And through here in the kelp forest is a Reaper Leviathan. A little bit too much, right? A little bit too much early on. But the stalkers are a good introduction to what dangers this world has to offer. And honestly, I think this is beautiful. I think this is beautiful. When you have your creep vines and all the orange glow to contrast all the green, I think it's a fantastic place to be. My only issue with this place is it does feel like you get a bit lost sometimes. But again, I think it's an ideal introduction area. Other than the safe shallows, this place really shows you how to manage your oxygen. You've got a couple bubbles here and there and whatnot. You got some crazy caves and all that. But for the most part, it's just saying, hey, if you go too far into this cave or go too far over here and whatnot, you're gonna maybe regret it. The crash fish did it to me. LFML was like the crash fish screaming at your ears. It's coexistence. You don't steal metal scrap. They don't attack most of the times. Exactly. I think, again, the stalkers are a good starting point for the wildlife here, because they can mess with you quite a bit, but they can also just leave you alone and help you out. It's that symbiotic relationship that you've got here going with these guys, essentially, where they give me teeth, I give them metal. You know, I think the kelp forest is a solid A. It does what you want it to do and it looks good. I think so as well. Honestly, if I had to put my list here, my only thing that really brings this down is that the resources are so annoying to find. That's just a Subnautica thing in general. I think the good part about Subnautica resources is that it really forces you to kind of leave your safety and go find more. But here it just seems like, for how close this is to the beginning and so, I just really have a tough time swimming through a lot of these areas and really just not getting lost or finding what I'm looking for. There's also these things, fuck those things, but we're not worried about those all too much. I think if I'm going to have to put this in a ranking, I think this does exactly what Subnautica is trying to do as well. And this might be like we're going a little bit too strong here, giving everything's A rankings. But again, the safe shallows are there to give you that safety, to show you, hey, this is in fact an alien world. There's a lot of stuff here that can keep you alive. Do your thing, exist, experience it, enjoy the beauty for now. And then you go over to the kelp forest and it says, oh, by the way, here's some danger. And I think while the safe shallows is your introduction to the alien planet's beauty and its resources, the kelp forest is the perfect example of, whether you're at the west, south, or east, the perfect example of the danger that this planet has to offer. I think personally it is an A. I think it just is an A because it doesn't really have to do anything else other than what it does, which is introduce you to the stalkers, which are kind of just everywhere. Introduce you to how symbiotic relationships can work in this planet. And then also show you the resources and the oxygen management, but also, again, the different things, the different ways to utilize all of the resources around you. Because you'll find quite a few things here, as you can tell. And as they're scattered all throughout, but you've also got your creep vines themselves, that while they are just, you know, a natural part of how this planet works, they also hide some stuff from you. And so it just forces you to really embrace the adventure that Subnautica wants you to go on. So it's an easy A for me. I think the kelp forest is just locked in. It's what it needs to be, which is an introduction to the danger. All right. That brings us onto the grassy plateaus. There's quite a few parts of this. We'll just drag this up. Like I said, we're dragging up to C. Rage, and I appreciate you. Drag this up to C. Like I said, we have quite a few parts of all of these. I believe if you click on these, the grassy plateaus are split across all the, as you can tell based off the map, You've got your safe shallows here. And then as you start to adventure out, you see that there's usually like a ring around you of these other different biomes. So there's the kelp forest here, which is all the different parts that we kind of swim through right now. Obviously, you've got the smaller sections and whatnot, but for the most part, there's a lot of cave systems that will travel through all these areas. And because they're so close together, you don't really have to worry about them being split apart. You can kind of put them all into one specific biome. And then you get your grassy plateaus, which kind of start showing you, hey, while the mushroom forest might have an east and west, and they're two specifically separated locations by a bunch of different biomes in between, this is starting to say, like, hey, there are the same biomes across quite a bit wider of a region as well. So you get here, grassy plateaus, I think is the first introduction into how open this game can really get. You know, let's do this. Biome. Let's teleport real quick. We gotta teleport. Biome, grassy. And here we are. And here we are. We're 105 meters. So here we are, we're 105 meters down. You've got your reef backs, you've got the debris that's everywhere, you've got your red grass, you got your loving sand sharks that are louder than fuck as well. Why is everything in this game so loud for no reason? They're so obnoxiously loud for down here, it should not be that loud. Maybe the reef backs, because look at how big those guys are. But the sand sharks, just straight up assholes. I think I remember my first grassy plateau experience, and it really was actually being scared of those guys. Those guys terrified me because I had just died to the Reaper like a little bit before, behind the Aurora, of course. Thanks for that one. And the openness of this area, it actually makes me nervous. It actually makes me nervous. It has been a while since I played Subnautica, but when you get into an open area like this, and all you see is blue, I'm good. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here right now. I will pass. Set it today real quick. Set it today. At night, obviously, everything's way scarier, but we're trying to see the biome a little bit better. So we're here. Grassy plateau shows how open and deep this ocean can be, also close to the safe shallows. This is true. There's not a whole lot of danger here. I think this area has a ton of resources, though. It has so much to grab. You've got your sea moths, your sea glides, you've got your salt, you've got all your different rocks that are everywhere scattered all over between. You don't have as many fish that you want to eat and whatever else like that, but obviously the safe shallows and the kelp forests are there for that. And then it's got the new enemies who kind of just show you, hey, some things are just meant to be assholes. Some things are just meant to be assholes. Stalkers, not always. They could be nice to you and whatever else. But sand sharks, they're not your friend. Not everything here wants to try and be your friend, or maybe just bite onto some metal. Sometimes they want to bite on you and your ass cheeks. And it don't feel good when they bite your ass cheeks, trust me. Trust me. Then you got these little fucks. I think the first time I actually saw these guys ended up being towards the alien land, the alien island. And yeah, they're also mean. Tiger Planet is just an asshole planet. I think most of the things in this area are just kind of assholes. The openness of this area really threw me off when I first started playing it. Again, I've got thalassophobia. I know it's like a kind of a buzzword that gets tossed around a lot sometimes on the internet these days. But I just can't do some of these moments. Not without hyping myself up for 5 to 10 minutes. And this was one of them. Even though the reef backs are nice, they're precious giants. I probably took a good 10 minutes of having to talk myself into going near one. And then plants on top of it, well, they're not too nice either. Let's do something real quick. Biome. But this is where, like I said, everything starts to get a little bit more spread out. Grassy cave. This is the cave for the... Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't think this really matters all too much. It's just a small kind of pocket. This is just a small pocket that introduces this area. So, Panama, welcome on in. Rewind, how you doing, my friend? Oh my goodness. Okay, hold up. We're linking this over. Okay, so this is where I think the beauty of Subnautica kind of goes to die. As cool as this place looks, and again, just an opinion, I think some people will probably look at this and thinking how awesome it is. I really found this place to be kind of dull. You know, not everywhere on a planet needs to be bright and colorful and extravagant like no other. But the beauty isn't really saturated around here. The color kind of goes away, but the deeper you go into oceans, typically that's how that works. Not how that would be in an alien world per se, but Typically. So when I saw all this, I wasn't very disappointed as I was just so not eager to go here. You know, open land, didn't seem like there'd be too much. But there is, in fact, a lot of resources. There are so many resources here that you can't ignore it. To me, I think even though it introduces you to how open this area is and how some of these animals really just are not trying to be your friend, to me, even though this area is really good at it showing you how open the ocean can be, that's kind of something we all knew. Nobody came into this game thinking, well, we're going to be inside a little ship the entire time. We're never going to see the big wide open. No. We knew what we were getting served into. Seeing it for the first time is a bit of a hit. But for the most part, I think this place is only good for its resources. However, because its resources are so abundant, I will knock it up to a B. If it wasn't so resource abundant, I would actually toss it at a C. I would toss it as something that I just kind of have to go through for the sake of the story. Don't really want to be here, but I'm here. There's some good things here, so I'll check it out. I can't remember a time in my playthrough where having to go check out the floor for sea moth fragments or other bits and pieces of, I don't know, whatever shipwrecks out there. I can't remember really being excited to do it, but again, there are just so many good things in the grassy plateaus. Other than these guys. Fuck these things. Nobody likes these things. Literally, shut up. I'm trying to talk. It should be high because I see so many people build bases. Yeah. Again, I think it isn't. I think this is a biome that isn't exactly like the one you think of for Subnautica, but it is the one that helps you experience Subnautica, if that makes sense. It is very good to have a base built here. Because when you're here, it means less scavenging around to be able to go out and explore wherever else. It's a tool. It's a good tool. And I think at most, it has to be in B because all I think of it as is a tool, you know? The A is like, this biome's awesome. I love being here. There's so many good things here. Maybe it's missing a couple bits and pieces or whatever, but it's still this biome that I really would like to go and adventure out to. The S tier is obviously, this is the perfect biome. Everything I could ever want probably in this area, or at least it does its job perfectly. Where the B is, again, just opinion for me. I think it's just a tool. Red grass is dope, and that's it. I think the red grass is a good color. It's a good contrast, everything around. But I think at most, it's whenever I hear about this, it is a build location and is a tool to help you experience Subnautica, and that is it. My personal favorite build location is the south one above the jellies from shit. Yeah, see, a personal favorite build location. Oh wait, that's a different area, right? Hold on. I have too many things open. Can I exit this one? I'm gonna exit the Spotify. Exit Discord. Too many things open right now. Lock in. Okay, we're good. I'm guessing which one you'll put as S, but what we shall see. We won't spoil it. I've got ideas of what I would put as S as well, obviously. But we'll let that be what it is. We obviously only did go around the one grassy plateau, but there's just not really a whole lot of variety between all of these. You get there, you see the red grass, you know there's going to be some wreckage, and then you go and scavenge and find what you can. Again, this is probably the best place to really get stuff going, other than when you get to, you know, Mushroom Forest and all that stuff like that. But that's for a different time. It's not very deep here. It is very open and it is very safe for the most part. Sand sharks, sand shark, schman shark. We're leaving grassy plateaus at B. I think all across the board, all of these areas feel the same. Maybe some of them have better scans than the other ones do. I would put the north above all the rest, other than the south right here, because the north really has the extra floaty islands and whatever else like that. But that's about as far as I would put it. It's a good tool, nothing more. Then we got Jelly Shroom Cave. Jelly Shroom Cave is probably the worst biome in the game, is what a fool would say. S tier. Yeah, it's S tier. It really is S tier. This is boom, alien world tossed on your head. I don't even have to think about it too much. I don't even have to go into the game to know that, but we're going to do it anyways. Biome, jelly, shroom. I'm trying to type without the thing, and I think I'm fucking it up. Biome, what is it actually called? Biome, jelly shroom. It's just called jelly shroom. The way they titled biomes on regular Subnautica versus Below Zero is actually so much, like, this is so much better than how they did it on Below Zero. This is so much better than how to do below zero. Oh, jelly shroom is very cool looking, but forced to go in. I don't think it's bad necessarily that you get forced to go in here. I actually agree with kind of being forced to go in here. This is the first, I would say for most people, big, this is the first big biome that kind of shows you, again, the dangers of now diving deep rather than just being out in wherever area. This is where I first got lost. I have seen about 3 or 4 other gameplay of Subnautica, brand new gameplay of Subnautica people. Oh, how about I've seen about 3 or 4 other people play Subnautica, and this is also where they first almost got lost and died. I got lost and died exactly, Jessica. I'm saying type shit. This is a first kill area for sure, because you see the beautiful shrooms, you see the crazy creatures, you know there's good resources down here. They even leave it out in the open for you. That's how cruel this is. You know what they do? You know what they do is they put this stuff out in the open and they go, those idiots are gonna fall for it. And guess what? I'm the idiot. I fell for it. I swam straight to all of these things. I said, how do I get more? And then I looked up and I was like, oh shit. I'm lost. I'm in danger. And getting out was hard. I got lucky a couple times. I saw quite a few others not get so lucky. The creatures in here, not too crazy, not too extravagant, whatever else. But I think it's the real Subnautica experience. This is a thing. This is a biome that a lot of people almost instantly think of when they think of Subnautica. This is the first deep dive for a lot of people. This is the first death for a lot of people. This is the first really crazy, beautiful ecosystem filled with wild and weird creatures like these freaking little bitch snakes over here. Sorry. They also get loud. I have a thing against loud creatures in this game. But it also's got good resources as well. It's a test of how patient can you be, how well can you keep track of your navigation going into these caves, and how much do you really want it? How much do you really want to explore, to learn, to scan, to get new PDAs, to get new items? You've got your Degassi. Wait, that's the whole different thing. You've got your habitats that are kind of every which way, and then of course you see over here. Let's do this. I can't swim fast enough, actually. Oh, what is that? That was my propulsion again. There it is. Where is it at? How do I get over there? Look how deep this goes. This really does go so deep. Look how expansive this is. So beautiful. Resources. All the stuff that I need for my gameplay. Couple caves here and there. Deep Dive is such a great song. I've been listening to the Subnautica songs for quite a bit the past few weeks. I actually need to be able to move faster than this. I'll be honest with you. I think we can go free cam. Free cam. What am I looking for? I'm actually lost in here again. That's so funny, is that I'm talking about the gameplay of this being what people first get lost in. I'm lost here again. Boom. That's what I was looking for. This is what I was looking for. Lava. It's a bit of foreshadowing. Showing you, hey, the deeper you go, by the way, there's some shit down here, you know? You don't really get the full taste of what exactly is going to happen in the future. But I remember seeing this and thinking, holy shit. There's caves that lead down into lava areas. There's caves that look like this that have the danger of eruptions right next to them. All right, well, shit. Now I'm a little worried. Now I'm a little scared. This might not be an S to many people. Some people obviously don't agree with the certain items that are down here, or I guess the limited. I guess my one hit of this would be the limited spawns of like the different kinds of enemies and whatnot. But again, I think it's just such an iconic look and such a pivotal moment in so many Subnautica playthroughs that I keep this at an S. It probably won't be the top of S, but it is the perfect biome for Subnautica, and it is definitely one that I absolutely remember. It's where the peeper look-alike is. Sort of, oh, the purple one, the purple different one. Yeah, I guess it also shows you the variations, You don't... What is that? Use your inside voice, please. You're in a cave. You're literally in a cave. There it is. There it is. Hey, bud. Hey, bud. How you doing? Yeah, it shows you the variations of the different animals. But also, what a cool animal. What a cool animal. Hey, buddy. Mwah. Love that guy. Hey, we'll catch you around, buddy. You stay beautiful. Love your biome. Love your biome. Absolutely. All right. Kissy, you love that emote so much. That's such a good emote. I'm actually glad. I'm so glad Tuna gave me that emote. No lie. I'm so glad Tuna gave me that emote. I destroyed my Cyclops on purpose just for the theme. There's a theme for destroying the Cyclops. I actually did not know that. Okay. Now we move on. What? Remember, I used the Cyclops for one thing and one thing only. And it was for this fucker right here. Back of the Aurora. This Reaper was a piece of shit. I don't remember the name that the community decided to give it, but fuck that guy. Fuck that guy on a spiritual level. The biggest jump scare probably I've really ever experienced in Subnautica, and honestly my most memorable one ever. It is not only iconic to tell people to go to the back of the Aurora, but it is just... the Reaper roar rings in my head to this day on certain nights, and I just can't sleep. I just cannot sleep. We've got the Aurora here. And this is one... Well, let's go check it out. Oh, fuck. I hope we didn't crash the game. Nope, we did not. Okay, sweet. Sometimes trying to TP by being on free cam is bad. Is there... I guess I just go to the safe. The roar in the distance is always concerning. Don't even get me started on that roar, dude. Oh, let's do this. Biome safe. Oh. Okay. Alright. Let's do this. Can you get rid of the radiation? Mortem, how do you get rid of the radiation so it's not constantly clicking on me? I'm pretty sure it clicks on me even in creative mode. It's the abandoned ship song? I don't even know what that is. Watercolor don't help? For the Aurora? I'm the only person to stream right now who has never played this game, but is very tempted. Black Bear, it's a 10 out of 10 game. 10 out of 10. Absolutely, I would get it. I love this game so much. I actually do. Mortem, are you there by any chance? Is there a way to get rid of the radiation? Hold on, I gotta Google this. This is gonna be a lot of editing for me later on, but I hope it's worth it. I really do hope it's worth it. Just type radiation, bet. That was smart. Who could have thought? Who could have thought? Okay, let's do this. Radiation is now true, radiation is now false, bet. Okay. Now picture this. You just spawned into an alien world. You had some fun exploring some of the little spots around the safe shallows. Maybe even found some cool gadgets and gizmos. A sea glide action. It glitches out just like this, but you're having the time of your life. What could possibly go wrong in this world? Not a whole lot, honestly. Really not a whole lot. Oh, well there's a big ship. Of course, that would be a good starting point, right? You're back on day 1 of Subnautica. You see the giant ship at the horizon, and you realize after all the things you've done, this is probably one of the things next on the list. So you swim on over. The water changes a little bit, but no big deal. Where'd all the wildlife go? Interesting. Why is everything dead over here? It just... And then you see it for the first time. The Reaper Leviathan is the only reason to be in the waters near this damn ship. The back of the Aurora. The back of the Aurora. They call it the Aurora for a reason. Boo, I know, I suck. Look at that guy, swimming. This is the one that killed me in my first playthrough, and again, it is probably one of my most memorable gaming experiences ever, if not the most memorable. It is one, to this day, I still get likes on for a video that happened however many months ago. It is truly a treat to come to the Aurora. However, we're not here to talk about the Reaper. We're here to talk about the biome specifically. And, well, There's really only one reason to go near the Aurora. It's to go inside the Aurora when the game eventually needs you to kind of figure some stuff out, get some radiation, maybe get your prawn suit, whatever the heck else. That's a reason, right? I'm not even sure you really need to. Do you need to go into the Aurora to beat the game? I don't think you actually need to, right? No, you do, huh? You do actually need to. I'm pretty sure you do because you need schematics, right? Should I even be watching right now? It's up to you. It's up to you. You do actually need to go into, as far as I'm aware. I misremembered that one. I think I was watching the speedrun. I couldn't remember them being inside of it. Yeah, you do need the schematics, pretty much. Yeah, there's pretty much only one reason. Yeah, the rocket blueprints. Yeah, exactly. I forgot that for a second, but then I remember the last time I watched Subnautica gameplay was like a week ago. It was a speed run. They glitched into the Aurora, obviously. There's also prawn suit fragments. Yeah, they're all prawn suit fragments. I won't. I think we just lurk because I want to experience this. Yeah, Black Bear, I promise you it's worth. That's not a necessity. Yeah, the prawn suit in and of itself is, I think, most people's favorite thing to kind of drive around. The Cyclops, you like it because it helps you drive around the fun things. The prawn suit is the fun thing. It is the invincible feeling. And if you have reason to go to the Aurora, I misremember because of a speed run, but you do obviously need to get to the Aurora to get the ship schematics so you can get off the damn island in the first place. But we're not here to talk about what's on the Aurora, why it's so worth going there. We're here to talk about what's in the crash zone, the entirety around the Aurora. And what is it? It's Reaper Leviathans. My sea moth till the day I die. You feel unsafe in the prawn? That's actually insane. You should feel unsafe in the sea moth. Feeling unsafe in the prawn is insane. Once I realized that when a Reaper grabs you, it really doesn't do much damage, I felt invincible after a certain point. I prefer the sea moth so much. Back, left, front. Let's do back, front, right, left. I don't think it really matters. Crash zone is literally just worth it for engine fragments. Here's the thing. The crash zone has some resources in it, but ultimately, you don't actually have to go there at all for any of this stuff. The prawn suit you can get from the inside of the Aurora, but everything that the crash zone has to offer, you can just get in easier places that's not surrounded by Reapers, where you don't have to constantly hear the roaring. Now, the Reaper itself, again, iconic, absolutely amazing, 10 out of 10 creation. Whoever thought of it, hey, kudos to you and all that you do. Whoever did the roar, kudos to you and all that you do. But that's pretty much the entirety of the crash zone. If you're displacing what the Aurora is, again, it's not its biome, we're here to talk about the water around it, then the rest of it is pretty much go here for a meme to be iconic, or for a meme to meet an iconic character. That is the gist of what this is, because all the resources that you can get from here, they're elsewhere as well. You don't have to go here. There's almost no reason to ever go on the far side of the crash zone. I would say actually, one better, there is no reason to go around. The only thing you need to do is go inside the Aurora to the front on the left side and then back. And you never need to touch that far side. People do it because it's fun, because it's content, because of whatever the heck else. But you don't have to ever touch there. There's no reason. It's just danger. If in fact, and this might be a little harsh to some, it is just stupid. Once you know what's there, you shouldn't be going. This one to me, and only because of the Reaper, should not be an F. It should be a D. It really should be a D. Because it's just useless. It is a useless biome. There's nothing that it offers in any shape and form. But the Reaper Leviathan is there. And not just one. More than one, quite a few. There's a whole family there. So it automatically, I think, brings it up to a B. Specifically, the back of the Aurora. Boom. It has fragments, yes, but there's no reason to go fight 30 Reapers for those fragments. It is below the grassy plateaus. This is, I would believe, or this is what I would consider the opposite, actually, of the grassy plateaus. And again, we're not ranking this based off of just resources, just beauty, just whatever else like that. We're ranking off of what it has to offer in terms of what Subnautica brings to the table. Whether that is truly experiencing the beauty of an alien planet or really dealing with the dangers of the ecosystem that are there. The Reaper, number one, public enemy number one, is all around the Aurora. It is iconic to try and send people to the back of the Aurora and see if you control them. That's exactly what happened to me. Somebody told me to build my base in the back of the Aurora. Next thing I know, I'm getting eaten alive. It's just the way it goes. the biome itself is pretty bad, but the Reaper is so S tier of an enemy of a what would he be called? The Reaper is so S tier of a creature that it brings it all the way up to B. Because otherwise, without that, you just stay away from that area. No big deal. Life's good. This is, again, the opposite of the Grassy Plateaus, where Grassy Plateaus is all about the resources and all the things you can get there, the tool that it is, but not much else. This is the opposite of that. There's nothing else there, but there is one thing, so you go. And that's why we do it. That's exactly why I went around the Aurora in the first place, is because I knew there were some Reapers waiting. This one I didn't see. The Crash Zone Mesa. This one I actually don't know. I was told the Crash Zone Mesa is something that I haven't seen yet. So I'm actually curious, what is the Crash Zone Mesa? We actually have to figure this out. Because while I'm right here next to the Reaper, going around does nothing for me. There was no reason to go around all of this because it all looks like this. It all looks like this. There's a couple boxes and whatnot, a couple fragments, but other than seeing the Aurora up close, it's got nothing else going for it. Crash Zone... How do I get to that? Biome. Crash Zone... Something. What is that even? Where's that at? Turn off the fog? Fog. Fog is off. Crash Zone Mesa. I built there in creative. The Crash Zone Mesa. So apparently I missed this. Is it over... Okay, this is just all the Crash Zone. Cragfield is actually... Okay, we'll talk about it. Where at on this map am I going? Is it over here? It's kind of back right of the Aurora, if I remember. Yeah, there. Yeah, okay. So we keep kind of going straight from here. Okay, so this is somewhere apparently I have not been to. Go and hop in this bad boy. Hey, buddy. Now, look at the difference with fog, without fog. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. That gave me chills and I'm in creative mode. That guy is awesome. I will say, that guy is friggin' awesome. I actually had to remind myself, that was like trying to convince myself that everything was gonna be okay. I had to like had to remember that I'm in creative. Oh my god. Did not like that at all. That guy, piece of shit. Apparently I didn't come here, but I thought I kind of went all the way over here as well. Axolotl! Sorry, there's an axolotl over there, chat.
4 months. Missed some streams cause of work and university, but I'ma try to join stream more often. Krisher love.
That's the new scare. That's the new one. Have you guys heard that before? That was crazy loud. My whole entire game's crazy loud. That's the new one. That's somebody, I don't know. Thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate. Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you for 4 months. No worries. Work, university, always more important. Also, thank you for not tier 1. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Work and all that stuff is obviously more important. So I'm glad you're doing good. I'm glad you're enjoying that. Thank you also for showcasing the brand new sub alert that we had. Fuck, that scared the shit out of me. I like factory reset there, dude. In the dunes, you did that while I'm in the dunes. Like, let's time it a little bit better. Can we do it in the safe shallows again? This is why the dunes gets its ranking of B, specifically because that fear is just so perfect. I was listening. I was like, when did sub? Yeah, I added that. I did that Minecraft thing, whatever the heck else. Is this it right here, or just keeps going down? Oh. It's like dunes safety. Too bad you have to cross through like 3 Reapers to get here. Let's go and turn off the fog and see what this looks like. Never mind. That's insane. Just hanging out right here. I believe... Okay, so you know what's crazy, actually? I do believe I have been near this area. But I believe I went all the way over here and went around it. I missed what this is right here, but I went all the way around it. It's a really pretty spot, actually. In the dunes, of all places. I wouldn't expect that. Too bad there's a Reaper literally right there. It is those sticking up pillars. Those are the mesas. These things right here, obviously, right? This one, and then over here as well. Let's see if they load all in. Can I do... everything? Look how fast the Reaper... It's all of these, right? Oh, sorry, didn't mean to hit you. We made the speed ×2, so everything swims fast. Well, that was fucking rude. I'm in the middle of a YouTube video, bud. Chill. Dude, that guy was... he had it out for me. Let's go this way. Hopefully the game doesn't crash with a speed like this. The mesas are pretty cool, though. I will say that. Level and creative, they aren't supposed to attack, but do anyways. Yeah, they're just going wild and weird. Is it all these as well? It's a pretty cool little spot. I think if you can actually work your way over here, it's pretty cool. I believe I missed all of this, though. Gonna put it today real quick. Yeah, I don't believe I walked through most of this. I think I hit that edge right here, and I walked my way up, and I dodged all of these. If I'm recalling correctly. There are some fragments, like you can see, but it still remains the same. I've seen 3 Reapers over here. We're in the crag field now. Oh, this is not the... this is... okay, yeah. Oh, duh, there's like the... you can even see the split. Okay, so the mesas are here. They're obviously having some trouble loading in because of all that other stuff. Honestly... Sir? Sir, my blinker was on and everything. Sir, I need your insurance. You can't just swim away like that. Sir, I need your insurance. Fuck that guy. It's so weird seeing sub like this. Yeah, I mean, it lets you see kind of everything. However, this is what it's intended to look like. And honestly, pretty cool. I will say pretty cool. I don't think it changes all too much of how I feel about the dunes. I don't think it changes all too much about how I feel about the dunes, but I do think it has a tiny bit more offer. I do think it has a... loud as fuck for no reason. Everyone's mad at you? Apparently so. I don't think the Crash Zone Mesa really changes, or the plural, really changes how I feel about the dunes. Or, sorry, about the Crash Zone. But it does look at least a little bit cooler, and it has a little bit more variety around it, plus a couple more resources hanging out. The point's still proven, you have to get through the Reapers. You're kind of just hanging out near the Reapers in their hood, expecting them not to do shit. So if you're playing this on a normal survival, being here is almost being worse than the rest of the Crash Zone because you're further away from safety. However, I do think it has a little bit more like ecosystem to offer and some resources. So I'll put it at the top. I'll put it at the top. Even though the danger aspect increases, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing in Subnautica. We're not ranking it on how safe it is. We're ranking it on how much it really gives you that Subnautica feel of alien world, out to get you, survival game, you know, the whole thing. Being sea treader is hurtful. It's nothing against the sea treaders. We do love the sea treaders. Actually, one of my favorite Leviathans. However, they are the bottom dwellers. So on the F, well, they gotta be on the bottom. All right. The crag field is right next. What an interesting ranking system. Absolutely it is. Absolutely. I'm enjoying doing this, for the record. I like talking about it. It took a little bit to get going, but still. That's crazy shade. I would never shade a sea treader. I just try to keep the tier list thematic. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. All right. On to our next. We got the crag field, which I do believe I have seen. But let's go check it out in the game. We're right next to it, I believe. Anyways, so. Sir, is he going to attack me again? The crag field. I do believe I've seen, but when you see it like this, it obviously looks a lot cooler. But what's around here, specifically? Just some rocks? Some emptiness and rocks? Let's let it load in for a second. These motherfuckers, dude. The crack field has a Markiplier bobblehead inside a live pod. S tier. Because we love Markiplier Ender. Kidding. We won't let that sway us too much. We won't go too crazy. We love our Markiplier around here. I've actually gotten a lot of comments lately talking about how I sound exactly like Markiplier. Yeah, exclamation mark Critterplier for those guys. This is how far it goes? It's a really cool look at... Yeah. Are we still in there is the question. We're seeing sea treaders. Are we too far now?
Oh,
no.
fuck. I can't believe you've done
Yo,
this.
get some critter W's in the chat. Actually, get some critter nods. Get some critter nods in the chat. Some critter W, some critter nods. Country coming with another 1,000 big, beautiful bits. Country, again, I have not been able to thank you enough with just my words. I want you to know this scream is for you. I don't know why I felt like doing that, but genuinely, thank you so much for the love. I don't know what I did to deserve it, but again, it really does help so much. It really does help so much. I appreciate it. Critter nods in the chat. Yep. I missed some chats above. Hold on. Let me scroll back up. Let me scroll back up. Thank you again, country. And chat. Retro Man Date coming on with the 50 bits as well. Appreciate you, my friend. Appreciate you. Quartz sandstone deposits are about all the materials you get from it. Emptiness, sharks, and near reapers. Hell nah. Quartz sandstone deposits are about all the materials you get from it. True. Okay. Interesting. All right. Chill with the spam. Chill with the spam. We spam for a little bit and then we stop so I can read chat. I appreciate you guys though. Are we now out of this territory? Damn, that's dark as hell. My question to you, chat, is we are still here, right? It is this entire thing. This isn't Grand Reef territory yet, right? When do I know I've gotten to Grand Reef territories? Oh, there's Grand Reef territory. That's what it is. Okay, so once you leave this area, let's check the map real quick. Let's check the map. Cragfield is pretty small, pretty skinny. You can get to it from the grassy plateau. So I don't know if there's really any danger of having to go through the crash zone. But ultimately, the same thing still applies. What does it really have to offer? Let's let some stuff load in. Let's go to a random area and we'll let it all load in. Somewhere that it can maybe be a little bit abundant. There's quartz, as mentioned before. Well, fog. Quartz and some rocks. It's just kind of empty. It looks like the Aurora explosion already happened here, you know? Just everything that this ecosystem could offer is just gone. Deep, dark, open oceanness? Sure, why not? But that's a lot of biomes in Subnautica, you know? This isn't special for that. You got your sea treaders over to the side, but I believe those are belonging to the Grand Reef. Oh, you got some ruby. Interesting. Some ruby stuff, but nothing that really makes it stand out. Ooh. Yeah, is that what I think it is? This is the first or the second. This is the first one. Subnautica 2 we're playing on Thursday with Johnson. Below Zero we've already played as well, which is technically like Subnautica 1.5. So yeah. Lithium. There is lithium. Honestly, seeing lithium kind of bumps it up a little bit for me. Sir, we've gone over this before. This is like the 4th time you've hit me in the past, I don't even know how long. Seeing lithium kind of bumps this up for me. There's shell crops, there's all the kind of crops that you need. There are a lot of things around here trying to kill you though. There's quartz, there's a dead zone. There's quartz, there's a lot of resources, surprisingly. I actually don't mind how this place is and kind of how it looks. Like, the issue also though, other than the dead zone, is you don't get to really see all of this as we see it now. Let's see what it looks like intentionally. You get to see the spikes and whatnot, but altogether, it seems like this would be, at this point, F tier. At this point, it's fucking F tier. These guys, if another one comes at me in the next 5 seconds, it's F tier. Genuinely, what are we doing here? I got bit by 3 of them. Yeah, F tier, F tier. But literally delete this biome. Why do we even have this? Cragfield, F, Treader, C Treader. They were over to the side, toss it down there. I don't even care about that place anymore. Okay, hold on. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. I forgot how much fog there is. Quite a bit of fog, honestly. Not having the fog command is pretty helpful. Next we'll be reading Below Zero Biomes place. We're rating all the biomes. There's quite a bit to go through. A lot of these get lumped up together though. They give all the mushroom forests and whatnot. A lot of them get lumped up together though. They have all the Lost River, 5 of them. Honestly, I don't even know how long it's been right now. What is it? I've been recording for an hour. It's probably taking like another hour to finish all this. BRB gonna reload my PC? I appreciate you. More shade to the Treaders? Okay, Critter. Okay. Again, F tier is not anything bad against the Treaders. It's just the bottom of the ocean floor that we can really put these things. Realistically, the Cragfield does have some good resources, but it would feel just like a chore to go get it. Like, sure, it's there if you really, really need it. There's nothing inherently wrong with it, but look at those sharks coming after me. It's too close to the crash zone. Also, just, it's pretty deep. Seems more like something you would kind of go to a little bit later on, but the danger doesn't really make up for everything else. I don't think it's something that needs to be removed for the game, though. The F being like, hey, take it out of the game completely, maybe not that, because it does have some friggin' lithium, some rubies, some pretty good stuff that you might get in a pinch if you've got a scanner room somewhat nearby. I'll toss it D. It's probably a chore to be here. You probably don't want to be there, but it is a good last resort. That's about it. And then you've got the Markiplier bobblehead. Hey, I'll allow it. We're going to keep it at D. We're going to keep it at D. Otherwise, it would be F. If it wasn't for the cool things there, it would be F. Because what else is it doing? What else is it doing? Markiplier bobblehead and all the resources, lithium, ruby, all that stuff. They'll keep it out of F. That's about as far as I'm willing to go with that. But Cragfield, definitely a D. The floating island is next. Well, biome, what is it called? Biome Islands? Oh, shit. I fucked up. Oh, shit. It's all good. Oh my god. Here we are, the floating island. Chat, I have a question for you. Let's jump down in the water. Oh. I jumped too fast. Sorry, I got real anxious there. Oh, fuck. I jumped too fast. That hurt. Don't ever do that. I fucked up the TP because I was in the Seamoth. It doesn't let you really do that when you're in the Seamoth. Fuck, I jumped in too fast there. Sometimes I start playing this game and I think for a second I'm fine. And then I jump into the water and it gets real dark and I'm not. Actually, my legs hurt me. The deep sea scared me. Oh, my bad. Lantern fruits, baby. Lantern fruits. The first time I'm nauseous. Oh, well, sorry. Okay, let's go down a little bit. Chat, the first time you saw this, what were your thoughts? When it came to the floating islands? There's obviously a lot of stuff down there. I'm going to turn this off for the sake of my mental health. But when you got here, and you saw all of this stuff, and then you saw that there was land, what were your thoughts? What the fuck? What the fuck in a good way, or what the fuck in a bad way? Mine was obviously surprised. Mine was what the fuck in a good way. As in like, wait a minute, I get to walk on land? There's more than just the water here? Awesome. What the fuck is that was my thought, exactly. I mean, I think we all kind of come here for one reason though, right? Or at least we can say we're glad we came here for one reason. The island itself is pretty cool, but I think it's just a big landmass that doesn't have much to offer other than a few specific things. There's obviously our fruits here. It's true today. There's obviously our fruits here. My fog is off. Turn on. That's on or off? I can't tell if that's on or off. That's off. Okay, cool. I was scared of emptiness bottom below the island. Yes. So, below this island is another biome in and of itself. The getting to the island part, it's pretty difficult. There was a whole lot of stuff that really kind of stand between you and that way, but I think once you get here, it really is just resource heaven when it comes to the land stuff. Obviously, you got your alien teleporters here and whatnot. I'm not too worried about that right now. There's other trees and whatnot out here. Quite a few bases to go through and scavenge through. It's a little bit of a chore, I would say. It's a little bit of a chore, but I think it's because it's the first out of water chore that a lot of people experience. It doesn't feel like a chore. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? A little bit of a chore, but it's very good at making it feel as if you're not just kind of walking to grab a few things that you need. There's not really, like, see, from point A to point B to point C or whatever else, it's not a whole lot that you're doing. But then you get to these things. Then you get over here. And although you probably can't plant them right away, this right here might as well be gold. Might as well be damn gold. Shut up, crab. Also carries a ton of lore. It absolutely does. Absolutely does. I think this is also another kind of staple of Subnautica. Maybe not the first thing you think of, but it is a big part when it comes to lore, kind of understanding the people that came before you, the bases, how the world around us acts, and then all the ways to kind of utilize, well, this beautiful big fruit right here. 10 out of 10 fruit, by the way. One of the best resources in the game. Once you get this in your base, life is good. Life is good. Remember that whole thing about safety? Other than these fucks, for the most part, it's pretty safe. In a place that has a bunch of resources, a bunch of lore, a bunch of these, it can't be a bad place, right? Especially when it's safe to go on. I actually really love the island. I think seeing the islands for the first time, especially because they're hidden by the clouds and all that stuff, seeing the islands for the first time, everybody is surprised. Everybody's shocked. This is a world where I'm supposed to be just in water the whole time, and then all of a sudden you toss an island my way. You give me some backstories to some people who try to survive here who obviously failed big time. But it's a big part of Subnautica's storyline, which I very much do love so much, and also a ton of resources for not much to worry about other than the trip here and the things below this island. The trip here was the hardest part for me, and getting close to the island was probably the most anxious like I've felt towards the beginning of this game, but it was worth it. It was well worth the trip. Despite it being a chore, I think it was well worth every second of getting to this island and scavenging through all that it has to offer, even up there at the tippy top. So I would say, I think honestly the floating island's an A. I think it's not quite, how do I put this? The crab shooters die pretty easily, at least. Yeah, the enemies, again, the enemies there are just kind of annoying. They're not really meant to do anything other than bug you a little bit here and there. Just some weird crabs and whatnot. They die pretty quick. If I have to be honest, not to sound like a psychopath, I actually really like killing those things and taking my anger out on them. I'm on an alien planet by myself, and you want to fuck with me? You want to fuck with me? Not today. Not today. I'm killing you and all your homies. Your whole neighborhood going down. Fuck those crabs. Floating island. I think because of the lore and resources, I think I'm going to put this above the kelp forest. The floating island is just mind-blowing to see. Really is. And again, with the lore drops and all the stories of people trying to survive, the other things that you get for the base, all the resources that it has to offer, I do think it's an A. I think it's a pretty important part of the story. I don't think it's the most perfect island ever. It's really... There's not a whole lot to it, if I do have to be honest. Not a whole lot to the island. A lot of it is walking simulator, but it really gives you a pretty good view. A pretty freaking good view when you get to the right spots. Hold on, let's actually do this. Free cam. Oh, what? Let's let everything load in. I need you to load in game. Is the fog on? Fog is on. Fog is off now. I wish the free cam loaded a little bit better. Oh well, it is what it is. Look at this. Oh, speed 1. We've been on quite a big speed thing for a while. Valid crash out always. I think all my crash outs are valid all the time. That's a big moon. It is a massive moon. It is a massive moon. Look at that. The eclipses, the sky in this game is beautiful, especially below zero. Beautiful. I think my favorite part about the island, honestly, despite all the things that I've already mentioned, being good for just kind of progressing the stories and progressing like your resource management and all that stuff, I think that I love the view. There is something about being in the water, looking out every direction, and seeing nothing. It is very terrifying. It is very scary. It instills anxiety in so many people, and that's just the honest truth. A lot of us, you first jump into the Subnautica waters, and you get into a big wide area, you're scared. But there's another thing about getting onto an island, looking every single direction, and also seeing nothing still. You know? Because up top, you would assume there would be hope. You would assume there would be some bit of comfort to grasp onto. And although the island itself has a lot to offer, when you look out and you see jack shit squat, nothing, zip zot, nada, whatever, when you see absolutely nothing out there, I think it helps solidify that lonely feeling that Subnautica gives you. I really do think this island is very good at giving you a great view at all the nothing that there is, that this game has to offer. A whole lot of nothing. And I love this island. I really do. Definitely an A tier for me. Not the perfect island. I think maybe a couple more things added to it and whatever else. Although it's very beautiful, I think a couple more things added to it would have made it a little bit better. Maybe not be as walking simulator, but you know, that's nitpicky with the island. The island part wasn't super something that you would focus on. Like it's like the game. You're not focusing on the gameplay going into the island and like hoping for mini games and whatnot. It does its job and it does its job well. It's not set to be some crazy extravagant adventure of like rock climbing and whatnot. But you know, I'd honestly put it at bottom Emperor. You would put it just below the Jelly Shroom Cave. How many of you actually agree with the Jelly Shroom Cave S? Just curious. Actually, just genuinely curious. How many of you would agree with Jelly Shroom Cave S? Because at least based off my reasoning, I think it belongs there, but I'm wondering where you guys would put it. Me? Nah, I don't. I'm sorry. That's fine. That's fine. I think, again, my idea of Jelly Shroom Cave comes from my gameplay and a bunch of people gameplays. I don't agree. I don't like that biome. High Dragon, maybe. I could see it High Dragon as well. I will say, Jelly Shroom Cave to me is definitely not going to be the top of S by any means. By any means, but I think what I was saying is like earlier is like because I've watched more gameplay since then, this part of the game seems to be very pivotal to how people experience Subnautica. You know, so that's why I think it's the perfect biome. I think it's literally the perfect biome. But I can see why people wouldn't like it. I can see why people wouldn't like it at all. I've always been very opinionated. You guys know that, but I wanted to see what you guys would say. Actually, after I rank these, you guys could tell me what you guys think as well. So, anyways. As for the floating island, very peaceful, very beautiful. That looks crazy. What the hell? I know what biome is my top S. I'm not quite sure. Jelly Shroom was the first huge wow. I think that's what it is for me. Jelly Shroom was the first huge wow, and usually the first big death. My first huge wow was a dead zone because I just went to see as far as I could, and that was bad. Well, that's different. You kind of did things out of order, too. Not that there is necessarily an order, but you would agree most people wouldn't go to the dead zone right away, you know? That's like being like, my first WoW is the Sea Dragon, because I just went into the creative and went down to the lava zone, you know? Like, not quite. Actually, not quite. That's different. That's a bad analogy. Bad analogy. Ignore that. We can do a poll for each one to decide. Oh, I'm down for that. I mean, would you guys want to vote on a poll? I don't know how many people are actually super invested in this, if I'm being honest with you. I'd be down to see what you guys would think, though. Day. Diamond, if I say Blizzard, you could set up a poll. Let's do that right now, actually. Let's do a poll. I'll edit these things in later. Actually, we'll just start. What do we have? Would you guys be able to do the poll? Would you guys be able to do the poll when I start talking about it? Or, like, midway through me talking about it? /poll. I don't want to derail it too much by me having to do this, but if you guys want to do it, you do /poll, and then it'll bring up the question. And you just say, you just put, at the question, you put the biome, and then at the bottom, you put ASDCF. S-A... I don't think you have enough. C-D. There's not even enough spots. Interesting. And then you can just put it for like a minute or a couple minutes or so. There's not even enough spots, if I'm being honest with you. I kind of want to remove D. If I'm being honest with you. Is it weird to remove D and just have C and F? I think once it gets below C... I mean, we'll keep it. Area 1. So we do want to do tier 1 real quick. Area 1. Area 1 would be... The Safe Shallows is where I started. I did Safe Shallows, then Kelp Forest, Grassy Plateau. Let's just do it moving on. We won't do it for the back ones, for the other ones. We'll do it moving forward. You cool with that? We'll do it moving forward. I'm curious to see what you guys think of this as well. So, okay, down. I don't know. Again, if you guys want to vote in chat, then I would be more than happy to see what you guys think. And whatever opinions you guys want to toss out, again, I know this is all opinions. If you guys think I'm wrong, feel free to fucking tell me, because that's a conversation starter. Fell asleep, but then I did have anesthesia today. Yeah, anesthesia just makes you sleepy all day. I didn't realize it was a thing. This one real quick. Next one up is the Mushroom Forest. Let's actually pause this real quick. Next one up is the mushroom forest. Now, what we were talking about earlier with the grassy plateaus being split apart, kind of being the biomes that show you that different areas can be the same biome, but stretched across the land that you see, or I guess the underwater areas that you see. The mushroom forest has the east, and it does have the west. So let's check it on out. Let's see where they're at. So let's TP to them. Fog. Put the fog back on. Free cam. Oh. Biome. Where is it? Mushroom. Mushrooms. Biome mushroom. That didn't work. Biome a mushroom. Boom. I believe are we east or west? We go to see right now. We are west, I believe, right? Yeah, west. Boom. I'm biased. I got my first cuttlefish here. I mean, are you really biased? I can't see many people honestly hating the mushroom forest, especially when you get to see this big thing and understand that you kind of get to go, you know, inside of it. It's pretty cool for the most part. Tons of resources. This is also where you get ore deposits. This is where you see these little guys. I love these guys so much. One of the coolest creatures on this planet, bar none. Look at it. Look how stunning that is. Set it to day real quick. As far as I'm aware, there are a few dangerous mobs. I know you get to see your little shock buddies. A little electric shock never hurt nobody. But then you get to do this cool stuff. Like, what? What a fun place to be. I think of the mushroom forest kind of like a playground in a way. There is so much fun, for me at least, going through this area in a prawn suit and trying to land on certain things, going inside the tree when I want to just swim around and have fun. There's quite a few resources. Again, you've got salt, you've got all the different ore deposits that are everywhere around here. You've got some pretty pivotal stuff to the story. Bunch of creature eggs, bunch of really cool creatures in general. I do love this place. I do actually really like the mushroom forest. On top of that, it is probably one of the faster ways that you can get to the alien base down below. It is it's definitely something, and it's definitely a forest. I'm curious what you. Oh, okay. No worries about telling me the answer. I can check it out now. Where's the wait? Does a bomb not even? Does a pole not even show up for me? How does that work? I don't like this bomb. My Seamoth always got stuck or I hit those trees. But that's part of the game, right? You know, like I think, that's at least the mini game that I put into Subnautica itself, is whenever I had the prawn suit or I was riding through here with the Seamoth, I think it was kind of fun jumping through all this stuff. Look, salt deposits. I think it was kind of fun driving through all this stuff and going all crazy and seeing whatever the heck else is out there. Like I said, tons of little things that you can pick up. You know, you've got your lithium, you've got your salt, you've got all your big ores, and for the most part, I would say at least the west is pretty safe until you start venturing a little bit further out. But you've got an awesome tree out there. Let's take off the fog real quick. And you see, there's just one big forest. Hold on, I gotta wait. I wonder if I just stare at this, it should all load in, right? The fog actually is kind of needed for this, it seems. I'm too far away from this stuff. Let's see real quick. I believe all my graphics are on ultra. Yeah, on high. Let's turn this off. Chat voted for this place to be an A. Honestly, I guess I'm trying to get my thoughts for it all together. I do love this biome. I really do. I don't think it is the prettiest. I think the mushroom color, at least on the bottom, is very nice. So when you're down below, it's amazing. On the top, not quite the same. Where's the pole? I don't know where the pole's at. I don't know where the pole's at. Poll ended. It says poll ended, and I can't even click on it, though. Oh, it's right here. It ended. I know they end, but usually you're able to view the results. Chat, we have 4-1 saying A. 4-1 Mushroom Forest. Obviously, we don't have the B tier and whatever else like that. What's up, Strawberry? Welcome. I genuinely never saw it. It shows up in the top of chat. Shows up in the top of chat. A lot of you are saying A. I would probably put this towards either high B or bottom of A. I think it does have a lot of stuff that it offers. I think the tree is kind of what saves it for like the beauty part of it. Hey buddy, you're in the wrong biome, buddy. You're in the wrong biome. I do think it has like a little bit of fun to the game. I think it's like this is the whimsy part of the game. For me, at least, anywhere where you see a mushroom forest, whether that's Minecraft or Subnautica, is going to add some whimsy to the game, you know? So I think for me, based off the resources, based off like the cool layout, the little bit of minigame that I have for myself, this big freaking tree that, where the hell did it go? Apparently not big enough if I lost it. I think it would put it low A for me, if I have to be honest. Maybe as we see more stuff. Actually, no, I'm coming across the big tree again. This is going to be low A for now, for sure. It's going to be low A for now. It's a very cool biome, very distinct and unique from the rest. You've got the mushroom cave, obviously, but that glows in a different way. That in and of itself is kind of secluded from the rest. This is just kind of a stumble across area, you know? But I do think also having the connection to the alien base does help it out a bit. There's quite a few things here. Beauty, maybe not the craziest, but still really cool and whimsical, if that makes sense. So, let me pause this. Pause this. So I would put both of them, honestly. I would put both of them, honestly. I would put them under the, yeah, I'd put them under the kelp forest. I really love the kelp forest. I actually really do. Other than the resource management that I had to get there, Let me think about this. Mushroom Forest East, though, is a lot more danger. And you can actually bring the Reaper over there as well. I think Mushroom Forest East is a lot more Subnautica feel. There is a cuttlefish to find at the mushroom. There is the cuttlefish. I think this is a very safe biome in regards to people liking it. I don't think it's very crazy to see this. I think once you see this, you're like, oh, cool. Like, you know, mushroom forest. That's awesome, you know? But you're not like mind blown wowed by it. I just think it is a very good biome for what it tries to do, which is just, hey, add some variety to what we're doing here. So I've not met anyone that hates it. I haven't met anyone that hates it either. I think it's a pretty good biome, but I don't think anybody is over here thinking best biome in Subnautica by any means. I would keep it below the kelp forest. Again, the kelp forest to me was kind of like that first dive into danger, first dive into what Subnautica was. I think by the time you get to Mushroom Forest, you've already experienced that, you know? The creatures you can see here, the resources, everything else, like, all good, but nothing extraordinary. So I'm going to keep it low A. I'll keep it below these ones. It's not quite high B, but it is definitely low A. It is not the perfect biome, but it is a good biome to be in. If you find yourself in the Mushroom Forest, probably there for a good reason. So I'll keep it just below kelp. I do love the whimsy, and I do love the little mini game here, and of course, like I said, resources as well. But by this point, it's not something that's going to surprise you. So we'll keep it there. We'll keep it there. Next, we've got the Underwater Islands. Underwater Islands is near the mountains, is it not? It is near the mountains, is it not? I actually need... Mortem, are you here by any chance? Let's go to the Under Islands. Never mind, it is there. Biome. I was gonna see which one that was at, but it actually literally quite literally says what it is. Oh my goodness. Is this near the mountains? Where am I? This is the Grand Reef. This is near the Grand Reef. Yes, sorry. No apologies. No apologies. I was going to ask you, where is this near? I don't remember where this is near. Near the mountains. It is near the mountains. The islands are forgettable, at least for me. Yeah, I think... Oh, pressed the wrong thing. I mean, once you've seeded once... again, I think it's one of those areas that if it was closer to where, like, the safe shallows is or the start of the game would be, you'd be a little bit more surprised about it. But being here, well, you just kind of pass through. For me, at least, when I ended up here by coming through the mountains. Kind of was on accident. There's nothing a whole lot that is that is really standing out as like unique and special. I just think it's just kind of a pass-by moment. This would be like those drive-by states in California. What the heck? This would be those drive-by states in the United States. You know, some places you just drive through, some cities, some towns you just drive through, and you're not really stopping. You might say, oh well, that's really cool on the far side. Is that a butt plug? But for the most part, for me, I don't hate it, but I don't like it. It's middle of the road for me. I think there's a couple good things you can be here. I remember this wreck having some stuff. As you can tell, we've got some fragments that are decent, but you've also got a lot of danger. These guys still being assholes, and I could see, would I have 6 on my screen right now? 7 on my screen right now? Actually insane that many can show up. Kind of a pass-by moment. Nothing really to remember about like any of this stuff, because like, again, by the time you've gotten here, you've probably seen quite a few more things that have already blown your mind. Floating islands for me, I actually am going to put them as a C. I think I'm going to toss them into a C. Floating underwater islands, I think it's the placement of them that throws me off. Again, imagine putting the underwater islands right outside the safe shallows. The second you go swimming away from where the safe areas are and you see something like that, it's gonna blow your mind. It really is gonna blow your mind. But here, it's just there. It's just there. It exists. Sure, why not? Why not? Next we got, wow, the mountains. Now, for those of you who have not seen my Subnautica playthrough, I did one episode by myself offline. In that episode, I had no help from chat. It was just me in a prawn suit on a journey. And, well, to put it simply, it was the one time I went to the mountains. And after that, I never played Subnautica off stream again. The mountains is horrifying. The mountains is a nightmare like never before seen. I had only ever heard stories about the dunes. And to me, the mountains were just kind of like, well, time to go explore. I lost my prawn suit. I almost lost my sea moth. I'm surprised I did not die. Extremely lucky to have been to the mountains at night and survive. There are quite a few resources there. There are quite a few things, but there's also so much more. Now, I think of the mountains, honestly. Hold on, let's go. Let's not even talk about it real quick. Let's just go. Let's just go. F for fuck no. Oh my! This is the mountains. I couldn't even press my escape to pause. The mountains to me, well, that encapsulates everything. That is everything you ever need to know about the mountains. I'm going to be honest here. The mountains to me are S tier. The mountains to me are S tier. Now, there's a problem with this, right? There's a problem, and they're above the jelly shrimp cave era. There's a problem with this because based off of stuff we've talked about, mountains is somewhere you don't need to go. You actually do not need to go to the mountains really much at all. The stuff that you need from the mountains can be grabbed from other places, or you can get grabbed from just on the outskirts. I genuinely think this is one of the best biomes in Subnautica. And let me tell you why. Not only is it this fucker, what is it? What did I even click to put that on? Not only is it this guy, but the only thing in the mountains important is the island. There is, I think, oh, hold on, let me speed this to 1. Let me speed this to 1. Holy, wait, did I speed it right? I need to take off my HUD. I can't, I'm fucking up. Okay. Wow. I think can I think for a little bit? We're gonna swim away from this guy. We'll swim away from this guy. We voted F. All of you guys voted F. You guys genuinely hate the mountains. Can I ask why? Before I give you my reasoning, can I ask why you guys hate the mountains? Is it actually F for fuck no, or is it F because you just hate it? Is it F because you're scared of it, though? Is that why? Because again, this is not a tier list of what am I not scared of, what biomes am I not scared of, or what biomes do I feel safe in. scared and there ain't shit there. There's actually quite a few good things here. Is it worth coming here? For the fear. I think Subnautica, I think Subnautica is about a few things here. One is experiencing an alien land. You get to really see all that it has to offer, all the dangerous creatures that are literally everywhere, and kind of make use of all the resources around you. The mountains are an insanely unique biome in the fact that it is the biggest drops, ups and downs, with just reapers everywhere, electric eels. You've got the giant bulbs. There's the layout of the layout of the mountains to me feels the most genuine to its name. It feels very chaotic. It feels like, again, there is no reason to be here. It is no reason to be here. But it is a fun biome to really experience the fear of Subnautica. It is resource heavy. It does have a lot of resources. You probably have to come here with the prawn suit to kind of take advantage of most of that. It does have a few crash sites. Again, these crash sites, you can get other stuff from other places. But you don't have to really go here. You don't. But I think because this is a prime example numero uno of where you would send somebody. I guess let's think of it this way. I had enough from eating this crab squid. I was sweating. That's what I'm saying though. I think fear is a part of this game. I think it's a B/C. It's because it's good biome, not actually super looking biome, just okay-ish. I think if I had to separate these things, right? If we had to talk about fear factor, resources, the ecosystem, the beauty, and all that stuff, I think the rest would all be around B. But I think the fear factor for the mountains and the resources are actually so good, or it's like the layout itself are so good that it kind of pulls it up to S for me. Because if I had to tell you, if I told you, for instance, if I told you this player has never seen anything about Subnautica before, spawn them somewhere in this game, and if they get jump scared in the first 5 minutes, where are you putting them? You know, if you can get their heart rate above 120, where are you putting them? My thought is not the dunes, honestly. It's too open. Although there's a lot of reapers out there, the mountains hides them very well. The mountains is almost like being hunted by a panther. This is a reaper's playground to come and kill you. It is horrifying being here. Even though you get a little bit of light here and there from your bulbs and your electric eels and all that stuff, you don't really get that comfort anywhere in this area. This place goes deep. I know you guys say you don't like how the mountains really look, but I personally love it. I love the layout of this area. I do love how the reapers fit into all of this, kind of like a snake would in like a tropical jungle or something like that. There is places where you can kind of hide. This is my favorite cat and mouse game of Subnautica, by far. How do you, man? I ain't touching that shit. You do you, man. I ain't touching that. But again, this is also why it's an opinion ranking, of course, and whatnot. But I think the fear factor of Subnautica is a big part of why this game is enjoyed so much. It's also part of why I enjoyed it so much. As much as looking down there scares the shit out of me, you know, there's other parts of this game that I'm a little bit more worried about. Although there's blue bulbs, I had a base, the blue bulbs right here. This is the mountains still, isn't it? Yeah, we're still in the mountains. You had a base here. You had a base in the mountains? You didn't like the mountains? I've never actually met the Reaper here somehow. There's quite a few Reapers here as far as I'm aware. Quite a few Reapers here. We are still in the mountains. No, the bulb zone? Okay. Let me... Okay. Bulb zone. Got you. Mountains are right here. Bulb zone's right here. I was like, I went a little bit too far. There's a lot of bulbs in the mountains as far as I'm aware, aren't there? Oh, okay. Let's go this way. This mountain still? No, mountains is literally right here. Bulb zone's right there. It's like a small subsection of it. So let's go this way towards our buddy. I need void rating. The void's coming. The void is definitely on this list. Void is definitely on this list. Hold on. I was like, why am I moving so slow? I was wondering why I was moving so freaking slow. Look at this place. I don't know if you guys have seen how the mountains kind of operate. Fog. All the ups and downs. This is again, the reason I like this place is specifically because this is a Reaper playground. And as I mentioned before, the crash zone is Reaper City. There's so many Reapers everywhere, but the biome that they put them in is not interesting. There's not a whole lot to offer there. It's just kind of whatever. Nobody cares about that place other than the Reapers, right? But when you get to the mountains, you see Warpers, you see Reapers, you see resources that are pretty manageable, honestly. There's a few crash sites, nothing too crazy crash site-wise that you can't get from other places, but that's not what we're talking about here. If the crash zone to me would have been like a D tier, if not for the Reaper, this would be a B tier for me. Probably low A. I would say actually it was probably B tier for me, if not for all the Reapers. So how the crash zone got brought up from its rankings specifically because of the fear of the Reaper and how iconic that is, this goes from a B tier to an S tier for me. Because not only do you get the full Subnautica experience of getting jump scared by so many of these motherfuckers, but you get just a cool layout in general. It keeps things interesting. There's not many places in this game that really have you feeling like there's nowhere to hide besides the mountains. I think the dunes is a little bit talked about too much when it comes to the fear factor, specifically because of the voice line that you get entering the dunes. I think the dunes line should be swapped to the mountains. That's how scary this place is to me. I actually visited this place a couple weeks ago, watching another friend play this game, and I swam to the edge just to remind myself how scary it was. I was like, maybe it wasn't even that bad. Maybe it's really not. It's horrifying. It is horrifying. How fast these things move, how they disappear, how they use this area to have some fun and murder some unsuspecting folks, along with the resources and whatever else. It is an S tier for me. The Reapers are just that top notch. I love the Reapers and their design, and the mountains are where they thrive. So, let's pause that. So, boom, mountains. I guess I should click on that list before I go anywhere as well. Or before I actually take them. So, as of right now, I am putting the mountains Sea Emperor level. I love that biome. I really do. Even as somebody terrified of the ocean, the mountains had me hooked. I think it's an awful place to be in the moment, but looking back, it is the number one place that I think of when it comes to this place. Number one place for that reason, and that reason only, the Reaper Leviathan. We've got Mountain Island now. You guys know it, maybe the Big Gun Island. You guys know it as Alien Base Island, whatever the heck it is. Let's go check it out. Biome. Biome, where's it at? I can't even see what it is. Mountains, cave, mountains. Kush? Smokers. What is a smokers? What is smokers? Where's that taking me? I just wanted to click it. I don't like this at all. Oh, dude, I need to remember I'm in creative. I'm in creative mode. They can't actually scare you. They can't hurt you. They cannot hurt you. They cannot hurt you. You're fine, dude. Oh my god, I actually hate these things sometimes. Very targeted to the party, but basically you want to say, hey, what's up, Monica? Welcome on in. We're just hanging out, ranking some Subnautica biomes. Ranking some Subnautica biomes. Where am I going? Mountain Island? Is it Mountain Island? It is Mountain Island. You're right. You are right. How is it? How does it specifically type? It just says Mountain Island? Mountains Cave. Dude, I hate those noises. How do you type it? It's... Why doesn't that stay on longer? Hello, Ghosty Boy. It does. The Ghosty Boy. This thing's cool as fuck. Let's try this. Let's just try this. Actually, let's do this. We'll go to the mountains and then we'll swim to the and we'll swim there. Damn, it's dark. Turn your speed down and we'll stay. I hate it when you teleport to the mountains, they teleport you right next to that Reaper. That's actually abysmal. That's fucked up that they would do that. Where am I going, by the way? My Seamoth's right there. What is happening? Is that the island right there? I actually don't even know what direction I'm going. Monica, how's your day going? Hello, ghosty boy. Yeah, I forgot the game speed is different. Look at this. You know what's crazy? I still think about to this day how sad I am that I miss this thing shooting down our dearly beloved saviors. Critter, which era are we at now? We're at Gun Island, as we call it. Or I don't know, I forget the actual specific. We can call it Gun Island. Gun Island is fine. I think it's what I hear a lot of people call it. Gun Island. Wow. Again, speaking of iconic, this place is sick. Gun Island, Mountain Island, whatever the heck gets the idea going. The rifle's so majestic and so iconic. It really is. It really is. It, to this day, haunts me that I missed this. The sunbeam got beamed with the power of the sun. Exactly. I love watching new players get to this island and see the sunbeam go down because holy shit, do I have to live through them to really experience that. Yeah, I didn't make it to the timer. I did not get to see the sunbeam explode in my own playthrough. I had to go to a YouTube video and watch it later on. But wow. Wow. I think we kind of all know where this is going. We might be a little bit too trigger happy with this ranking right now, but ultimately, this is where you see the sunbeam go down. This is where you realize you are alone. There is nothing you can do here. There is nothing you can do here besides try to survive. There is, in fact, motherfucking aliens here. There is great resources. There was another island. There is so much cool shit around the island. On top of that, all the technology that you see in there. You get the portal gate openings. You get the tablets that let you go inside alien bases. Everything unlocks here. This is the big jump. While Jelly Shroom Cave to me is the biome that kind of is the Kickstarter for when you're exploring how things can really get and how bad things can really be, the Mountain Island is the Kickstarter for so much more, if I'm being honest with you. What is chat voting right now? I'm curious. Everybody's voting yes. I put this above the mountains. Again, the iconic gun shooting down the sunbeam on top of everything else the island has to offer. It's really hard to beat something like that. It's S. It have Reaper around the island, alien technology, diamond fact. Exactly. It's not a one-stop shop by any means. It is a perfect addition to the story, to your resources, to everything you could ever need. And it's not somewhere you just come one time. You've got your portals that you're here. You've got even the moon pool is a great addition. Having to go out of that moon pool towards the mountains, for me, it took a little bit of hyping up for me. I genuinely did not want to do it, but honestly, it is a fantastic part of Subnautica. A true S tier through and through. What are we ranking today? We have our Subnautica biomes ranking. We're messing with Subnautica biomes ranking. So we just finished Gun Island. We got the bulb zone. We actually just saw this when we were going through the mountains. It's pretty close by to where we're at right now. Where's my... Does the sea moth disappear right here? It does not. Wait, what is happening? Where's my sea moth? It's right there. Get my sea moth real quick. I have to go and have a good rest of streaming. Thanks again for making a mod. I appreciate you, Blizzard. Thank you again for the help. Thank you for the polls. Mucho love. Also, if anybody wants to do those polls, Jessica, if you don't mind doing those polls, I say yes because of shale and lithium. Yes, the resources are fantastic. Jessica, would you be able to do the polls? You can just do them for like a minute. You don't have to do them for 5 minutes or whatever there are. You don't have to do them too long. Can you end this? Learn more about polls. Don't tell me what to do, video game. I do it in mod view, right? No, you just can literally type /poll. You just type /poll. Type /poll. And then from there, you add whatever the biome is, and then whatever you're ranking it as throughout. We're going to do the same thing for Minecraft biomes, but there's not as much, like, nuance to Minecraft biomes, I don't think. Bruh, what do you mean? You don't have to. You don't have to, Jessica, if you don't want to. Actually, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I know you can hear the Reapers roaring and stuff. It said unrecognized command for me. You typed it in wrong, or you typed something else before it? You just type /poll No spaces or anything else like that. If you type in a space or whatever the heck else, it kind of messes it up. So, Glacier, welcome to stream, by the way. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. Oh, there's a poll right now. Cannon pulls. Yeah, that's what I say. Do not vape break. I don't smoke. I definitely don't smoke. You're never gonna catch me smoking. Hold on, I can drink water. Yeah, you'll never catch me smoking ever. Not my thing. Not my thing. Just gotta let him play out. Yeah, if you do the poll, don't do it for like 5 minutes. Whatever. Don't do it for like 5 minutes. We can just keep it pretty low key. Actually, we'll exit this. Bulb zone. Bulbs? Biome. Biome. Speed, 1. Am I dumb? Biome. Biome. Dunes, Grand Reef, Deep Grand, Blood Cup, Underisland Smoke. It is just... I don't think they can set times. Could be wrong, though. No, you should be able to set a poll for a certain amount of time. It should be in the thing. It'll just put it right under the poll, though. It'll say usually, like, I think the shortest you can do it is a minute. Yeah, a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5, 10. There's a duration timer on it. I set it to 1. So 1 minute should be fine. We don't have so many people voting, you know? How do I... What the heck is the... Okay, I guess I'm gonna just swim there, I guess. I guess we'll just swim there. Day. Fog. This way, right, I believe? That's the dead zone. Let's go this way. Where we go next? Bulb zone. The bulb zone. The bulb zone. I'm actually enjoying this. I don't know, again, I don't know. Viewer numbers off. I always keep the viewer numbers off. I don't know how many people we actually have here, but I'm enjoying this. It's fun. I like talking about the game like this. I keep going and watch another time. Have a good one. Would we play Subnautica to early access when it comes? Like, yes, I'm playing it this Thursday. We'll be streaming on YouTube. It still says unrecognized command. You're typing it wrong. Or refresh your stream. Hi, Tuna. Other way, I think it should be towards right here. This is where we were last time. Right? Mountains are right here. Bulb zone is right. Yeah, right next, close to the Aurora. Not quite the crash zone. Not quite Mushroom Forest, but you know. Sure. Shut up. Yep. Mm-hmm. 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 The bulb zone. I don't know how many people actually ever really go here. I feel like the issue with this placement, maybe not the issue. Maybe issue is a strong word, because this is a really cool biome. I think the issue with this placement, for lack of a better word, is its placement. Wait. That was terribly worded. I think the issue, for lack of a better word, with this area is the placement between the crash zone and the mountains. Most of the time, the biomes that you'd want to put yourself around or whatever else have abundance of all these crazy different things. Again, the mountains is not S tier for me because you want to be there. It's because you don't want to be there. And that to me is a great biome because of the fear that it instills. Not because it's an annoying biome to deal with or because of whatever the heck else. The crash zone is just got nothing there. You don't really want to be there because you want to stay away from the Reapers. There's just two biomes right next to you in the bulb zone. The area itself is gorgeous. Hold on. Let me see this. I love the design of the bulb zone. This electric eels are so cool looking. Also near Lost River entrance, but other than that, it's not worth going there, not gonna lie. Yeah, this is an area where, if I had to be honest, gorgeous. But it looks like they just kind of didn't know what to do with this place. To me, it seems as if they just kind of, they just kind of toss all this here. Because between the mountains and the crash zone, they didn't want it to be too much area where there's just danger abundant. And there's these fuckers as well. There's not a whole lot here. You've got your typical resources for an area that's considered like late game. You are pretty deep down. How deep are we right now? We're 347 meters down. Yeah, we're 347 meters down. So, you know, not exactly shallow to be trying to come over here. But it is a very pretty site. If you want to build your base here, I do understand you. But if you want to get a lot of resources, continue on with the story, have places that are nearby, maybe not quite the place. The way I would describe this biome is it is a really pretty house, kind of away out of town, away from everything. Trimax, you keep spamming, I'm gonna ban you. You're spamming the same thing over and over. You don't need to do that. I'm in the middle of talking. You don't have to keep doing that stuff. I'll just hide you from the account forever. So, the way that I would describe this place is kind of having like a really pretty house out in the middle of nowhere. A lot of people would like that, but there are some issues that kind of come with that, right? One is, where am I going to get all my stuff? My food and whatever the heck else? Like, yeah, there's peepers going around, but you've also got all this. This would be the equivalent of kind of being in a forest, only being able to eat rabbits, and you've got wolves that are also living nearby as your neighbors. You know what I mean? They're also hunting those rabbits. They're also hunting a lot of those things. I think it's a cool biome, but I don't think there's really reason to come here. It's got a few access points for other cool biomes. It's got a few cool creatures itself. It's beautiful. It really is. I think it is absolutely beautiful. But it doesn't offer much else. So I would say, personally speaking... Oops. Do you want to do that? I would say, personally speaking, the bulb zone for me would probably be... I think it would probably be just above the crash zone. While the grassy plateaus are just a good tool, the bulb zone is also just a cool place. You see where, like, I think a lot of these biomes end up ranking for me when it comes to B rank, is they are very good for one thing, but the rest is kind of whatever. The grassy plateaus, honestly, are kind of feeling more A as I do this stuff. But the bulb zone, at least for now, definitely above the crash zone, because it does have more to offer. But you're kind of putting yourself in a bad spot intentionally, and, you know, it is what it is. I just type in chat poll and hit enter. Is mobile? Why does it not work on mobile? Polls don't work on mobile? Really? Oh, I guess because you need the command thing to set up, huh? You're fine then. You don't have to, you definitely don't have to do that. It opens up the little window, so whatchamacallit. You have to? No, nobody has to do the polls. We do not have to do the polls. It works out of mod mode. What vehicles would you expect to appear in Subnautica 2? Well, we saw the one in the trailer already that appeared. The one in the trailer that was like, it had the wing mode where you can go fast. I want there to be the snow, what is it called? The snowmobile one. What is that called? The Snow Fox. I want a Snow Fox, but for the ocean. I really do. Not a whatchamacallit. Not a Sea Glide. I want like a full-on vehicle that just, God, that would be so fun. Make it a bad turn radius, I don't even care. I just want something from point A to point B, I can zoom. That would be sick to have. Was everybody's favorite vehicle from both games? Mine would be, yeah, it would be Subnautica 1 prawn suit. I'm pretty basic with that, but it is absolutely fun. Work's so busy today, I'm crashing out. Tuna, I'm sorry. Work is abysmal. That's the normal work way, I guess. We still have to do all of below zero. This is going to be a long video. Oh my God, I think it's probably going to be all we do today. Yeah, already 3.5 hours in stream, huh? We're 3 hours in. I forgot I started late today. They talk about one thing is the same core, lots of chassis for different stuff. What do you mean? Are you talking about for Subnautica, or what are you talking about? Anyways, let me finish this real quick. Prawn suit the go. I think prawn suit's just that vehicle. They kind of made it to be that way though. In Sub 2 vehicles, yeah. I imagine nothing's too crazy, but it would be super fun for them to add stuff later on. I don't know. I really want a vehicle that just goes super fast, like a motorcycle in water or something like that. You know, that'd be sick. Yeah, the more we talk about this, the more I think of like the grassy plateaus being more towards A, because it really is like the perfect tool, I would say, to kind of keep you going. It's also, pretty safe, as I mentioned. Although I don't really care for how it looks all that much, it's still a good area. It's still a pretty good area. But as for now, we'll put the bulb zone in the top of B. I think if you want to live there, it's a cool reason to live there. Because, hey, style is half the battle when it comes to a game like Subnautica, when you can create your own base. And if you've got style like Bulb Zone, you're doing something right. The only other issue is you're kind of super far from the grocery store. So, and you're kind of surrounded by some of your worst enemies. But it is what it is. It's still much better than the Crash Zone. Those Reapers, I'm not going anywhere near them. If I knew now what I know, wait. I'm not even gonna word that. I don't even know how to word that. That wording for me is so fucked. I've given up on that sentence. That sentence no longer exists. Somebody thank you for the 25 bits. I appreciate you. Until now, I agree with the tier list. Where would you put the bulb zone? Somebody. Did anybody do that? Bulb biome. Very tired. C tier. I think it could be a C tier. Actually, I kind of forgot about the C tier. I think you're saying C tier. I forgot to vote. We had one person. We don't have to do the votes. We don't have to do the votes, chat. I think it's also C tier. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think I'm rethinking all of this because it's way too close to Grassy Plateau. I don't think it doesn't have the Reapers to be iconic. I agree. Actually, I agree with you guys. No, I agree with you guys. I was a lone voter. Yeah, there's a poll that goes up for all these biomes, chat. If you guys want to vote, and that way it gives it. There was just the one there, but usually we have 5 or 6 or so. I don't know. Everybody's doing their own thing. Gonna head to bed very tired. Take everyone. Fred, have a great time. Have a great time. Have a great night. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. Have a wonderful sleep. I'm completely rethinking this. You guys are so right. You guys are actually so right. Because based off of what I just said, it is only decently good for one thing. It's not the prettiest biome. I think it is a really pretty biome, but it's not the prettiest by any means. But it is just kind of a forgotten biome. I don't think a lot of people even know this place exists, Yeah, I'm definitely going to drop it to C. Is it under the underwater islands is the question. I would say underwater islands is just below. I think the bulb zones are a little more unique and cool. While there are a lot of islands out there that are kind of floating, I think. No, there's too many areas that are like the bulb zone itself. Yeah. I'm actually okay with it. I'm very okay with that. It's definitely below the Crash Zone. The Crash Zone is much more iconic, obviously, for Reaper and Aurora reasons, and the Bulb Zone doesn't really have anything like that. You guys are right. It's definitely a C. It's not quite terrible enough to be D or F, but it is nothing special by any means. It is just kind of there. It is. It has an entrance to the Lost River, though, but I think it's also probably one of the further entrances you can find. So even the good thing that it does have is not really... It's not really the best of what there is to offer. Maybe if the Lost River was like maybe if it was like a closer access point, then sure. But I would say even with that, it is kind of just there, which is not a bad thing. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing for these biomes to be there, but I don't think anybody is thinking of them whenever you say Subnautica. I never knew it did. I always went to the ones by the dunes and mushroom forests. Yeah, that's pretty much the ones I use as well. The bulb zone, I did know about it, but I don't think it actually, like I said, I don't think it really offers too much else. That's okay, though. Sometimes a biome can just exist because just like the real world, not everywhere is meant to be this extravagant, crazy place that you can't take your eyes off of. Sometimes places just need to be places to let the other places shine even much more. The dunes! I'm probably going to get some hate for this one. We've talked about the Reapers quite a bit. The dunes, for me, are just a bit of a big disappointment, if I'm being honest with you. Just a bit of a big disappointment. The dunes are talked up quite a bit. You got Cuttlefish Egg there. You've got the iconic Reaper. But it's just kind of boring. I think the difference between the dunes and the mountains is the layout, as I mentioned before, for the mountains helps out the Reapers a lot. It lets them be more iconic. The dunes, just like the mountains, doesn't really have any reasons to go. It's just kind of there. I even in my playthrough, when we went, I kind of just went through. I had a couple jump scares maybe, but it was nothing like the mountains by any means. And it was most definitely not Crash Zone iconic by any means. So if I had to place this somewhere, I think it's just kind of boring. I think the dunes are just there. D for me, I'm gonna put it bottom of C. I am gonna put it bottom of C. I think the dunes is there if you want it to be there. I think if you go, you have the chance at the Reaper scare, but it is so open it doesn't really do much. I don't think it's necessarily below the bulb zone or the underwater islands by any means. I think the dunes, the crater specifically, has some merit to going there for obvious reasons. D for dunes, D for dunes. But it is a pretty boring place. It does have the suit for lava zone. Everything you can get in the dunes, you can get in other biomes in Rex. There was pretty much no reason to go to the dunes, other than the fear factor. But even then, the fear factor isn't done all too much. The part of the dunes that is talked about most is a line from Pediata. It is a line from Pediata. It is your whatever that what I forget. I can't even remember what the thing is. You can get that suit elsewhere. I'm pretty sure you can. Let me double check that. Suit for lava zone Subnautica locations. Let me double check that. I could be wrong, but I don't think Rex within the bulb zone. Yeah, it is located in Rex within the bulb zone. So the one I'm familiar with people going to. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't wrong. Is the bulb zone. That's where I believe people had gone. So it appears you can get it from the bulb zone. Same deal, you can get to the bulb zone through the mushroom forest. There's pretty much no reason to go to the dunes whatsoever, though. I think what the dunes tries to do is be the scariest biome, and I think it fails at that. I think the mountains is like the hidden gem of terror when it comes to that kind of side of biome. But the dunes, it doesn't give you the resources that really justify going there, other than one little cuttlefish, which is in the crater, so I'll put it towards the top. But hey, the dunes are just, it could be D for dunes, but I do think it's still a little bit better than the rest. It is just a biome that is there. It's not necessarily a bad biome, if that makes sense. Mountains are so good. I love the mountains. A lot of people hate the mountains for obvious reasons. I love the mountains. I think the dunes is the worst mountains. I think if you literally flattened the mountains, it would be the dunes and it would be boring. The layout helps a lot when it comes to the hunting ground of the Reaper Leviathan, and the dunes does not help him in any way, shape, or form. So, dunes is a fast one. Some people might not agree with that. I'm surprised you guys all do. I think you guys mostly voted D and C. But hey, the dunes are the dunes. Let it be what it is. Sparse Reef. Toss it on up here. We'll start putting in an F to start so it stands out a little bit. Sparse Reef. I believe it just is literally Sparse Reef, right? Yes, it is. Okay, we are on the far side of the map as far as I'm aware, right? Far side of the map as far as I'm aware. Let me, You got a reef back. Honestly, yo, what's up, Crispy Chicken Wing? Welcome on in. Hope you're well, brother. I'm doing fantastic. Hope you're doing good as well, my friend. Hope you're doing good as well. All right. Sparse Reef got to be C or even B. I don't really remember much about this place. I'm being honest with you. And usually when that's the case, it kind of gives off the vibe that it's just there. The resources, maybe it has to, in all fairness, to play devil's advocate, it has been a while since I played my playthrough. I've seen other people play, but not everybody really comes around here. It seems kind of like it's just here, but it doesn't seem, even just looking at this as now, it doesn't seem like there's not a reason to go here. This might be another one of those tools, and for the most part, it seems pretty safe. It's put on the day, put on fog. For the most part, it seems pretty safe so far. You've got a reef back right there. You've got a couple, oh, I do remember this place. I think, okay, so my bias is Gel Sacks, Ruby Fragments, Calm. Yeah, my bias is when I got here, it was pretty late in my playthrough. You got your Lost River access over here, all towards that far side. It was pretty late in my playthrough. Whoops. Boom, put there. Yeah, when I got over here, it was pretty late in my playthrough, so most of these things are really not what I needed. So, actually, this is where I'm going to rely on you guys. What is in the sparse reefs that is worth being here? It looks decent in some areas. It really does look decent in some areas. You got gel sacks, pretty good. Gel sacks, pretty good. Rubies, pretty good. Quartz, I mean, quartz of quartz. Lots of rubies, actually. Lots of rubies. Oh, okay, this is, I have a better understanding. Yeah, lots of rubies here. Lots of gel sacks. This is your gel sack ruby location. Little wreckage. NBD. Huh. Doesn't seem like a bad location, by any means. Good resources, no risk. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a bad because these are like the late game stuff that you'd kind of want. Or later game stuff. Not exactly late, but later game stuff that you'd want. It does seem like no risk. And like we talked about, just how we talked about how the danger aspect of Subnautica is a really big deal, the safety aspect of Subnautica is also a really big deal. So if you can go somewhere and get everything given to you, and then still feel safe while doing it, I think that's a pretty good tool. However, if we're having to compare it to the other tools on the list, the Grassy Plateau is high B because it is such a good tool, even though it's not really a special biome in itself. It is such a good tool that it's like you're pretty much compelled to go there in every playthrough, right? It has everything that you need to let the rest of Subnautica, to let all the S's and A's really do their thing. So if you're talking about Sparse Reef being a good tool, I would say, honestly, I would put it low B. Either low B or C, because I didn't really come here at all for the resources, but I might have felt safer doing so. It might have been smarter for me to do so. This would be the equivalent of going to the dunes for the stuff that you can get in the bulb zone. Like, you're going to the more dangerous area, you are getting your thing, it can be done quicker, but you probably didn't need to do that. Everything in the Sparse Reef, I probably could have gotten safer, but I usually went to the Grand Reef for that as well. Pole says B. I think I would put it low B. It would definitely be, depending on what else we can put towards B, it could be C. It is, for me personally, in my playthrough, it was a biome that was just there. But I see the value in it early game, considering what it gives you and the fact that it's really not that deep. So I will be willing to put it B. I'd be willing to see the value in it, even though I didn't get it in my playthrough. Didn't this last pod give you the ultra high capacity data box? I don't believe so, did it? That's pretty important. If it did, I don't remember it, which is why I'm saying, like, it's definitely would be, if it did, I don't remember, it'd definitely be like a low B tier for me, because it's just kind of there. You know, ultra high is nice. Ultra high is very nice. But that's what puts it at B. If that is the case, well, let's put it this way. If that is the case, which I believe you to be right, I'm not saying you're wrong by any means. If that is the case, that would solidify its place in B over C. If it truly is the tool that we're saying it is, then I would say B is where it belongs. Below the crash zone, because it is kind of a forgotten area, but I'll leave it bottom of B. Leave it bottom of B for sure. It is probably one of those hidden gems. So, you know. And it's LifePod 19, which is here. Okay, valid. We leave it at B then. We keep it out of C specifically for its value in a playthrough. Low B for sure then, bet. All right. Next, we got the C Treader's Path. Oh, the Grand Reef. Grand Reef Smokers, Deep Grand Reef. And the Blood Kelp North. Is that part of the Deep Grand Reef as well, right? This is part of the Deep Grand Reef, is it not? All of these? All of these? Grand Reef. Just put the Grand Reef up first. It's actually, let's tier this over here. Look at your map critter. Duh, true. Yeah, but so you have it as just the Grand Reef. But that's all of these. That's what I'm saying. It's all of these together, right? Deep Grand Reef North is here, right? Here. Why is this map flip this way? Isn't this south? West was here. North, east, south. Oh, north is here. Duh. Obviously the north part of the Grand Reef. There are two blood kelp. Donde está el blood kelp? Oh, shit. But this is the... Okay, and see, this is why I need a little bit of a refresher. Blood Club is present at 2 parts. Okay, we will take that off then. Oops. We will take that off. Blood Kelp North. Blood Kelp South. Okay, those are its own thing. Okay, we've got the Grand Reef, Sea, Treader's Path, Grand Reef Smokers, Deep Grand Reef. We're actually right next to Grand Reef as far as I'm aware, right? As far as I'm aware. Did I not type that right? You just make infinite sea moss, you can. It should be over here, right? Am I tripping? Sir, shut up. Actually, why didn't I just do this? Duh. Oh. Maybe a little bit too deep. Maybe a little bit too deep. Should you go to the live pod and make yourself a compass? Probably. That would help out a lot, huh? Can I just do this? Item, compass. Yeah. Oh, it's just on, right? Yeah, sweet. Where the fuck's the sea moth go? There we go. That works too. I knew a command before Mortem did. I'm the best. Scans now show extensive cave networks below the surface in this area, accompanied by unusual energy signatures. This is another wow moment for me, honestly. I don't think it's the most wow moment by any means, but the Grand Reef is kind of nutty, isn't it? We're in the Deep Grand right now. Let's go up a little bit. Let's go up a little bit. So south towards this area. That's towards the edge. Deep Grand Reef has a base in it. Yes, the Deep Grand Reef has a base in it. So we're going south. Here's our ghosty boy. Hey, bud. I'm not scared of you. I'm in creative mode, idiot. Is this where... I would imagine this is where most people see their first ghost Leviathan in the wild. I saw mine in the ecological dead zone, which is a whole nother topic. But this thing swimming around here, it does glow quite a bit. Your first crab squids here. I think the thing with Subnautica biomes, the reason that a lot of them will fall into the B tier for me is because they are specifically made to do one job and one job only, because that's part of the progression of the game, right? You can't have one biome give everything all too much all the time, especially resource-wise. I think the Grand Reef is just kind of a resource area, but also just a bypassing area. It is a very wow moment when you see like how beautiful it can really get. But for the most part, I think the people think about the Ghost Leviathan here more often than not, and they think about the resources as well. When you get deeper is when it really starts changing, because you get these guys right here. What is up, my dude? How are you doing? Welcome to my world. Let me go ahead and do this real quick. That's payback, bitch, for all the times you ever fucked me over. Yeah, you remember when you destroyed my sea moth? Idiot! Stupid! Now this is... Now this is an ecosystem. Is just crazy, I know. This is an ecosystem. Crazy for me to point that out. Who could have seen me sweating? It's a very big ecosystem. The Grand Reef is in fact grand. It lives up to its name. And it is extensive and long, as the PDA suggests. There are caves everywhere. There's a lot of exploring to do here. But I think a lot of it is actually just kind of open and barren. You know, there are good resources for sure. But this seems expanded for the sake of fitting the name, rather than expanded and filled with things that are, you know, truly worth the area.
Gotta be just for the aesthetics, but also for the ghost and the crab squid.
I think you're right. And again, that sticks to my talk about a lot of Subnautica biomes being naturally B rank, because they want to make them for a purpose. They want to make this biome good in a specific area and not give you too much of other stuff. This is your first big introduction into the Ghost Leviathan most of the time, because you'll usually see this where you get to Lost River. You see the crab squids. You see your other friends that are over here that are you know, just before getting down into like the nitty gritty of the rest of the story, it's a very peaceful area. It's a very peaceful area. I think, yo, somebody thank you for 100 bits. Noof, thank you for 50 bits as well. The atmosphere is very important for a game like Subnautica. Absolutely. Atmosphere for an ocean game, I would say, is everything. Location, again, why the reason I rated the mountains, it determines how you feel when it comes to a game like this. They give you some peace, some tranquility, some very alien ocean vibes here, and I think it's good. I think it is the epitome of what a B tier system is, though. I think the Grand Reef, personally, I need to stop saying that, I guess. Did I miss any poll? You could just poll for Grand Reef. Maybe they did it already. Poll ended. What did you guys vote? What did you guys vote? I'm curious. I'm curious to see what you guys voted. I think you guys would probably put this B. We only had 2 people voting, chat. We only had 2 people voting. It's not even voting right now. Location to ocean. No, we don't. I mean, we don't even. Do you guys still want to do the whatchamacallits? What's good? What's up, Shine? Welcome. I mean, I'm not saying to take it away, but if you guys don't want it, we have 2 people voting, but still, being chose the knife, so I can't vote easily. That's fine. If you're Bioshock, I haven't played Bioshock. I do want to play it in the future. Location. So also make a part 2 way. It's also why. Yo, a not real person in real life. In life. A not real person in life. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Chili with a knife is crazy. Why are we doing that for? That's also why they... It's also... Wait, what? Holy fuck. I'm reading this so wrong. That's why I also hope they make a good part of Subnautica 2, a nice cozy atmosphere, not just open space. I think... I would agree with you. I would actually agree with you. Because my favorite part about the Grand Reef is... When you look up and you look down, there's shit. It is the opposite of the grassy plateaus where it's just a floor and open space above you. Although I think the grassy plateaus are good at introducing you to like what the open space are. Again, we're in an ocean. We know that's going to be the case. The Grand Reef has the cave systems. It has the Ghost Leviathan. Has the sea treaders. You know. And it has good resources. I think it is the epitome of what it means to be a B tier biome. It is not quite A. Not quite A because it's not the most abundant thing. But I do think it has some specialties to it that make it the perfect biome for showing you the expansive parts of what an area can really be. You know. Grand Reef is A/B. It's a nice place to explore. I think it's peaceful. I think this is the beauty side of the ocean, right? I think this is the beauty. I don't think there's too much danger here, so there's nothing to worry about that. I think the Grand Reef. I'm gonna put it top of A. We're gonna organize this in a little bit better. High B for sure. Then I would say high B. My Grand Reef for me was kind of that. There is like I said. There is a little bit of danger. There is a lot of beauty. But the best part about the Grand Reef is there is actually a lot of it. You know what I mean? There isn't just open space and a floor and you call it a biome. They actually attempted to fill this biome to make it feel like when you're here, you are in an ecosystem that is meant to be more than just open ocean. And I think that's cool. I'm super down with that. I do really like the sea treaders. I'm going to put them actually towards the top. That ghost is kind of hanging out. Oh, sea treaders, deep Grand Reef. I do like the sea treaders path. The smokers are just that's kind of where the ghost is at. But you know, ghost, it's a little ghosty. It's a little baby ghosty. So it is what it is. The Grand Reef in itself, though, is I think again the epitome of what it means to be a B tier ecosystem. It is very full, is luscious, has good resources. It is peaceful at times. It is dangerous at times. It is Subnautica, but it is not the best parts of Subnautica put into one place. It is ideal parts. Make sense? It's not a baby ghosty, it's a terrifying ghosty. It did scare the shit out of me. I wonder, do I still have my old Subnautica stuff? Hold on. Hold up. I don't know which one this is. That's the Reaper montage. That's the Reaper montage. Geronimo, I guess. That's the... What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? Speaking of the Grand Reef, put them up. All 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But I also love Subnautica as well. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Sir, please fuck. So the next time you think about asking a squid, a little crab squid, what they're gonna do about it, they're gonna blow up your sea moth. Remember to turn off those lights. I don't think I actually have the... I have the Reaper montage. I don't think I actually have the part where the Ghost Leviathan scared me. I did have a jump scare from that Ghost Leviathan. I don't have it, I don't think. It was so funny that the same thing happened to Johnson. I was trying to get you guys to quit telling him about the sea moth because I wanted to see it explode so much. Oh my, it was so funny. I was like, nah, you're good, bro. Just keep doing you. Don't even worry about none of that. You guys were like, turn off the lights, turn off the lights. Fuck that. That was one of my best clips. That's got like hundreds of thousands of views on TikTok. It's one of my best clips. Imagine the crab squid being in our ocean's manka. Yeah, that's a no. I mean, I'm not going in the ocean anyways. So, from all the games I've played, Subnautica is the one that genuinely scares the life out of me. What do you think about the mountains? What do you think about the mountains? Power, PWR. What do you think about the mountains specifically? Good or bad? The smoker is a scanner room location for me because thermal power, my beloved. Yeah, like I say, I think you should reaction video on Dan Bull's other Minecraft raps, permabanned. I think that goes back to what I was saying with the Grand Reef, where it has a little bit of everything. There's a little bit of everything around here that you can kind of pull from, and that's cool. That's the epitome of B. You know, not quite the greatest things that you have to offer, but it's a lot of good, and I'll take that. We got Blood Kelp North, Blood Kelp South. Pull them on up. Let's go check them out. Let's go check them out. It's a long video, chat. It's gonna be like a 2-hour video. Is it literally just blood kelp? It is. Biome blood kelp. Teleport. So this is like, it's kind of like the stuff of nightmares, you know? I'm playing BZ right now just to go through the games before Subnautica 2. And like, I built a house where Chelicurt spawns. Scared the hell out of it. I built the house where Chelicurt spawns. Oh, you're talking about like the ecological dead zone type of base where you can do a Chelicurt like viewing party essentially. Blood kelp is just a nightmare for people who are scared of the ocean. Blood kelp is bad for me personally. It's nice, but whatever. The mountain region is sick, can't lie. It's definitely, I like definitely Esther. I love the mountain region, you know? Speaking of fear, the blood kelp instilled some fear in me. It really did scare the shit out of me when I first got here. Look at the water. Look at this. Take a look at this and tell me you don't fear fear in your little fucking butt right now. You gotta be a sociopath to think this place isn't scary. However, fire music. Everybody shut up. We're gonna do an OST ranking for this one. Hole is clenched. This is terrifying. This place is actually terrifying. The water is very dark. Yeah. The water is very dark. I think it is terrifying, but it doesn't deliver on the fear other than specifically the ocean fear. Whereas the mountains absolutely deliver. I think this ends up becoming more of a peaceful moment than anything else. So let's do one thing. Do this and do this. Really cool area. Actually a really cool area, you know? It's got a couple things to offer, but what else? You know, what are we really getting out of this, you know? We've got blood kelp, sure. How much of that do we really need? Once you get the blood kelp here once, what do, chat? You go back to your base, you plant that shit, call it a day. That boy getting it. That boy getting it. Ooh, 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 ooh. I really think it's kind of an empty biome. I don't think it's just there by any... this might be C. Like, people with thalassophobia, yeah, I understand. I have thalassophobia. Seeing this shit makes me fucking nervous. But you don't really... You're just kind of passing through. You're kind of passing through. I think it does have a bit of initial fear, but after a while, you're just kind of done with it. I believe that goes for the north and the south, where, yeah, I don't think it's necessarily ugly by any means. I actually think it's really cool looking, but it doesn't deliver on what I think it was trying to do, which is scare you. And after a while, after the first time being through here, you're just, it is what it is. You know? That's the one thing I don't have, but you realize that nothing else happens here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's my main point is you'll see how dark it is and you are scared, but after seeing how dark it was, coming through here just one time, maybe 2 times, I was kind of like, oh, there's really nothing to worry about. And ultimately, it fails to make you really scared anytime you're there. Whereas the mountains, even to this day, I'm scared. I keep bringing that up. But as S tier fear for me, and this is, this is to me, C tier fear. I think it's just an area that's there. Both blood kelps. The ghost is here, actually. When I first was here, it was terrifying. I think so as well. The ghost is here in the blood kelp north. Have I not been to blood kelp north? I might not have been here before. Am I in the north? I have no idea where I'm at. Mid-sea? Let's get rid of this. Oh, day. Up we go. Which one am I at? Do you guys know which one I'm at, by the way? Any chance? There's gonna be a bunch of sea moss everywhere at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5? Mid-sea, because at least you get an import. Yeah, it's just it's a pass-by place, I would say. I can't even see where I'm at. I want to see the ghost that is. This is near Floating Island. So the other one was up top then, right? So this is near Floating Island, so then this one down here as well. By one of the signals. Does it show you the coordinates? I would like to see the coordinates. Top is by Gun Island, yeah. Bottom is by Floating Island, top is by Gun Island. How do I get to over there, though? Mortem gotta know, right? He's kind of in and out. He's also on mobile, so. Harvesting nodes, shell outcrop. Points of interest, destroyed life pod, blood kelp sanctuary, large wreck. Blood kelp north is terrifying. I do want to see it. I do want to see the blood kelp north. I think I'm in the south, right? I have to be in the south. This is a tiny one. This is a tiny one. So if I go straight north from here, I'll see it, or what? I have to be in the south. If I go straight north, I'll probably see it. You can tap in your current coords to map. Well, I'm trying to figure out where the actual... So my current coords are right here. I forgot the F1 works. Negative 1,000. Negative 144. Negative 441. I don't know what to do with that information. Exploring the blood kelp zone. I want to... Mortem, are you there? I'm so useless without you. How do I put a coordinate? Can I just grab this? It doesn't... Oh, it does. Let me grab it. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. I figured it out. We're good. We're good. Don't even worry. Negative 732. Negative 1103. Negative 732. 0. What did I say it was? Fuck. 103. 1103. Boom. We're good. We are good. I'm scared for my life right now. That's okay. Mushroom Forest? We should be right here, right? Yeah, Mushroom Forest right here. I'm right. We're pretty much right here. Alright, we're gonna go down there. Item, sea moth. Put that off. Let's put off the fog as well. Let's get into this place exactly how it's probably meant to be. You'll be fine. Always fine. What accord is height? Yeah. Oh, this is the other entrance into the Lost River, is it not? Or am I missing something here? This is pretty serene. Not quite as dark as the other one, though. Let's do the day. Fog on. There's a lot of little nooks and crannies. Is there much else besides the blood kelp? There's our ghosty boy. There's our ghosty boy. Wow. We got floating islands here nearby. Yeah, you've got floating islands, you've got stuff connecting over. This is beautiful. See, like the same thing? Oh, Ghost is here, I guess? I think it's a little more expansive. But it does seem still empty. You've got a live pod here. You got crab squid, and this is your other entrance. And this is your other entrance, right? Or am I missing something here? I think the ghost actually knocks it up a bit, but I don't know if it can really escape sea. It's not as dark as the other one, but like the other scary thing is ghost crabs and squid. Yeah, the ghost and crab squids are your epitome up here. Ghost sits up to high sea, low B, but southern blood kelp, mid sea for sure. I think the other one is, yeah, I would say bottom sea, honestly. I don't, mid sea. It's better than the floating islands. Let's do this real quick. We'll do one thing real quick. We'll go over here. Blood kelp south. I think I would put it, I think I'll put it just below bulb zone. I'll put it below. The bulb zone I think has cooler creatures around it. The crab squids are cool and whatnot. The blood kelp north. Would I put it above the dunes though? Maybe the dunes goes to B? No, the dunes actually, I just genuinely can't see the dunes escaping C. I can't, I think the dunes fails at what it's trying to do. I can't put it up at B and let it escape the C. So I would put the blood kelp north almost like, I would say the blood kelp north is just below the dunes. I think they both accomplish the same thing. They try to set up this area where even though there is an iconic creature, maybe the ghost isn't as iconic as the Reaper, there was just an area that is, for lack of a better way of explaining it, misused, you know? You're trying to set up this creepy, scary place where you can get killed by this big bad monster, and not really. You're just not really worried about it. It's super easy to avoid. Very open area for the most part. It's a little more of an actual ecosystem. The south one is definitely it just exists for sure. Definitely bottom of sea. But this one at least attempts to be more full. Does it quite get there? Yeah, but it is still just here. It is still just here. You've got a good entrance, but it's definitely not above the dunes. So, hi, Mr. Ghosty. Thank you for being okay with top of sea. I do appreciate you. It does have some pretty cool spots to it. But even being C in Subnautica is not a bad thing. I think even being C in Subnautica is not a bad thing. I don't necessarily think that anything on this list is really bad until it goes to F. So we'll see when we get there. The rest of it, at the very least, you can find one little bit glimpse of hope for somebody liking it out there. The rest of the stuff, though, the cave systems and all that stuff, I think it's an attempt. I think it's a good attempt. I think it's definitely a good attempt, but it is something that falls short, in my opinion. Subnautica is a beautiful game to be fair. Exactly. And when your S tiers are so high up there with how cool they are, the rest, it kind of makes it hard for them to keep up. So, you know, can only do so much. All right, what do we got next? What did that poll even end up as? I'm curious. I'm sure you guys all thought C as well, right? A, B, C. Who put A? Who put A for that? I'm assuming that was for Blood Kelp North, right? Hard to match, exactly. South had Ghosty. I'd place it high C, low B. I think if the South one had the Ghosty, I would place it above the North, but still below the dunes. At the very least, combining the dark water that the South has with the Ghost would probably be a little more fitting. A is crazy, not gonna lie. I mean, I think it is really pretty, but again, it just doesn't match up to the rest of the A's that we have here. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? All right, we go to the next one. The Lost River. Boom. I absolutely love everything about the Lost River. There are so many parts to it, as you can see. I completely cannot and will not put this below pretty much anything. I don't think I can see this below anything else in the game. The first time I stumbled into the Lost River absolutely blew my mind. And like we mentioned with the Gun Island, it just blows the game wide open for ways you never even considered before. This is now no longer you just trying to survive and seeing what else is out there. This is some stuff that is blowing your mind back to back to back to back. I know we have a lot of stuff left on this list, but this is by far, to me, the most memorable moment. Because not only when I went to the Grand Reef, I didn't even see the actual habitat there that you're supposed to go get a bunch of important stuff for. I just stumbled into the Lost River on accident. I just stumbled into the Lost River on complete accident. And boom. Just boom. Blew my mind. And then it just kept going. This is the positive equivalent of like watching a car wreck happen and a bunch of cars keep joining the pileup. This is a 13 car pileup, and it is if you're in a Transformers movie, then boom, this is everything you've ever wanted. It is the craziest explosions ever. It is awesome. It is awe. And then you get to end it all with the Lost River Cove tree. My absolute favorite part of Subnautica was stumbling into this shit right here. The S tier for this, I kind of want to go above S tier for just that one. Why? They just put shiny tree in front of you, critter. It's not that deep. There's so much there. There's so much there. Everything you could ever want. Alien technology, giant skeletons, lore, cool trees, cool gas stuff, cool ways to go through that. A ghost Leviathan. Like, this is Subnautica. This is Subnautica. It changes your entire biome multiple times. And again, I think I lucked out stumbling into it. I'm so glad this is one of those things I was not spoiled on at all. But turning every corner in that cave was an adventure. That was probably my favorite stream. It's somewhere you're constantly going back to. Dude, holy hell. Holy hell do I love the Lost River. Holy hell do I do. It's beautiful through and through. When you're talking about the canyon, when you're talking about the skeletons, the forest in and of itself, and then all the cool creatures that are around there as well. Give me more. Take what the Lost River is, put it into a little serum, and inject it straight to my bloodstream. I need it. Am I wrong to think of the deep crater edge void and the high up deep blue void as diff things? I think I'm going to... Actually... No. We'll get there when we get there. Two experiences, feelings. Yeah, I do see what you're talking about. We'll get there when we get there. We'll get there right now. What happened? Audibly gasped with F. Who said F? Oh, I thought you were placing on F tier, and I was like, what? He audibly gasped thinking when you were putting it in F? No. I put them there at the beginning because we don't have anything in F so far. We really don't have anything in F so far. So most of the poll, wait, what is it? What did the poll say? I wish there was an easy way to see this stuff. View results. S tier, everybody says S. Lost River is, when I found the Lost River and the Lost River was no longer the Lost River, it was a found river, it was boom, immediately to the top. There wasn't even a need for the rest of this stuff to happen for me to enjoy it that much. The oozing gas out of the waterfalls of the sides, the color change, the cool creatures that are there, your big skeletons, your cool tree, I don't need to say it. I know I love talking about this place. I don't need to say it. It is the best biome in all of Subnautica through and through. Last Zipper 007, welcome to Stream Day the Follow. The first time you see the Cove Tree was like, dude, the first time you see the Cove Tree, it is such a change in the pacing. Because think about where the Cove Tree is, what the rest of the Lost River looks like, and then what's past the Cove Tree. It is whiplash. In the best way possible, it is a whiplash. It's like, hey, by the way, there's also this. And then there's also this. Oh, and then look where you're going. Thank you. Thank you for all the resources. Thank you for whoever thought of this idea. Thank you for the excitement that I got to feel seeing the Lost River. This was the moment I realized Subnautica was going to be one of my favorite games of all time. Absolutely was. Absolutely was. I don't remember my first reaction to the Cove Tree because it's been so long. I'm glad that I got to play this, just experiencing it with you guys, because it really is just such a good game. I'm doing my first tier. This game is so good. I'm doing my first ever tier list for this. You know, I'm glad I got to experience these moments with you guys, especially the Lost River stuff, because wow. I played Subnautica since 2018, 2019. I just played my playthrough last year. I did Below Zero. We finished it this year. But I did my playthrough last year, so this is pretty fresh in my mind for the most part. It immediately got ruined when I hit lava. It made the Lost River feel kind of okay at that point to me, and then it immediately got ruined when I hit lava. Yeah, there's a lot of progression towards that last part of it. And as we mentioned, the Lost River leads up to one specific thing. That's your lava zone corridor. And ultimately, there are two things here. In this lava zone that are the big changes of how the game is operating. And I guess we can make it three. The lava in and of itself, the biome in and of itself, is dangerous, but it's empty. You have the sea dragon, and you have alien technology. You have some warpers. Nothing crazy that you haven't seen before. The sea dragon is the one big thing that is like the wow factor, right? The wow factor besides the alien base. The alien base is still a big wow factor as well. But the sea dragon, even for being such a late game thing, is not as iconic as the Reaper. You know what I mean? First lava zone is D for sure. I would say, the second you get into the lava zone, it's pretty whatever. And then you get to see the sea dragon, and all of a sudden, I think the sea dragon by itself, the lava castle outside, lava castle inside, I think the sea dragon by itself is enough to warrant that little area towards its B. But I think the most of what the lava zone has to offer it's kind of just an obstacle in the way. I would put it above the dunes. I think it's definitely a more memorable moment. It's something you have to go to. And the first time you see it, it does blow your mind. But I don't think there's really a whole lot there. If it's not a sea dragon, the lava zone is kind of boring. It would have been very scary if he was a bit faster. If the sea dragon actually gave a fuck about you, I would probably put the ranking a little bit higher. I will put it above the crash zones. It's a lot. Which one? Wait, what are the sides? What are the ones with the sea dragons? Just because the lava lakes is where the primary containment is. That is the big one, right? Lava lakes, yes, lava lakes. I was thinking the lava castle inside and outside. I think if the lava zone does not have a sea dragon in it, it's forgettable so easily, and it's just kind of there. It's open space to get lost in. A bit of a time sink, if I do say so myself. I think the reason they make it so big is because it is towards the end of the game, and they want you to kind of maneuver through this, take your time a little bit, whatever else like that. I would actually put it specifically because I'm going to put it above the grassy plateaus. I think it's a lot more memorable. I think being a tool to experience the game is not as good as actually experiencing the game. The lava zone has some pretty high highs, and some pretty low lows. So the sea dragon, if it actually gave a fuck about you, would be better in my opinion. But it usually just roams around, and it's got the slowest turn radius ever. It's not as iconic, but it is still a memorable thing, something to scream at. But for the most part, I think the rest of the space falls short. You got about 10%. Maybe we'll say you got about 20% of the lava zone, which is very enticing. It pulls you in. It makes you really immersed into what's happening. And the rest is just, you never got to go there again. How many of you after you got your lithium, you saw the sea dragon up top, and you went into the alien base. How many of you went back into the lava zone? Just out of curiosity. Because I never touched it again. I used that alien base, and I teleported back and forth, and I never touched the rest of the lava zone again. There was no need to. I had all the kyanite I needed. I'd seen a sea dragon. It's a one and done. It's a one and done, but it is pretty memorable. Just never again, pretty much. I would say that's probably what it is. What did you do there when you went, Zandru? It was just too much to go through. Yeah, it's a lot of space. It's not worth the travel. The resources there, usually you would pick them up once you enter. But after that, I mean, you got the alien teleporters now, you know? Remaining to do the trip because my Cyclops blew up. Okay, that's different. That's different. That's like, that's a bit different because, you know, you essentially, that's the same thing as doing like my roguelike of God of War. Like I had to do the same area over and over because I kept dying, you know? So it's like, but once you get past that, it's a bit different. First few times I didn't actually use the portals. I had also made a base in one of my saves in the pit and lava zone. Really? You didn't use the portals? Interesting. I guess if you make a base there, it's pretty cool. It's just kind of a cool atmosphere to have a base in. But the atmosphere, again, it's equivalent of being in the bulb zone for me, where you are in an atmosphere, you're in a base area super far from everything else. When you want to go to the grocery store, it's a 30-minute drive. When you want to go talk to your neighbor, it's a 15-minute drive. You know, it's a cool place to be. You would really like your house. It's nice and shiny, but you gotta go pretty far to get to the places that you actually need to be, you know? Boy, he gave a fuck about me. The second I saw him, he locked eyes. The sea dragon does aggro you, yes, but he doesn't chase you like a Reaper would. You know what I mean? That's my big difference. By the time you reach the lava zone, you have so much experience in the game, but you get used to it. Yeah, I would say your one big concern is the warpers, which is kind of the difference. I think in the lava lakes, you are concerned about the sea dragon, but the warpers are the ones you actually should be worrying about. As much as the sea dragon is the big spectacle, it's the big firework in the sky. The sea dragon is a mugger. Oh, sorry. The warper is a mugger right next to you as you're watching that firework, trying to steal your wallet. You know what I mean? Like that's the one you gotta really be concerned about. Like really big firework. Oh wow, it's crazy. And then this guy's got a knife at your throat. So it's like, we got bigger priorities here. He's not need to close aggro with the arty attack. Yeah, but it's only depending on which way he's facing as well. So the second you're behind him, you're safe. You know, he's not going to flip around because of the turn radius like a Reaper would. I don't ever think I got behind a Reaper and thought, wow, now I'm good. You know, now I'm safe. It is what it is, though. You guys say C or D. I think it's a split between the two. Inactive lava zone corridor. Let's drop that down to D. I'll drop that down to D. The lava zone's obviously massive. Lava pit, I think, is a pretty cool moment, but it is just there. Again, all of these places are like they're memorable because it is your one time going through, but it is just an experience. The D is more like you just really don't want to be there, not because you're scared or you think you're gonna die, but it's just because it's a nuisance to be in. I think these areas are worth being in, but you're not really remembering them. They're just there. I appreciate you, Secker. Thank you. They do have a faster one when they want to. Really, the fact that I haven't seen it is probably like that's my own personal bias, but that's what I would see. That's what I would assume of that. Oh my goodness, we have our last Subnautica 1, which also translates over to below zero in a way. Biome, the void. Now, the void for me. Thalassophobia up the wazoo. I posted a TikTok. Actually, I'm curious. Let's see how long was that TikTok. It is one of my best TikToks I've ever posted. Let's check it out. Entering an ecological dead zone. It is. So. Okay, there it is. So I posted an ecological dead zone TikTok. It was a minute and a half. My entire experience in the void was probably about 10 minutes. I had to cut down and edit because I actually was so scared. I was so scared to go through any of that. The first time you see in a gold... I just burped. Let me drink real quick. Void Monka, fuck the void. Pulp. Only because I'm terrified of the void. Johnson surviving the deep depths of the void was... It's actually crazy. He had 3 ghost leviathans around him. And he was just gone. The void is the void. As iconic as the Reaper Leviathan is, the void is the reverse of that. And by that, I mean the Reaper is specifically a creature that is designed to be memorable, iconic, and horrifying. The Void is an area meant to be memorable, iconic, and horrifying, also with some lore. So you take the Void here, and it carries just as much weight as many things around here. While I think the mountains has a good combination of everything that you'd want to see in a biome that's meant to terrify you, the Void is the epitome of that. So I'd put it under the mountain island. It has lore behind it. There's some extensive. What is the word I'm looking for? There is some story behind how the crater works and the world's edge and why the ghosts are the way they are and how big they are. And I think it's pretty cool. But I'm going to put it on the lower side of S, but above the mountains. Because if the reason I respect the mountains so much is because of how well an iconic creature like the Leviathan, like the Reaper Leviathan, can utilize that area, along with his resources and whatever else. I think the Void is just, I'm telling you, I streamed on TikTok for a lot of these Subnautica playthroughs. The amount of times I had people coming through and saying, go to the Void, go to the Void. Have you been to the Void? Go to the Void, go to the Void, go to the Void. Have you been to the Void? Have you been to the Void? Have you go? Void. It is, as much as it annoys me sometimes, it is one of the bigger parts of Subnautica. There's a lot of S tier in here, right? Well, I guess it's 4 different things. It's Lost River, Mountain Island, Void, Mountains, Jellyshroom Cave. That is just so iconic. I think the mountains are held back by how uniconic they are, if that makes sense. They're kind of just plastered over. The reason the mountains would be below the Void is specifically because you don't have to go there, as I've mentioned. As perfect as a place of it is for fear, it is not the Void. You don't have to go to the Void either, I know that. But again, on that word we keep using over and over again, iconic, it's just the Void, the Reaper Leviathan, and then like the Lost River and the gun. Like everything we have here, at least according to like most of the Subnautica community, would agree that these things just kind of are what makes Subnautica, you know? This is literally why I consider Subnautica such a crazy good game, because like every game does like Map's Edge in a way, but never as iconic. I think so as well. I think it took, the best part about the Void is it took a much needed game like barrier and got creative with it. So what more can you ask for? When typically a world like this can just put up a barrier or maybe even surround it by walls and mountains and say like, hey, you're in this giant ocean area, but it's like walls on the side. The Void itself is able to not only implement a needed game mechanic, but it implements lore for it as well, a terrifying creature, and it utilizes what makes Subnautica. Being in the ocean, terrified, just swimming for your life. Whether you're at the drop or you're at the very top, I think it's the same. I think it's the same feel overall. After you get past the initial realization of what's going on. So, for instance, what I mean by that is if you're passing through the Void where it initiates the voice line, you whether at the top or the bottom, you are gonna feel fear, maybe for a different reason. But then once you get past a certain point. Once you get away from that edge at the bottom or the top, I think it still becomes the same. Because part of the ocean is not just what's around you, it's what's below you as well. When you're at the top, when you're at the tippy top of the Void and you can't see below you, I think it's still a very scary feeling, just as much as being surrounded by water on all sides. And the main thing is the emptiness. The lights ray up top scare me so much. The light rays up top scare me so much, it's eerie. Oh, you're talking about when you can see it from the very top, like shooting through the water. The pitch black is just awful. I think the embodiment of what it's trying to do is done whether at the top or the bottom, and that's also why it's so perfect. It's the thalassophobia to the max that it could possibly be, other than actually being in the ocean, you know? If you can't see the bottom, it's a different kind of fear. Yeah, the point, I guess, that I'm trying to make is whether you leave into the dead zone from up top at the surface or at the very bottom at the crater's edge, you're eventually going to get into a territory where whatever is below you, or I guess above you in the lower part, is going to make you scared no matter what. You know, the thalassophobia is going to kick in, even for people who have never really been afraid of the ocean at all. The noises you hear, the dead emptiness. I think one of the worst parts about being up top is how blue it was. I have a base in the void and creative. It's such a bad feeling to go to it. Yeah, I was scared of the crater's edge and how dark it was, but I was even more scared of being at the top and how blue it was. It was just, it was just empty space. It was a void, as you could tell by the name, and it hit that thalassophobia little, I don't know, it hit the thalassophobia nail on the head as good as a game it probably ever could. I don't think anything matches the void when it comes to an ocean game and the fear that I felt in that moment. Trying to see how far some way direction I could swim, and then boom, fear throughout my entire body. I was shaking. My heart rate got to like 120 just swimming there. It is super iconic. Maybe it's not as extensive as what I think the mountains are, but it is definitely more of a memorable moment. I'm sad the observatory is a separate biome in terms of the game, so I'd never see the ghosties. What do you mean? Observatory, as in like the area that you would build out of the void to go, see all that stuff. I'm not scared of the open ocean, but that scared me. I do not have thalassophobia, but I still get terrified of it. Yeah, I think the void is genuinely a place where most people would at least feel some sort of anxiety, because you know something's out to get you. You do know something's out to get you. So I would keep it S tier. As far as memorable moments go, although the mountains I think is obviously the better biome, the void is the more memorable moment. It is the more Subnautica moment, and that's kind of what this is. Is like how much of what is Subnautica trying to do here really well received, and so the void is just boom. It is the S tier of ecosystems. If you go into the observatory, the game switches the biome to it from the void biome, so the ghosties despawn. Oh, I don't know. Are we doing BZ tonight? We're doing BZ tonight, but there's not a whole lot to BZ. We're doing BZ tonight. It looks like it's going to take up our entire stream. What do we have, 4.5 hours? Yeah, we're probably going to another 45 minutes. BZ is going to be pretty quick. There's not a whole lot to say about a lot of BZ stuff, like there was the rest of Subnautica. It's not as extensive, but we're going to load it up right now. That was but that is the last bit for actual OG Subnautica 1, and we're going to get over to below zero now. We're just going to quit. 2 hours and 43 minutes. I don't need to save anything right now. We're just going to quit. Oh, did I miss a biome? I think I did. I did miss a biome. We'll add it in later on, though. Oh, I could probably actually just add it right here, right now. Fuck it. Which one? It's the caves. The lily, not the lily cave. What are they called? Like the roses? Love the OG. Can't wait for 2. Yeah, I am gonna have such a good time playing 2. I can already feel it. I already feel it in my bum. Sorry, I didn't say that. I don't know why we said that. I love Subnautica. I love it. I mean, there's a lot that I genuinely remember. Again, it's based off of my personal opinion and whatnot. But a lot of these things I could see as just being the core parts of what the game is. To me, it's the best game I've ever played. I think it's definitely top 5 for me. I would say top 5. What is this one? 36 minutes? Co-op hype? Co-op hype. Co-op hype indeed. I think the best part about Below Zero is not the biomes, it's the creatures. Which, obviously the biomes try to utilize, but not always. Not always. So, with that being the case, there's only so much that you can really... Excuse me. What are you doing there? There's only so much that you can really run through with this. So, let's pause this. Wait, actually. That one monkey who steals your items? That one damn monkey? Yeah, I think the creatures... yeah. We'll add it to the video. Before we get into the biomes, I do actually want to say, I do like Below Zero. It took a little bit of a perspective change for me to envision Below Zero as more of a DLC rather than a full game on its own. But I think where Below Zero shines is more so the creatures than anything else, and the quality of life changes to the actual gameplay itself. Whether that was the oxygen bubbles that are like in the kelp forest or wherever else, along with like the stuff with the sea truck and whatever. There's a few quality of life changes that they did good well. The one quality of life change that they did bad was the prawn suit. They nerfed the prawn suit and it made it not fun. There was just no reason to do that. It's a single player game. Let us enjoy how awesome the prawn suit's supposed to be. The fact that they killed the prawn suit for me really just, I actually stopped using it. It was so frustrating to use. It was so against what I felt like it was supposed to be in Sub 1 that it really killed a lot of the game for me. However, I think the biomes, I think they set out to do some goals, but in Below Zero, I think most of them missed the mark pretty heavily. I think where Below Zero shines is its creatures, but let's get into it. We're in the sparse Arctic right now. Let's do this. Day. Sparse Arctic right now. I didn't use it the whole game. You don't really have to use the prawn suit in this game at all, because it's a smaller map in general, right? But do you guys see anything? Maybe the game hasn't loaded it in yet. Maybe that's what it is. The game hasn't loaded it in. We'll wait a second longer. Maybe the game's gonna load it in. Maybe. Oh, you're telling me this is everything, huh? Are we sure? Maybe I go up top. Maybe I go up top. There's more stuff. Hold on. Relax, chat. Let's go back down. Let's look for some more. Yeah. I like your hole. Couple whole fish around here. Some quartz. Penguin. Right. Wholefish W indeed. Hello. Alright, well. Congratulations, Below Zero has our first F of the day. Let's go. It's just a waste of space. This is an area that has literally nothing. It pretty much just takes up gigabyte space on my computer. If they remove this entire space, the game would be no different. There would be no change to anything else. You would not care. You would not notice. You would not feel any bit way. Maybe let's give it another chance to load. This is it. It really has nothing else to offer. Everything that you can have here is elsewhere as well, and even the resources that it does give you, you're not too worried about it. Pretty barren for the most part. It is 1,000,000% in F, and I will never change that for however long I live. All right. That brings us to our next, the Kelp Shallows. So the Kelp Shallows are different from the Kelp Forest, but I kind of want to combine them together because they're pretty close to each other. They're pretty close. Now the Kelp Shallows, what's up, Lady Valpo? Welcome on in. It's way too barren, way too sparse. Yeah, it's just, there's nothing there, man. There's nothing there. All right. It's such a small map. I feel like they made areas like this to fill space. My thought process with Sparse Arctic is it is such a small map that the areas that you are filling in with this place, you should focus more on quality than quantity. At this point, you know you're not going to make this map huge. So if you have to, make the entire thing smaller and kind of mess with it to where each wing is saturated with a reason to be there or remember it. But that's F tier. It's just F tier. I can't see why not. 6-1 F. Who voted C or D? C or D. If you're putting a D, it's an area you go through. But I just genuinely think that whole place needs to get removed and put back in. But it's Below Zero. Again, my perspective on a lot of Below Zero things did change when trying to look at it as more of a DLC thing rather than actual new standalone game. But that doesn't change what the Sparse Arctic is by any means. All right, we got the Kelp Shallows. Let's go. I think we're too focused with other shushes. Yeah, I think they were a bit lost with that biome. Okay, let's do this. Hold on. See, this one I'm talking about. The biomes in this game are so much more like random and hard to type in for whatever reason. What? Where's Lily Pad, Intro Ice Cave, Shallow Twisty Bridge, Thermal Spire Cave, West Iceberg, Fabricator. What if I just copy this? Can I copy this in place? I can. I think it's just right next to me. Oh, kelp. It literally says kelp. Kelp. Boom! Okay. They would put a letter teleport for every landmark? Yeah. There's so much randomness to it. I don't know. I think we still focus with other issues and story ramps and stuff to focus on the biomes. Yeah. I don't know how small the team was or whatever else like that, but these are the times where I wish developers would just take all the time they need so they can just focus on what they gotta focus on. All right, we are in the kelp, the shallow kelp. This is the area. Oh, what is it? F6? This is the area. Oh, where's my? Turn that off. Can't hide the sea. Whatchamacallit? Oh, you can. We are in the kelp shallows. This is the area around your new home, your live pod. And, well, I think my favorite part about all of this was obviously the slight color change and whatever the heck else. But it's your little introduction into the new fish of Below Zero. This is your time to meet the sea monkeys. This is your place for the safety, for the food, all that stuff that you could ever want from the area that's right around your pod. But also there is actually some danger here. They show you about getting stuck under ice, like ice, not sculptures. It's not a sculpture, idiot. Ice structures, you know. It is definitely a good start to the game. As much as some of the other parts of this introduction area are not all too filled with things, they definitely didn't cheap out on this area. I think this is also, if I was going to consider, like how early into the game you are with this, and then all the little creatures like the sea monkeys and whatever else that you haven't met, I think it's a pretty low B tier. I really think it's a pretty low B tier. It's really pretty. It's got enough stuff around to sustain you for however long you want, and it lets you see just a bit of everything that you're going to want to see. You got the same introduction of peepers, bladderfish, all that stuff. I think it's a safe bet for a B tier. Not quite Subnautica 1 level B tier, but I do think it's a B tier, indeed. I hate the kelp in the first game, but the kelp in Below Zero is pretty okay. I mean, in my book, I think so as well. I actually, not the first part. I love the kelp in the first part because, again, I think the introduction of the kelp in the first part was meant to show you the dangers of Subnautica. Not only is it plentiful with resources and everything else like that, food, all that stuff, let you help out the stalkers, symbiotic relationships with aliens on the planet, but it is about the danger. Whereas I think the kelp shallows here are more about, oh, I almost put an A, are more about the safety in this area and like the ice, and like it's a small introduction to the new world that you're in, but it's a good way to introduce it. Sparse Reef, I think this would go just above the Sparse Reef because, again, this is somewhere you're just going immediate and Below Zero, and it really did give me a lot of hope for how Below Zero was going to play out. Next, we got the Twisted. Actually, no, we got the Kelp Forest. Sorry. Next, we got the Kelp Forest. Let's put this over here. It's on F right now. Let's see. Biome. I think it just is Kelp Cave. Biome Kelp Cave. Boom. Okay. Boom. Hey, wow. Give me some of that. I don't know how to click that. Never mind. 1, 2, 3. I don't know how to get that. Do I swim through it? I forgot how that works. I'll be honest with you. It's been a while since we played. Oh, you can't get it on creative, apparently. You can't get it in creative. I think it's not the only kelp cave. So this isn't the only kelp cave by any means. Oh, well, shit. Hold on. I don't know which buttons I'm pressing anymore, so we're going to click this. We're going to click this. So this is not the only kelp cave. However, they all are structured the same, and they are structured pretty much by these little guys. This is your stalker of this game. You read my message wrong? What do you mean? I think it's not only the kelp cave. Oh. What do you mean? Did I type biome wrong? Kelp Cave, Kelp, Thermal Spires, Lily Pads, Crystal Caves. Lily Pad Island. The scary thing about the caves for me is getting lost in it, and the sea monkeys are sick as fuck, I can't lie. That's some more stuff, no? The Kelp Forest? Not specifically in these ones. There's shit, it's usually it spawns you right in the middle. Here, we can go up top. As far as I'm aware, these kelp forests are just your maze of the game, where you meet the sea monkeys, who are your stalkers of the game. This is also where you get your fun quality of life changes with the oxygen stuff. This is where, again, I had some pretty high hopes for Below Zero. Your kelp shallows up here kind of combine into your kelp forest stuff. For the most part, this is where it gets a little bit deeper, not quite shallow. This is where you can kind of get frozen. I almost died here, getting frozen. But for the most part, they kind of blend into each other. I think a lot of Below Zero's problems, if we're gonna keep talking about it in future regards, is that the biomes don't really mesh well together. I love the kelp shallows here, and I love the kelp caves. Because again, I think they set out to do a job, and they did them well. The introductions, the new creatures, our new symbiotic relationship with the animals on this planet, beautifully done in my opinion. You get the fun creatures as well, just looks insane. There's a lot to this. On top of the fact, as I mentioned with the original kelp caves, or the kelp forest, is there are cave systems where you can worry about getting lost. They don't make it too punishing. They make it just fun enough with all of this right here. But you got to keep an eye. You realize with the kelp caves that you're here to explore, and the exploring can go wrong very quickly. But it also can offer stuff like this where it's genuinely really beautiful. It actually is really beautiful. The hoverfish and the spinnerfish are the best. They are pretty funny. I do love again, the animals of Below Zero I don't think were problematic at all by any means. Show us daytime? All right. Day. Boom. Look at that. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Wonderful. Oh, at the end of the day, it is still a Subnautica game. It is still a Subnautica game. The kelp at night is glowing and beautiful, but because of how the forest and the cave systems are, so near where you start the game, you get to see this beautiful ambience with all the sunlight going through. At its core, even being a C or a B on a Subnautica tier list is still a good thing. It's still a good thing. As for the kelp caves, I would actually put it, or the kelp forest, I'd actually put it just above the kelp shallows. As much as I like the kelp shallows, again, it is a lesser version of the safe shallows of regular Subnautica. But it's still a good start for Below Zero. I think it's lesser, but it's still a good start. The kelp forest builds off of that very well. From the shallows to the caves and the kelp forest, it really meshes as it's supposed to. The small gradient into finally getting to this place where you can kind of accidentally end up lost. It's a big deal. A won, by the way. You think A wins? My issue with this, I actually don't think it goes. How would I look at this? A won. You guys think A wins for that? Let me rephrase this, because maybe I'm looking at this wrong. Because the last time you guys had such a differing opinion from me, it actually changed my opinion. Let me think about this for a second. The reason is, would it be above the crash zone? Would it be above the crash zone of Subnautica? I think the sea monkeys are fun, though. The reason the crash zone is in B at all is because of the Reapers and how iconic it is. It's the wannabe void, essentially. It is the wannabe void, and it's pretty much, you only go there to get scared. There's a couple resources, whatever, but still. Would the kelp forest be above the Reaper Leviathan crash zone? Because that is a pretty tough thing to beat. I don't know why, I just like it. I do like the sea monkeys a lot. I actually do really like the sea monkeys. I didn't like them at the beginning. I think the quality of life, the reason it would be above the crash zone, I guess, would be specifically because the gameplay and the sea monkeys are so much more enjoyable in that little area. That I guess sometimes being iconic is not worth just an actually good game, right? So that's, I guess, where I'm weighing this at. How iconic is the Crash Zone, and how good is the Kelp Forest gameplay-wise? There's resources, there's abundance, there's... I think so. Actually, I'll change that up. Actually, I think you guys are right. You guys are pretty good at persuading me. I think I would put it just below... I think I would put it just below the lava lakes. Actually. Because this is essentially another version of Grassy Plateau. Maybe it's not quite that as extensive. The Grassy Plateau is just a very good tool. With the fleet going on here, we're doing a tier list of Subnautica biomes. We're on that nerd shit, easy up, baby. And that, what is it? What did he call me? What did Johnson call me the other day? A dweeb? Geek. I don't know what he called me. Well, whatever that word was. We're playing Subnautica, and we're going through all the areas. I'm actually really torn on this one. Because the Grassy Plateaus is a perfect tool for gaming. Is a perfect tool for gaming. But it's only that. And the Crash Zone of Aurora is a perfect icon for gaming. But it isn't much more than that. Kelp Forest, I think, is really good gameplay. I think it's actually, yeah, I guess it comes down to this. Do I value the tool that lets me play the game more, the iconic part of the game, or the gameplay that actually is enjoyable? The Sea Monkey was fun. Swimming around, seeing the new area, getting lost, that it's Subnautica experience. I value the Subnautica experience more, I think. If we're talking about the Lost River being up here in S tier, I think you guys are actually right. I'm going to drop it over. I'm going to put it just below the Lava Zone. Because this gives the Subnautica experience. You're exploring, you're meeting new creatures, you're sharing stuff with them. They're giving you iron, whatever the heck else. I'm actually going to put it up top. Because the Kelp Forest is Subnautica experience. This is the Subnautica tool, and this is Subnautica iconic moment. Not quite the most iconic, as you can tell we have all this stuff up top, but I'll put it there. The Kelp Shallows, I think, though, is not quite as memorable. I do remember the Kelp Forest quite a bit. I will say that. I'll give that to you guys. All right. Let's go to our next. We got the Twisted Bridges next. We got the Twisted Bridges and the Deep Twisty Bridges. If you watched my playthrough, I think it's just actually called Shallow Twisty Bridges. Twisty Bridges. If you watch my playthrough, you'll know that this is where I built my home. I think this is one of the coolest biomes Subnautica has to offer. It took something that was kind of a little bit given to us in the shallows of the kelp over there on the far side, and then it expanded on it quite a bit more. This at night is unreal. And it just keeps going. While I think the Grassy Plateau, the red Grassy Plateau over in Subnautica 1 was your introduction into the deep, I feel like this is really your introduction into the deep on the opposite side and below zero. This biome is beautiful. This is, to me, what a Subnautica biome actually should kind of be built like. There's a ton of resources that are at the top. There's a lot of things that are hurtful at the top, but there's also, you guessed it, your way down. So as you pass through all these things, you start taking resources off the top, you realize it keeps just going. It just keeps going. And the biome keeps getting more and more colorful. There's more and more pretty lights. And as you scale further, you see a little crevice. And I think this builds into itself so well. Because now the water's changing color. It is getting bluer. It is still pretty. But it's a whole new world down here. Things that can kill you. Things that can help you. More of the same biome extended. And really cool creatures. You've got thermal vents. You've got new resources that are obtainable. Look how cool this area is. And then look up. Sometimes you just look up and you can't... You don't know which way is here, which way is where. And I don't think there's any problem with this biome, if I'm being honest with you. If every biome kind of took the steps... If every biome took the steps that the Twisty Bridges took to become what this is, to get to the seafloor, what are we at here? We're at 365 meters deep. If every biome took the steps to be what this is in Below Zero, the game would be a lot more full. Because there's gradual decline into what... Oh, sorry. There's actual... What is it? There was a gradient from biome to biome to biome to biome that makes it feel natural. Like what we're doing is actually a part of this world and it all belongs. You guys say A tier? We had 1 vote for A tier. You guys didn't even vote for this one. I'm actually... No joke, I'm putting this A tier. I think it's a perfect biome. I would put this above the mushroom forest. Actually, I would put this above the kelp forest. Floating island? How far? How high would I put this? How high would I put this? Why A and not S? I'm actually asking that myself right now. I actually do think... as a biome itself, if we're ignoring the rest of Subnautica, that this is either the top of A or above Jelly Shroom Cave. I think if we single out this one biome, and we combine it with the deep twisty bridges as well, I actually do think you put it above Jelly Shroom Caves. And I might even put it above the mountains. Oh my goodness. Because we're talking about now 2 biomes that are specifically built around gameplay. Deep twisty bridges for sure, but normal twisty lower, like... But I think they kind of go hand in hand. Because one builds into the other and allows the other to succeed so well. The twisted bridges is where I built my my base in my playthrough. And it had an abundance of things that were dangerous, but not overly annoying. It had abundance of materials that you could use for all different things and whatever the heck else you want. It had an open... It had an open route to pretty much anything you needed on the map. Where the twisted bridges are is just kind of ideal in my opinion when it comes to Below Zero. I kind of ran into the kelp forest early on of Below Zero, the kelp caves and whatnot, and then I did the twisty bridges. Was like my second thing, and it leads you into like the main storyline of all this stuff. I think you kind of got to combine these to really solidify them together. I will put deep twisty above the twisted bridges. But I think both have their promise. I actually, no joke, when I put this above mountains. I actually probably going to put this above mountains. I think so. I don't think it's above the void, though. I think the void is just too good at what it does. The void is the pinnacle of ocean horror. So I leave it there. I'll put the deep twisty bridges up at the top. Twisted bridges just below. You gotta put it below Jelly Shroom for me because Jelly Shroom is too iconic for me. I think Jelly... I honestly would... I'm gonna disagree respectfully. I think the Jelly Shroom Cave is an iconic moment, but it isn't the best of Subnautica gameplay, other than a few realizations, which is... It's very easy to get distracted deep down below, and it's very easy to lose your sea moth and like kind of get lost and not make it to the top. But it's not the best at doing that. It's just probably, to me, it is a staple at the early parts of your Subnautica playthrough. And then Twisted Bridges is, well, again, for me, it was home base. I think the entirety of Twisted Bridges is just a crazy, beautiful biome. Lots of resources, lots of reason to want to be here and come back. I actually think it's S tier. Because it also leads you into lore reasons and whatnot. It is super cool that you can just kind of be gathering all the little shell crops and whatever the heck you need from around Twisty Bridges, and then just end up in alien technology. Along with the creatures that are there, I think that really seals the deal. It's a perfect biome. I wish the rest of Below Zero could even attempt to live up to what Twisted Bridges had to offer. I really do. I think it's a great biome. I think it is. I think of all the Below Zero ones, this is the one that's definitely the memorable one for most people. Let's go back up. Look at this. Look at this. Wow, look at this. Actually, I might actually even show a video of my base. to show how much I really just appreciated the hell out of this. It feels really cool that there's so many places to hide. There's also, I think there's diamond down here that you initially need. The alien bases, as I mentioned. The cave system itself. Like, this is so cool. This is it. You are in the ocean witnessing a starry night sky. So cool. Look at, this is so unbelievably cool. Squid shark? Yeah. Squid shark. I think the squid shark is such a cool design as well. Not as strong and dangerous as I thought it would be, but I do love the design. These little guys, little airplanes flying around, love them too. Bart! Where's Bart? I don't know where Bart's at. But I can't get enough of this. I think from the ocean floor all the way to the tippy top of where this biome is, wherever you look, you're in awe. At least for me. Again, this is my tier ranking. Everywhere you look is just awe. Like, wow. Surrounded by beauty. That's a Subnautica biome, if I've ever seen one. I just found out today that they're not Leviathan. All my life I thought they were Leviathans. No, I found out pretty early they weren't. Like I said, the good thing about playing with chat is that they will help me out with stuff, but I thought that was my first Leviathan that I ran into. Turns out not. Actually, no, I thought the little ones with the claws, I don't know where they are. 10 out of 10 biome for me. Absolutely love it. Killer design with all of this. And a really good place for your base if you're ever thinking about playing in the future. All right. Next one, Crystal Cave. We won't combine the Crystal Caves. We probably should though, huh? They're kind of all do the same thing. They kind of all do the same thing, I think. They are your introduction into a Leviathan that is just really fucking cool, honestly. Really fucking cool. Super awesome Leviathan. As iconic? No. Kind of annoying in the way? Yes. I would say Crystal Caves are probably, other than the deep, twisty bridges being my first wow moment, I think this is your first deep dive that really kind of blows your mind. As far as I remember. No. There was another one there's another biome we're missing. Shadow Leviathan is really cool, but fuck that thing. It is really cool, but I think it just ends up becoming more of a nuisance rather than something to be scared of. So, Crystal Caves are pretty nice, even though they were pretty easy to get lost in. This is, to me, the Crystal Cave was an obstacle. Was an obstacle meant to kind of just make you pay attention to how you're navigating, but it's really hard. It's kind of annoying to be in the Crystal Cave, if I'm being honest with you. I think the Crystal Cave, not even that I know the Crystal Cave is the lava zone of the, of Below Zero, but it does a better job looking prettier. For that reason, it's not just somewhere that you go through one time because they force you to kind of go back through. I'd actually put it probably just below the crash zone. You're not really going there for resources. You can grab some stuff. You get to see the shadow, but then you're just kind of there. You're kind of wondering what's going on, why you're here. I might even put it top of C. It is, no, actually, I will lie. No, because top C would just be it's a biome that's just there. B is a memorable biome. B at least has some bit of memory to it. I'll put it just below the crash zone. It is a weaker version of being around the Aurora. I think the red fabricator blows your mind a little bit more. The cave fissures that are all throughout the red, they're cool little pockets to hide from the shadow, but they don't really do much else. I think they're just there as well, but we'll put those little fissures. We'll put them. The dunes is really low, I'm realizing. The dunes is really low. I actually just hate the dunes. I thought it was so boring. We'll put this below. We'll put this below. Let's see, where am I going with this? Bloodkelp North. Yeah, I think this goes actually pretty low. This is kind of like similar to the underwater islands where it's next to a crazy biome, which is the caves, where the underwater islands is near, kind of near dunes, kind of near mountains, whatever else, but it's not really the main attraction. It's got too many things around it to really make it a focus. It's just there. I'd say Red Fabricator Cave, definitely really cool. Crystal Cave, your introduction to the shadow, also pretty cool, but they end up just being a chore. You go through them, but they are memorable. They are memorable for those two reasons. The beauty of it, not so much the resources, but the beauty of it and the shadow itself is a pretty cool experience. But I would say below most of what these other options are. I think it's a pretty safe bet to assume so many of these biomes are just going to end up in B because, again, I think Subnautica is very good at making sure a biome has a purpose. So, Dunes were meh for sure. It's 3 a.m. really should be going, but I'd like to saw my stay. I'm sorry, guys. There is going to be an edited YouTube video later on if you guys want to hang out with that. So, yo, what's up, ESL? Welcome. Okay, Deep Purple Cave. Now, this is actually somewhere, apparently, I did not go in my playthrough. So, let's go check biome. Deep Purple Cave, Deep Purple Events. Deep Purple Cave, worth it. Biome. Speed 0. Let's do this. Deep Purple. This is all it's called. Biome Deep Purple. Speed 1. Okay. I'm going to hate on many of the land biomes, by the way. Live your life, live your life. This is actually a biome apparently I did not go to in my actual playthrough. There's a lot of alien technology around here. There's a lot of alien technology around here that's just kind of there. I think there's an attempt here at doing something really special with trying to give you tools and whatnot. But like what? Why is this just here? You know? I think if anything, it just feels random. It feels empty. It feels unnecessary. Whenever you go into an alien base for Subnautica 1, there feels like that base had a purpose and a reason for being there. For below 0, the ones that I've been through here at least, and the ones that I'm seeing right now in front of me, they seem a little bit just random. Tossed in there for the sake of being tossed in there. I think these things just exist. And by that, I actually know they just exist. Because I didn't see half of these. Maybe you find them, maybe you don't. But even seeing it now, I'm kind of like, who cares if I didn't? Who cares if I did? Now, if I had missed it in my playthrough, and then I saw it right now for the first time, and I was like, there's no way I missed this. And hey, we'll toss it up today. Because it's a cool biome and I missed it. But all of these caves, I would say, I think they just go to, like, the bottom of C. I think they're just there. I think they're just there. Actually, no, I'm going to take that back. I think they're D. I think they're D. No, I might even go F. I might even go F. I feel like you need to scrap the entire thing. They just button mashed their way into a Subnautica biome. I'm going to put it F. I'll put it below the sparse. I'm going to put it high F. Because although, like these other ones, maybe they're not quite the most fun. They're kind of annoying to go through. They seem like they have like some reason, you know? But Deep Purple Cave, all the Deep Purple, the alien technology and stuff, there's not a whole lot. Sparse is literally nothing. Yeah, sparse is literally nothing. But the Deep Purple, I think they need a redesign from whatever they're trying to do there. I could see trying to implement alien technology across wherever, but they're not doing anything with it. So I felt bad with how much story revamps they had because I feel that messed up with a lot of the biomes and creatures and set biomes. Yeah, you can definitely tell where things were just kind of stamped and left alone because, well, at least there's something there, and according to how some of the devs probably felt at that moment. But I know it's not entirely their fault. I know there's a lot of things that happen that don't always work out the way that they would want it to when it comes to a game like this. But hey, I'm gonna leave it F. I think that's where it belongs. I think it needs a revamp from what it is. Let's go to the tree spires. Tree spires. Bomb tree spires. Boom. Now, before I look up, just know that this was another one of those wow moments for me, for sure. Because holy shit, you can go inside, and you bet your sweet ass I'm swimming straight inside. Let's go. Come on up. Come on up. It's like you're entering a new world. Wow. Wow. Holy shit. Now I do not think there's really much in here that's actually all special. But the idea itself is so unbelievably cool that I would like to say kudos to you if you made this. If you thought of this in your sleep or whatever the fuck else, you deserve warm cookies and some milk like Santa Claus, because you just gifted us something absolutely fantastic. There's the two here. I only ever saw the one that has the chili carrot. Unfortunately, this biome doesn't stretch all too much. It's just the area around it. But I found the one that had the other two chili carrots, and I thought that was a pretty cool little spot to kind of hang out and really get a good view on how the chilies are, because if you're inside that, the chilies can't hit you. But these are sick. These are absolutely sick. This is that Subnautica feel, I think. Although the surrounding parts aren't super exciting, I think the main attraction is all you need here. I think it's absolutely all you need here. Some of the parts move on the inside. You can go inside the thing. There's steam up top. Cool. Cool. I would say for me, personally, between this one and the other one that you can see, I would put this probably just below the Crystal Cave. So, I wish you'd have more space in them to build a base. Yeah, I don't think there's much you can do with them, but it is one of those moments in Subnautica that you will think of, and Below Zero, that you will think of whenever you do think of Below Zero. Much like the Crystal Cave and whatnot, I think the Crystal Cave and the Fabricator Cave, because they have the shadows and the alien technology, they're part of the lore, they're kind of just what you need to experience. I think they're a little more memorable. They also just much bigger biome to remember as well. I think they would be just above the tree spires, but the tree spire itself is very much a wow moment. Very much a wow moment. A great biome, missing a lot of things, but a great biome nonetheless. Then we got our east iceberg. There's two icebergs, two big icebergs. Let's go check out the east one. We're actually probably going to free cam for this. East iceberg. Sweet. Okay.
Mulan and nearby iceberg detected.
General audio. Hello. Voice. Boom. Okay. As we mentioned, the creatures are like the best part about Subnautica Below Zero. You've got your hoops. I'm gonna go swim through you real quick. Boop. Neat. You've got your wells over on the far side. Got a couple of the rays. I think the rays done in Subnautica games are so marvelous. It's absolutely so cool. These are the things that I would see in my dreams, and I would love every minute of it. You've got your icebergs that kind of meet up over towards this area, but the actual biome itself is pretty empty. You've got ore deposits. But nothing else to kind of supplement the area with like nature and whatnot. You know, for most of this, it's just ground, ore deposit. Ground, ore deposit. I think the creatures saved this one. But, this area is hella boring. Yeah, there ain't shit, pretty much. The creatures are the only thing that you pay attention to, but that's not special to this biome. So with that being the case, I think this is just this is a revamp for me. We might see, I'm going to put it above the deep purple cave because it feels like it somewhat has a purpose. It can be used, but I think there's just so much on that bottom area. Low D for me. It would either be low D for me or F. And the reason I'd say F is because I feel like there was such a missed mark here. I'm looking straight down into nothing. I'm looking straight down into absolutely nothing. You know, the iceberg is like the big part right here, right? So let's go to free cam real quick. What the hell just happened? Why am I not free camming? There we are. We are free camming. Okay. So the iceberg is the actual biome location, right? But then you come up top and what else do you have? Besides a few glow wells, you don't really have much else. The glow wells that actually are towards where you spawn in at, though, are much more enjoyable to kind of be around. Because there's stuff there. There's some color. There's not just this. Like, you see how it just feels like an indie game that isn't finished? I think that's what most below zero biomes end up feeling like. And again, also why I'm so sad. I feel like they started from the actual spawn point, worked their way out, got to the twisty bridges, did the twisty bridges, and then from there everything just kind of fails. I love the glow well so much. They're so cool. The fact that you can ride them is so awesome. But like, what you could have even just put more of these vines just scattered throughout, you know, and I would have been happier. We got our Chelly Carrot friend over here. That's one little good thing about it, but he's just here to guard his hole. Don't go inside this Chelly Carrot's hole. Don't go inside that. No, not here. I think this place just kind of needs a revamp, or at least so much more added to it. When the only good thing you can talk about in a biome is the creatures, you've probably done something wrong, because these creatures aren't exclusive to just this one place. So it's going to stay up for me. I think it's going to stay up for me. And that moves us on to our West Iceberg. Biome West Iceberg. I messed up that typing. That's okay. West Iceberg. I apparently didn't mess up that typing at all. Wait, am I at the West right now? Oh, I'm on a free cam. Fuck. Shit. We fucked up. I'm in the sky right now. If I do the TP without the free cam, it kind of fucks everything up, be honest with you. Well, might have to leave. We're gonna leave and come back in. I feel like a lot of BZ missed, but I still enjoyed the... that's why I kind of did the preface of saying, like, I thought it was gonna crash on me. That I absolutely do still love Below Zero. I think it just missed the mark on some places. This is not to, like, shit on Below Zero as a game, because I still did enjoy it, but the specific biomes themselves, you know, they tried. They definitely tried. West Iceberg. We're at the east. We were at the west the whole time, right? Now this one is a chore. The West Iceberg here has a little bit more variety to the animals. You've got your jellyfish friends, and although they look super awesome, it becomes the same process. Go down to the bottom, look for what you can, and well, there's just nothing. There's just nothing. At the very least, the resources are pretty easy to see, and your jellyfish are abundant in color. But if you take this one big look at all of this, they're the only things that really catch your eye whatsoever. There is some change up with the kelp over here, but it is another incomplete feeling for another biome. I think both icebergs, if they were going to introduce the landmass, let's free cam real quick. If they were going to introduce the landmass, whoops, they should have done more with it. They should have done more with it. You've got nothing. You've just got nothing on these, and it's a bit unfortunate. The jellies are pretty overall underwhelming. Yeah, and that would pretty much follow back with the same idea that I was mentioning earlier, is when the only thing you've got going for your biome is a really cool animal, well, probably should add just a tiny bit more. Tiny bit of grass here, but it feels out of place. It definitely feels out of place. That being said, I do think it's just slightly below the East Iceberg, but I do think it's still better than the rest. The jellies are really cool. The glow wells, having a glow well in your biome is an automatic point to you. So there's that. Delta Island. Delta Island. Oop. Biome Delta Island. Boom. Damn, look at that. The one of the cool things Subnautica did, though. Holy shit, look at that. Look at that view. Look at that view. Fuck you, sir. Boom. Alright, we're gonna turn to day. It is now day. Sorry for the flashbang. What a view. What a view indeed. What a view indeed. Alright, so we're on Delta Island now. You do get an introduction to these plants earlier on. This is just a pivotal part of the story. I think lore-wise, the story was enjoyable. Wasn't the most enticing, but it was enjoyable. And now you're just here. There's some cool things on this island. Resource-wise, it is very good. Resource-wise, it is very good. Lore-wise, you do need it to progress. But as for the rest of the island, it does kind of just feel annoying to go through. You got a couple things that you can get here and there. Couple cool parts to it. But it's just W Simulator. This is W Simulator just like back in Subnautica 1's first major island that most people would go to. Except it doesn't have that wow factor, because you kind of already knew you were going on land. You knew you were going on land, and it guides you here. There's not that mysterious fog over the island. So many people have been here before. Whatever the heck else it is, there's no magic to it, but it is good resources. I would say as one of your main introductions to like all the land stuff. As one of your main introductions to all the land stuff, I would probably put it just below the dunes, maybe. I would say just below the dunes. I'd put it at C, just below the dunes. It's kind of just there. You do know it's part of the story. It's got some good stuff to it, but it is just a land. It is just a little bit of land mass. Cryptosuchus are the cool freaking... Cryptosuchus I despise because they're so damn loud. I hate how loud they are. I hate how freaking loud they are. I'm going to put it C. I'll put it below the dunes, above the blood cup and whatever, because there is purpose. There is material that you probably want to get. But other than that, it's just Delta Island. Ain't nobody care. We got thermal spires. Thermal spires. Woo. Yay. Awesome. Let's go TP to thermal spires. Biome. Thermal spire. Oh, I'm typing it wrong. I need to actually put the thing on. Thermal. Oh, am I in free cam? I'm not in free cam. Free cam. It's free cam verse. Biome thermal spires. Boom! Sweet! Sweet! It looks so freaking awesome, doesn't it? It just looks... Olive, who's barking? My roommate's dog. It just looks like there's gonna be so... Let me go check that out real quick. Hold on. Let me double check. I've been here the whole time. Woo! Where did you come from? Tuna just be lurking and working. Just crashing out at work? True. I'm going to sleep, Critter. It's already 3:20 a.m. Love stream today. Finally, I could stay longer today. Somebody, I appreciate you. Have a great night. Thank you for hanging out as much, dude. Appreciate you chatting with us. It's a good time. I love hearing other people's opinions on stuff. I love talking about stuff like this. What breed is it, Critter? My dog is a little, like, pit bull... whatever the heck mutt. She's mostly terrier. I don't know her exact breed. I'm gonna get her breed taken care of one day. But she's just little mutt dog, little pound dog. And then my roommate's dog is Australian Shepherd, Belgian Malinois, Border Collie, Dutch Shepherd mix. Yes, all of those breeds together. She is fun. She's fun. We're having fun. We're having fun when she's around. We have fun when she's around. All the olives. Okay. Where were we? He called that. It was a shepherd. Oh. Yeah, definitely a shepherd. She'd be loud. She's insane. She's just an insane dog. What was it called? Thermal spires, right? Thermal spires. Okay, the thermal spires. There are two things that this place has. One is a lot of hope. A lot of hope for cool things to be here, and two, these loud motherfuckers that are actually really cool looking, but again, just so unbelievably loud and annoying for no reason. As much as I don't like them, I do love their design. Pretty cool overall. A little bit spammed throughout the rest of this map, but these thermal spires itself, if we're talking about the biome, there's just nothing here. There's just nothing here. You have thermal heat. Thank you for that. Thank you for giving me heat, but there's just no reason to utilize any of this stuff. The resources, ass. when you have all of this right next to it, in your twisty bridges, you pretty much only ever walk through here to grab the occasional bit of material that you can find. And if you try to go deeper into the caves that these spires have, you waste your time. The spires here in the caves are just an in the way biome. That's all. This is another pass through area where, like I said, you'll occasionally find the little bit of resource that you want, but you're mostly trying to get from here to our next biome that's on the list, and these caves just have nothing to offer. Although the top looks like the deeper you go, there's quite a few things. Let's explore our first cave together, chat. Let's explore our first cave. Look how barren and empty it is. Maybe it gets a little bit better. Maybe it gets a little better. 1, 2, 3, and all the stuff you can find outside, nothing changes. We keep going. Maybe there's more. Maybe there's differences in what we see. Oh, well, not that way. Maybe. Wait a minute, I saw this on the surface. Why is it down here as well? Ultimately, it falls flat. Ultimately, I'm not impressed. Everything that you get down here, you can get up top. And it's just... It's a crevasse of hope that you lose very quickly and realize, hey, there's no real reason to be here. There's no real reason to be here. So, to that I say, I don't think it's F. It does have some valuable resources, but damn does it stay down towards the bottom of D. I don't like being there. I don't like going through it. But hey, I'll pick something up that has some value every now and then. And that's about as far as it'll go. But our next item on the list, the purple spires. Now, let's go check it out. The caves are not it. Yeah, they didn't do a whole lot with it. Biome purple spires. Wait, it's not even called that, is it? What are they called? Purple vents? Biome purple. That purple sticky icky? What the fuck? Oh, I called it events. Purple vents. Boom! Oh, that took me to where I wanted to go. Alright. You are that. What's up, Quality Pixel? Welcome on in. We are now to the purple vents, which is also harboring the things that we know and love near and dear to our heart. While the spires give a lot of hope and don't offer a whole lot in return, this place, just as loud, but actually has some resources that you're probably going to come back to pretty often. It is a resource heaven, a bit dangerous, a bit noisy, a lot dangerous, a lot noisy, but it is kind of a key part of how this game operates. I think the best part about this is it does feel like a complete biome. This feels like somewhere where the grass around, all the wildlife around and whatnot should be barren. The rocks, how it operates, it's just, it feels natural. It doesn't feel like we're missing anything here. They locked in with a cool biome that has some pretty colors. And hey, I'm down for pretty colors. And then if you look around you, holy shit, let's go ahead and make that day. If you look around you, it expands and it goes down into other levels and it becomes more than just a one-dimensional plane. It goes and goes and goes. There's chili carrots. There's a couple little wreckage spots, some boxes to pull some stuff out of, some pretty cool scans, and usually, from at least the 2 or 3 playthroughs that I've seen, I say 2 or 3 because one was a half-assed watch, you will find your first chili carrot in this area. That guy over there is it's a good introduction to what Below Zero has to offer. Unfortunately, it kind of falls here. And then, of course, you lead over to your wrecks and whatnot. The purple vents, I think, is a pretty cool spot. It's a complete biome, and there's not really much else to say about it. I think it isn't extravagant in any way, but it is good at what it does. Let's turn this off. Fog. I think I would place this, honestly, just actually, no joke, I would place this just above the tree spires. For our chili carrot friends, yeah, I would say yeah. The tree spire, while it is a cool spectacle, it's not a complete biome like the purple vents are. I do like the vents. I do think they're really cool. I do like the chili carrot. Our crypto succus friends that are around there add a little bit of tension to the area. So hey, we push on. The purple vents, I'll put it low B, just above our tree spires, but just below our crystal cave, because it doesn't quite have that iconic character, creature, the shadow leviathan, and the beauty that the caves have to offer. So B, you guys voted B as well. Nice, sweet. See, we see eye to eye sometimes. We really do. Fog, turn that fog off. All right. To the mining cave we go. Is it mine cave? What is it? Mining da 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 da. Which one is it? Mining site. Mining site. I like the mushroom. Not good, not bad. Oh, where are we? Where are we? Hello? Let me in! What a cool entrance row, right? Okay. Let's go and do this. Well, what a cool entrance we have here. Now, if you haven't been to the mining side, don't worry. You actually don't really need to come here for too much else. But it is a pretty cool introduction to, I guess, the lore of how much our good friends were invested into finding what they were looking for on this planet. And down you go. You've got your prawn suit by this point at least. The mining site is just what it is. It is a mining site. You've got a few things here that are valuable to you. Main one being the prawn suit. But resource-wise, I actually don't remember what you get from here. Because I don't believe you actually need much that you can't get from other places. Ruby is a good start. Lots of technology, lots of good scans. Some quality of life changes. A pretty cool atmosphere overall. The cave system itself is a great idea. And I don't think oversaturating this with stuff was necessary at all. Which, I mean, like I said, not that they did that by any means, but you really don't have to add much to this because it's a mining site. You get your alien artifacts here. Really cool alien artifact, by the way. Really cool alien artifact. Passively, this gives you quite a bit of lore because of the spotlight setup and whatnot. That they really were looking for some crazy shit down here. And they found something. They really did. And did it help them out in the end? Hell no. They're all dead. But still, I do like the lore drops here. I do like the knowledge of how much they assimilated into really trying to take this planet and research everything it's got, specifically in regards to our friend Alan. The openness, once you get over to this far side, kind of lost me a little bit. I thought it was going to lead a little bit more into a bigger climactic end, but it really doesn't. You got some ore deposits. Again, good resources. Good resources, good little bit of lore. But I think it probably sits towards B. I think it probably sits toward like the lower side of B. What did you guys say? A and C and D. A and C, I'm assuming, would be our case here. You don't have to come here. You don't have to come here. But when you do, odds are you're getting something good out of it. Odds are you are getting something good out of it, and you're just never coming back again. It's very far out of the way. I would personally put the mining cave. To me, this is the sparse reef of this game. And although it has a little bit more lore for it, actually, I'd probably toss it up there because it has that lore. To me, this is the sparse reef of, yeah. I wish it's more claustrophobic. Yeah, but also, they probably wouldn't be doing that because they did have to somewhat set it up in a realistic way. Like, hey, they mined through all the stuff. There's not going to be a bunch of plants everywhere. There's not going to be a whole lot other than business. This place is meant to solidify how we do business on this planet, and that's what it does. It's got some lore drops. It's got some essential items. You don't have to go there, much like the sparse reef. But I think for what it is, if you do go there, you're probably leaving with something valuable. It's pretty safe, pretty chill, not a whole lot craziness to it. So we'll leave it bottom tier at B, just above sparse reef. Our next, the frozen leviathan. Now I don't really know if this is considered a biome by any means. Let's do biome. I think you do 2 frozen creature. What is this? TP2 frozen creature. I forget the freaking command for this. Mortem, are you here by any chance? Could you help me out, good sir? I pre-ordered Subnautica 2, did you? I did pre-order Subnautica 2. I absolutely freaking did. Subnautica 2 is... I do have already. It's cool in a little bit of lore, but not something you come back to? Yeah, pretty much. Hold on a second. I appreciate you, though. Would it be Frozen Leviathan? It is... No, it's Frozen Creature. We did it earlier. I think it's Go To. Frozen Creature. Go To. Frozen... There it is. Boom. No spaces. Boom! Oh, well. Oh, shit. Oh, hello? Okay, there we go. There we go. Day. Fog? There we go. There we go. Alright. Good, I hope you're having a good day. I'm so pumped for Subnautica 2. As am I, BC Seal. As am I. I'm having a great day. We're doing some Subnautica ratings here. Actually, dude, this is a long stream. I didn't realize the tier list would go so long. I'm gonna have to schedule these out better. This is my first time doing one, and it's obviously gonna take more to go to every single biome versus like listening to music or something like that. But yeah. I imagine this Leviathan around the map. Yeah, no, I'm good. And this Leviathan on the map would probably make me Alt F4. From what I learned about it, it's a salamander, so it's water and land, but it's mostly on land from what people were saying. Based on how it is shaped and all that stuff. But this itself, the cave, all the lead up to this, this all kind of belongs to the main island, the main bit of land that you're kind of traversing on. This thing is so cool, though. And if we're talking about iconic moments in games, I will say this is probably the one, other than the ending, that stands out the most to me. If we're talking about storyline and all the details that involve that, not only do you have cool shit over here and cool scans, but you've got this big boy sitting there and waiting. Go give him a boop. That's a big bish. That's a big bish. This is BZ's Reaper in terms of iconic creatures. Absolutely. The Shadow. It's funny because... it's funny because you could get killed and eaten by a Shadow Leviathan, but it still would not sit in your brain any better than seeing this thing for the first time was. This is so iconic. It was on every thumbnail at one point. Yeah. Yeah. Look at those teeth. Look at those teeth. I think... Ooh, I don't want to word this badly. I don't want to word this badly because I do love Below Zero. But I think this is kind of a perfect example of Below Zero being a what-if kind of game. Whereas the rest of Subnautica offered you a ton of content while still showing you the skeletons to the point where you weren't like, wow, I'm glad there's more skeletons and whatnot. This game kind of makes you wonder, like, what if they did have something like this? Like, they were not lacking in design by any means. They had really cool ideas, really cool designs for creatures. The story in and of itself, it wasn't bad by any means. Maybe not quite as enticing, but still a fun ride along. And the Frozen Leviathan is just... discovering this is probably the big moment for all of this, you know? I think if this thing existed, none of the vehicles would keep you safe. Yeah, this would be one of those creatures that just one-shots you. Yeah, absolutely. The Seamoth is getting eaten 10 out of 10 times by this thing. Take a look at that. As iconic as it is, it is actually, yeah, as iconic as it is probably like the big moment for this game. Not quite a biome, like I said. It's part of all this mass and whatever else. There are quite a few good things around here. Not building a base here by any means, but still, even so, because it is such a special moment, I included it on this list, and because it's such a special moment, I'm gonna toss this up on over towards... Where is it at? It's right here. I'm gonna toss this on over towards... Where's it on over here? I'm gonna put it... Actually, probably the top of B. I'm going to leave this at the top of B, I think, is what I'm going to go with. I might even put it A. This is such a cool moment. I'm looking at, whenever I place it somewhere, it's also a lizard. It's a salamander, right? Big salamander? Or no? That's a really big fish. That's a really big fish. Let's see. Whenever I place these on the list, I do look at the ones above it to make sure I'm putting it in the right spot. Obviously, I see what's below it first. I might put this top of A. I actually might put this top of A. I think it is actually a crazy iconic moment. I'm going to put it up here. I don't think it's quite S. Fuck. It actually might be S. Oh my god. Below Zero, again, is still a Subnautica game at its core. It has some very iconic moments. The Frozen Leviathan is so sick. This is a wow moment that I think I could probably put up there with like seeing a Reaper Leviathan or the Sea Dragon or a Ghost for the first time. My first initial descent into the Lost River. I think this is a really cool moment. I think the area surrounding it, the lore that drops with it, was fun and enticing. The higher I put this, the more I want to keep putting it above. I think Below Zero has some of the highest highs. I think Below Zero has some of the highest highs and some of the lowest lows, whereas the rest of the Subnautica OG was just consistently good at doing what it was trying to accomplish. I'm actually going to move this up to S tier. I think I'm going to move this up to S tier. I believe it truly belongs up there. What made me really sad was how anticlimactic was Sam's stories. Yeah, we just kind of forgot about Sam. Sam just kind of disappeared. Would I put it above the deep, twisty bridges, though? I think I would. I think I would. I think the Frozen Leviathan is our Lost River moment for Below Zero. I think the Frozen Leviathan is our Lost River moment for Below Zero. Where it's kind of what, when you get to that point, you're going to be thinking, this is why I love this game, for sure. So a lot of other really neat spots, like the alien artifacts and whatnot, all very pretty, not exactly biomes, but the Frozen Leviathan in and of itself, as mentioned, it was on thumbnails everywhere. It is the front line of what Below Zero is trying to be, and I like it a lot. I think the deep twisty bridges are the S tier of Below Zero gameplay, and our Frozen Leviathan is the S tier of Below Zero creatures. This is our gargantuan Leviathan of Below Zero. All right, got a few more left. We're gonna get to our land right here. I actually didn't want to do too much of the land stuff, but I will put these here. We've got our first one here. You can barely read these. I made the text too small for these ones. Let's go to our Arctic Spires. Frozen Leviathan is easy S in my opinion. I think so as well. The more I put it on the list and started thinking about it in comparison to the OG Subnautica, the more I realized it just kind of belongs up there. Okay, what did I call that? What was that even? What was that even? Hold on. Biome check. Glacial Basin. What the hell? Why do I not know what these are called? Thermal Spire. Wait, no, that's not Thermal Spire. Deep Twisty Kelp Cave, little bit sparse Arctic. Not it. Thermal Spire Cave. What am I doing? Tree Spire? Is it Tree Spire? Tree Spire Fissure? Tree? Boom. That's not it. Oh shit. The hell? It would appear we forgot a couple biomes. Hey look, a thermal reactor. It would appear we forgot a couple biomes. Thanks to underwater, it is. I don't think I've ever been here. I don't think I've ever been here either. Tree Spire Fissure. Yeah, well, Glacial Basin trees. Yeah, we'll go with the Glacial Basin right now. I guess I can toss this in later, honestly. And you've seen that Altera bit. I have definitely never been here. Maybe I have. Fuck, dude, if I have, I wouldn't remember it, that's for sure. Are we looking biomes or biomes and just biomes for Subnautica and below 0? So just that for now. Biome, it is based in glacial basin trees. Biome, glacial basin trees. Boom! Big roar. Big roar. We got some trees, chat. We got some trees. Well, we're on land. Is anybody excited about being on land? Because I was for a bit, and then I'd realized it just doesn't really make me that excited anymore. Now I'm just stuck and lost. The creatures are pretty cool. I do love my snow stalkers. I do love the way these trees look. But to me, it feels like the land version of the lava zone, where it's just a chore to get through. And once you've gone through this, you're not coming back. No, you see the beauty one time, and it's just kind of there. Land got boring after a while. I would agree. I would definitely agree. As much as I wish there was more stuff to do with the land, there just isn't. And for that, I think we can only give it the rating of a biome that it is just on the map for the sake of being on the map, and the one-time experience that you get to have with it. So that I'll probably give it the bottom of C. I give it the bottom of C. There's not they force you to go through it. Oh, sorry. Wait, that's wrong. Yeah, I would probably put it just below the Delta land. No, because at the least with these other ones, there's some purpose here. I'm gonna put it bottom of C. I'm gonna put it bottom of C. The other ones, you pass by them, but there's maybe some resources on them and whatnot. I guess here on the land, let's see. Let's work our way up. Maybe there's actual merit to here. I'll put it probably just below Delta Island. Put it just below Delta Island. Because these other ones are just areas that you can go to if you would like to experience them and get some stuff on them, but you don't have to. This one is still pretty. You do kind of have to go to it, or you do have to go to it, and you can get some pretty valuable resources out in the area. The land was a cool idea, but not executed well, in my opinion. And then that'll take us to our Arctic Spires. Biome. The beauty of Subnautica was a deep, never-ending ocean expanse. The land kind of sucks. Yeah, they took up too much ocean with the land. They definitely did. What is this called again? Arctic Spires. Biome Arctic Spires. To the spires we go! Hey, there's our friend over here. There is our friend over here. Hello, friend. Now, there are 3 words that I think of whenever I come to this area. And, they are very much part of my very highly opinionated content creator brain. I think I see that guy over there and I think Iceworm potential. All I could really think of with the Iceworm is that it had so much potential to be much more than it is, to make the land feel like, almost like the ocean was. And then I got hit with it one time. I think it did maybe 30 damage. It's so easy to dodge. It is more so just a nuisance than whatever else. But it was a very good concept that failed to deliver. I wish that thing did so much more damage. It is so much bigger than the other Leviathans that we're dealing with. And we're in its home territory. It's burrowing through land. It's got a giant horn on it. It is a Dark Souls boss. And it just misses. I know not everybody agrees with that. I know dying in a game like this isn't always fun, but the scariness that came from Subnautica was the fact that you could go out exploring and just get obliterated by a 50-foot long creature that would just nom you up like you were just another breakfast meal on a Tuesday. They made it look so much scarier in the trailer. Yeah. I think it's Iceworm potential is all I can think of when I come to this area. Now the biome itself is beautiful. I love the wizard gaps they got going on here, but they don't offer much. This is Iceworm. This to me should have been what the mountains is for the Reaper Leviathan in Subnautica 1. This should have been the Iceworm's playground, where they absolutely let it have the time of its life, going after you. make it an obstacle course, whatever the heck you gotta do. You've got some good resources. They make you go through this, as far as I'm aware. Some cool skeletons in the area. But it fails to really let the ice worm be the ice worm that it was supposed to be. The terror that lurks beneath the ice. The initial jump scare, obviously terrifying. The roars leading up to it. The setup into the ice worm was 10 out of 10, I think, honestly. And then it just didn't deliver. I think it got nerfed in the full game, no? And EA, it was OP. Maybe it did. I couldn't tell you. I wouldn't know that far back, so maybe if anybody would want to educate me on that, I'm more than down to be educated on that. But I think it was all bark, no bite, and to me, it just ended up being a little chihuahua that I would walk by after however long and say, see ya, buddy. I'm just going to keep walking this way. You, whatever it is you do it. Biome itself, really cool, really pretty. Could have been iconic. I think this could have been iconic, but it misses. So, with that being the case, I will toss it. I will still toss it above. I think this is. Okay, yeah. I guess the way we word this is, I think this could have been the mountains of the land for Below Zero, but instead it became the dunes of the land, and it failed to hit its mark. Where it offered a lot of danger and potential of fear, it fell flat by not making the worm, I guess, just strong enough, scary enough, able to utilize its surroundings well enough. It was very much, there was no strategy needed for this. You just kind of ran in a straight line away from it, and then you're fine. You know, after a certain point, you just you're just good. You stop being scared of it, and the big bad ice worm becomes a little earthworm that you step on eventually. It is what it is. It is what it is. Lily pads. We've got a couple biomes that we're missing here, as we saw with those other ones as well. I'll actually probably edit those in later, but we'll go to them. I know which one I'm talking about. We'll go to them. It was a big miss because it had so much potential. Exactly. Potential. Ice worm potential. Absolutely. The lily pads, we've got 3 different parts of the biomes here. Not our last or Below Zero, even though I'm out of images. I did forget a couple biomes, it seems. We've got the lily pads, lily pad islands, and the lily pad cove crevice, which actually leads us somewhere else as well. I typed that wrong completely. Biome, lily pads. Boom. And up we go. I think this is another situation that is very similar to how I felt about the Twisted Bridges. Let's do this. I think this is another scenario that is very similar to how I felt about the Twisted Bridges, where from top to bottom, the entire biome felt like it belonged. It felt complete. It really does seem so cool, especially when nighttime comes. You jump on top of one of those giant lily pads, you look into the sky, and there is an eclipse with the northern lights. Well, I guess it wouldn't be the northern lights here. Oh, they're in the north, whatever we want to call them. But you get this beautiful scenery while you're standing on top of an alien lily pad with the glow wheels right below you. I believe there is a chili somewhere over yonder. Let's do this real quick. Oh, we got our jellyfish friends as well. Forgot those guys are here for a second. Look at this. From top to bottom, you get a complete biome. And then it keeps going. It keeps going. It makes sure that whatever is up here can be seen growing down there as well. It doesn't seem like one random chunk of land or whatever that's just, boom, placed here for no reason, and then the rest of things around it don't actually match up. This entire area builds off of our wreckage. It's got floating islands. It has stuff that goes down into the ground. You've got a couple glimpses of alien technology around. You've got crevasses that are as deep as you could ever want to swim in this game. The lily pad biome, I think, to me, is pretty cool. Wish there were more unique creatures? I think so as well. When it comes to the creatures in this game, utilizing the same creatures over and over again in the other biomes, a little bit of a miss. But to certain biomes, they feel like they belong a little bit more. So to that I say, I feel like the lily pad caves utilize these creatures a little bit more than the rest of them did. Especially like when you're over by the icebergs and whatnot, and those creatures just tossed in there because they need something. Nah, Nah, we could have probably thought of something maybe a little bit different or whatever the heck else. But look at this. What a sight to behold, huh? You got glow wells, you got your lily pads, you got floating rocks, a whole bunch of cool stuff that from the top to bottom is complete. And when I press it like this, truly a sight to behold. Truly a sight to behold. It really is. It's that same feeling towards the Twisted Bridges. Maybe not as fulfilling, but I don't think they missed with this at all. Because as with the Twisted Bridges, if you kept going down, you saw the growth spot. You saw the roots. Hi, little sea monkey. You saw the roots of what really makes this biome grow into what it is. There's resources. Very good resources. Got lots of good stands. Lots of good scans. A whole lot of sea monkeys giving you some pretty cool stuff. A whole lot of plant life around here. And the biome, it just keeps going. It goes. I love it. I really do love this. This leads into our three of our biomes. It's the lily pads up top, the initial top island part where all the floating islands are, and then your crevasse here. Your crevasse, where there's not as much here, but it seems like the life around everything else is all working together. And there is purpose. There is intention to the design here. And I say to that, I think this is actually a pretty high beat, I'm being honest with you. I think what it sets out to do is very well done. And you definitely will find yourself coming back here more and more. You might get a little bit lost, but that's part of Subnautica. Because when you see something like this, you can't help but go down that cave. You really can't help but go down that cave. The crevasse is absolutely stunning. Everything else on top makes it worth coming through. And our sea monkey friends, well, they come in clutch here. They really do. I believe we got the ultra high capacity tank from here. And look at that. Boom, boom, boom. Got a few things over here helping us out. A couple more caves and whatnot. And I truly think this is a spectacle to behold in this game, for sure. This is a definitely, I would say, like an 8.5 out of 10 when it comes to a bio. I would say our lily pad coves here are the grand reef of this game. So they set out to do some things, nothing super crazy good, but it is still awesome. I would put it just above our kelp forest. Obviously, our lava stuff is a little bit more iconic, but the lily pads, I would say they just fall just below these. If I had to rearrange our lava lakes and our lily pads, I would say maybe the sea dragon and the grand reef can swap places. They're pretty close, but the lily pads really fall just below that. All of it really does fall just below that. The lily pads up top, although really cool, I don't think they get that Subnautica feel, that deep ocean feel, as much as the crevice and the islands do. The pads itself, still cool though. Still definitely cool. And it, again, from top to bottom, I think you have to compare these all together because they're actually pretty beautiful. The roots have some cool atmosphere. I believe so as well. All the bioluminescent stuff that is around below zero is actually really well done, and it makes it seem like, I would say it makes it seem like traveling isn't so scary at times. But I kind of let my guard down with a few things, especially below the deep twisted bridges. And I paid for that. I paid for that with the squid shark scaring the hell out of me and those plants that pull you down. Lily pads. Cool design, awesome design. I would say again, they are the grand reef of what below zero is. Holy shit, I couldn't get that sentence out. They are the grand reef of what below zero is. Yo, Trig Marshall, welcome on in. How you guys doing? W raid. Can I get some critter W's for the raid? I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea. Less scary, but more scary. Yeah, I would say the entirety of Below Zero is not as scary as regular Subnautica OG. That's probably in part due to the bioluminescence. But just, certain creatures are a little bit different. I appreciate that, my friend. Welcome on in. Oh my God, we have 28 people here still. How the fuck are you guys listening to me yap for hours? It's been a 5.5 hour stream. I did not know this was going to go this long. How goes the ranking? It's good. We're pretty much toward the end of it. We have like a couple more to go. And what'd you get up to? How was your stream? Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody hanging out, vibing, chilling. We're about to finish it up. We have, I think, I know at least one more biome, but I think actually two. Did some Dark Souls remastered. Oof, I cannot wait to play Dark Souls in the future. I'm actually not playing Dark Souls until if I ever get full-time as a content creator, that's when I'll play Dark Souls. But until then, I'm holding out. I know nothing about Dark Souls, so one of these days, I'm going to marathon that shit. I love talking about Subnautica, man. I absolutely adore this game. Same. I'm glad I waited until I started my YouTube career to play Subnautica. Because then I get to record all of those moments and really make content out of it and really like embrace everything for what it is. Have the help, the people to kind of guide me along to make sure the experience was like top notch. I had the handicap system of letting people guide me to make sure my experience was 10 out of 10. And I will never forget the people that helped me through this game for sure. To be fair, I'm drugged up for my procedure. No, you're good, Sekra. I appreciate you. Thank you for the shout out. I know I'm here because you. I know I am because I enjoy hearing your opinion on them. I'm very opinionated about things. And I know some people don't like that, but I think it makes for good content, actually. Dark Souls gets so satisfying once you get the hang of it. I feel like I would do pretty good with it. Let me give you a follow back real quick. Got you with the follow. Bada bing, bada boom. Hello. Boom, baby. We're good. I love giving my opinion on stuff. And if I'm gonna give my opinion, I might as well try and make some content out of it. So that's where we're at. I appreciate the raid, Marshall. Shout out to Marshall. Has some new streamer goals on the horizon. So toss some followers over. Get him to 100 followers. Whatever the heck you got to do. Thank you for the raid. We're actually gonna get back to this. I'm gonna edit in the last one. I don't have it here. I don't have it here. I was gonna try Dark Souls soon. I really want to try Dark Souls soon. Crit or not. I love that emote so much. W Mortem for helping a Subnautica play. Yeah, W everybody who helped guide me through without spoiling things for me. Super sick. Yeah, if I ever get full-time content creation, Dark Souls is the very first thing that I'm marathoning. Dark Souls is the very first. Oh my fuck.
Sorry, there's an axolotl
that is
over there,
so
chat.
loud. I need to lower that. That is so loud. I'm actually going to lower that. Yo, Donovan, thank you for the tier 3. Holy shit, tier 3. That was louder than fuck. Thank you for the tier 3, my friend. I appreciate the hell out of you. Mucho love, my friend. Mucho love, chat. Thank you for the Critter W's as well, Donovan. You know the drill, brother. Thank you for being a part of the Critter Crew. Enjoy those emotes, the ad-free viewing, live it up, love it, cherish it, all that fun stuff. You're actually insane for the tier 3. We need to. Hold on, let me do this. Alerts, alert box. I'm gonna change that because it's louder than shit. Subscriptions, manage variations. Oops. Wait, what? Oh, there it is. It is so, sound volume's at 65%. Why is it so high? Holy shit. Everything's usually like half volume. We're gonna drop that down a bit. Okay. True. Zandra is spam queen. She absolutely spam queen. Okay, we have one more biome here. My first one I tried was Bloodborne. I recently found out that it was not beginner friendly. Bloodborne and Dark Souls 2, right? I think the ones that are really difficult. Dark Souls 3 is the one that I really loved. Donovan, again, dude, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the love. Marshall, thank you for the raid. You guys are absolutely fucking gems. I want you to know that. All right, we actually have another biome that is not on the list. I forgot to add it to our little list. But luckily for us, it's actually pretty close. So we're going to swim there. Because, well, why the hell not? Enjoy some Subnautica music. My only issue with this is actually something that we needed to show by swimming here. Is look at what I was talking about. When it comes to a biome kind of just randomly appearing. You go from that dark forest green, that ominous feel of everything's so dark around you to this very glowy, bright, crazy biome. But damn, does it not matter because it is absolutely gorgeous. You swim a little bit here and you see, wow, red lights, vines. It's actually pretty amazing in here. And then you see your first flower. And then you see the second and the third and the fourth and the fifth. A little bit of alien technology mixed in. Wow. Wow. On top of that, you got your favorite fish over here. How you doing, bud? Unfortunately, we can't get hypnotized by this guy because we are in creative mode. But these guys are so cool. One of the prettiest biomes mixed with one of the coolest fishes. And to boot, we got alien technology here. You got a few things here that are pretty resourceful when it comes to how you want to play this game. You've got a base down here. Let's go ahead and check this out, because I think this actually all matters. On top of your quality of life stuff, just the way that this cave was designed. Also, another complete biome. Maybe I don't like the transition so much, but again, it feels full. It feels like it has intention to how this place is supposed to operate. I absolutely love this biome so much. And that is even everything that it has to offer. Because if you travel just a little bit further, see if I can find it. Oh, we just went in a circle. It might take us a second to find. Let's do this. Fast. Oh, speed 2. It's going to probably take us a second to find this, but that's okay. There it is. There it is. Now, I know we weren't taking... Let's see. Where my speed map? Speed 1. Let's see. We can keep it at 2. Now, I know we were not taking alien artifacts into consideration when we're talking about biomes. But we are taking the lore and the fact that these are in the biome into account when it comes to the biome outside. So while we're not ranking what is my favorite alien artifact, we are considering our ranking for the biome outside. We are adding this to the total rating of the biome outside. Because when you look at that and then you swim out to this, Subnautica feeling through and through. This is so cool of an area. So beautiful. There are good resources. There's some quality of life stuff. We've got some shells. We got some whatever the heck else that we need. We've also got our little golden egg friend. You know? We've got diamonds. We've got a few things we can grab on the outsides. It's all that you really kind of want from a biome, I would say. It doesn't do anything specifically special, but it is that wow factor that Subnautica is here to offer. And the wow factor is damn near half the battle. Damn near half the battle. You guys say A, I'm agreeing with you. I think this is also an A biome. It's just a matter of where we place it. It is easy to get lost out here. This is the adventure side of Subnautica that you get to feel as well. I am actually blown away by this. This is one of my favorite biomes. I think if we're talking about specific... Look at that. I think if we're talking about specific... like areas, like a room that you can be in to just kind of soak in what Below Zero has to offer, this is definitely one of the ones that most people would probably fall in love with the easiest. Twisted Bridges for me sit a little bit higher because it has everything, but as for the beauty part of this, hey, it's pretty up there. For me, it's same as Jelly Shroom, such a beautiful area. I think it's a beautiful area, but I think by this point, really reminds me of Jelly Shrooms. I think it does remind me of Jelly Shrooms. I really do think it does. But I probably wouldn't put it S tier, because the reason Jelly Shroom Caves for me is an S tier is because it is iconic, which is again it's our buzzword of the day, iconic. It is an iconic step into what Subnautica has to offer. By this point, you are most likely still new to the game, and you haven't gone too far, too deep, but you are mesmerized by what caves are below, and so you get a little bit lost here exploring. It's like I said, it's where I've witnessed people die for the first time a lot. It's a staple, I think, in a lot of gameplays. If I had to place this somewhere, I can't put it in right now. Actually, I fucking can I? Let's do this. I'm doing this. I'm gonna do this for the video, chat. Sorry. I'm gonna slight detour. I'm gonna do this for the video so it feels a little more full. Wait, can I even? Yes, I can. I think I can. Jelly's like the first death deep dive is really pretty. I think so too. But the issue, we'll finish my thought right now. I'm opening this up. I'm gonna lock this in real quick. I promise it won't be too long. Should be pretty easy. Boom. Oh, did it wrong. That's fine. This makes it easier for me on the background of editing, so if I'm gonna do it right here, I might as well do it right now, so I don't have to worry about it later on. I do think it reminds me of Jelly Shroom Caves, though. I do agree with you. I do agree. It's your first deep dive. It's got some pretty interesting lore and stuff that you want to pick up. But I do think there's only one slight difference. I forget what this place is called. What is this called? It's called... What is this called? Anybody know what this is called? Deep lily pads. Is this deep lily pads? It is. This is deep lily pads. Sweet. Boom! Bring it on up. The biome, yeah. Didn't put font on it, but this is deep lily pads. I would put this at the top of A. I would put this at the top of A. I think the difference between jelly shroom caves and deep lily pad caves is, although they are both similar in concept, very beautiful to dive into, very enticing to get you there, it doesn't have that same feel of your first big deep dive like Subnautica OG is. By the time you get to below zero, you are used to a dive like this. You've gone way deeper and beyond, so it doesn't have that really precedent feeling to it of being the first time you probably looked up and said, oh shit, where's my exit, you know? You had plans for this, you thought it out a little bit more, but I do think it is another version of what I would consider the epitome of a good Subnautica biome. Things to explore that are beautiful beyond measure, things that are still there to kill you, but ultimately it's the stuff that keeps you pushing forward. No matter how dangerous it might be, you looked into an area and said, I want to explore that. And that was Jelly Shroom Cave. That is what Lily Pad Cave is as well. I think that's the ideal placement for it. One of the most memorable moments of Below Zero for me, and to this day, one of my favorite biomes across the entire series. Can't wait for what Subnautica 2 has to offer, though, because there's probably going to be quite a few more things that line up with what we consider an S tier in Subnautica biome. What's up, Fergara? Welcome on in. I think that is it. I actually think that is it, Jet. I do think that is it. If that's the case, Crystal Cave Fissure, Fabricator, okay. Let's do speed 0 and... Oh. Biome. Intro area, intro ice cave. I don't really care about the intro area, if I'm being honest with you. Deep twisty thermal spirals, purple vents, tree spires, mining site, deep purple, Delta Island, glacial basin. That's all the glacial basin trees, it's a dark cave, purple vents crevice, tree spire fissure. That was the one we went to last time. Crystal Cave Fissure, Lily Pad Island, sparse Arctic, boring as hell. West Iceberg, East West. Yeah, I don't think there's much else. Tired but great. Lucas, you're a trooper. I truly appreciate you for sticking around, dude. Speed 1. Okay, let's swim down. Look how deep this goes. Look how cool this is. From an outside perspective, we're outside of the walls right now. Look how cool this whole entire area is. Oh, I absolutely love it. All to lead you right to some alien technology and one of the coolest artifacts that you'll ever see in Below Zero. Wow, it's a great backdrop. It's a great backdrop for us to end our stream with. Let's see. I'm not even gonna pause the maybe I pause the music. I'm gonna pause it. Critter keeps me sane, Tuna. I'm so happy that I can try and keep you somewhat from not crashing out at work. So happy. Maybe you'd want to go back and see the Emperor's room. See Emperor's room. Oh, do we want to consider that a biome as well? I guess so, huh? I don't think it introduces anything new, though, is the main thing with the Sea Emperor's room. I think it introduces the same thing, but it has a different concept to each thing. You know what I mean? I consider it your choice. Technically, it is a biome, no? I guess so, yeah. Sea Emperor's room. Do we want to take a look at that? I think we went out based off of the list of what shows up on the actual, it's the alien base. It's inside an alien base, right? We could probably get there. It's kind of a lot of things brought from outside and put into one area, you know? And just a different twist on them. Like, the entire point of that is like, oh, everything is more docile here. They're not trying to kill you. I don't think that really adds too much. I feel like you should. Yeah, I feel like you should because you also did the Frozen Leviathan. Okay, I'm done with that. You're good reasoning. Good reasoning. Good reasoning. We're gonna save. We're gonna exit. Oh, we're just gonna exit. Good reasoning. We're going. Lucas. Oh, so Lucas is over here, not even trying to go to sleep, and I respect that. I'm impressed that the stream is still going because usually it starts at 3 a.m. and it started at 9 a.m. Yeah, we've been going for quite a bit. 6 hours for the stream. I also did show up late, so it's probably later than fuck. We're at 7:14. Holy shit. All right, let's do this real quick. We'll hop on in. Tuna, is your day getting any bit better at all? Creative. It's 4:14. Oh my God, Lucas. But you're helping with the video, and I appreciate that. And you're a part of it, obviously. You're very much a part of it. I'm hoping when we do stuff in the future, more people would be down to talk about this stuff because I really like hearing your guys' ideas. Your guys' thoughts convinced me to change some of my. Oh my God, it scared the fuck out of me. That little manta ray. I have a test in like 4 hours. Dude, what? I chose a bad day to do this for you then. Holy shit. Free cam. We're just gonna go free cam mode here. Where, if I was to guess where the frozen lost server's right here, you go around and you go down this way, right? I don't like this. Don't like this one bit. Where am I? I don't know where the fuck I am. Oh look, jelly shrimp caves. Where is it? I'm always down to talk opinions. I believe. I see it, and I trust you, and I believe it, and I appreciate you. I don't like this at all. Can we get out of the water? Can we get out of the water? I have to wait for it to load in, don't I? Fuck. Isn't it? Oh, isn't it just below? Okay, let's do this. Let's try this. Let's go to the cave. Let's go over here. It's way over here, isn't it? I'm in like the way wrong spot. Isn't it down here if I go straight down? Almost in the middle map, negative 1400 or something? Okay. So if I go straight down, we'll be fine. Let things load for a bit. I don't see it. I hate that we don't know how deep you are. Yeah. The free cam should... I don't know why it doesn't, like, just follow our body. Yeah, it can't be that deep. Look where we're at. It can't be that deep. Why doesn't it load? Warp... Okay. Warp... Oh, no, because it has to do my body. Okay. Free cam? Oh my God, I thought it was in the water. Dude, I don't know why that affects me like that. It bugs the fuck out of me. 14 and 0. Holy shit. Hey, buddy. How's it going? Oops. How's it going? That boy just be shooting at anything, huh? Alright, we're going this way. Oh! Ah! I'm coming to see you real quick, sweetheart. I'll be there in a moment. I love that you're on creative and it's still scaring you. I don't know, dude. Yeah. It's just the thought of it. I was saying it earlier. But I accidentally TP'd off the map into the ecological dead zone at the surface earlier, and I alt F4'd. So there's that. So there's that. Oh, look at her. Look at her. Chilling. Vibing. Chilling and vibing. You need the tablet? I can probably... Hold on. I kind of want to get her to spawn. Item. Blue tablet. Item... Alien tablet? Item tablet. What's it called? Why is she so scared? Because I haven't initiated the story part of it. What are these, by the way? What are these? I don't even know what these are. Floaters. Well, I don't know how to get that item. So there's that. Precursor. Okay, what if I do this? F3. Wait, F1. Where's my... Where's my XYZ? Player world velocity? Where's my XYZ? What? Oh, it's right there. Camera rolled POS. Warp 230. Negative 1451. Negative 272. Haha! We did it! It's not a game that I know too little about, and it's not picking majors, so I'm probably leave. That's fine. I love when people announce they're leaving. Like, hey, you know what? Thanks for stopping by, but like, okay, now what do I do here? Warp 290, negative 1435, negative 372. Oh, almost fucked that up. Well, oh shit. Okay, we did fuck it up. Can I get back in, please? Free cam then unfree cam? Nope, it's got me stuck. Never mind. I just had the TP forward. Warp 295 negative 1435 negative 387. What the fuck? It don't let me in there? Warp 315 negative 1425 negative 388. Oh, okay, there we go. Should just give her something. I didn't know the command for giving me a tablet. Hello, my sweetheart. I forgot she was gonna do that. I got jump scared. It's kind of embarrassing at this point. Hi, sweetheart. Are you here to play? Nope, I'm actually not. I'm gonna go this way. I think it has invisible walls here. Never mind. I always say goodbye when I leave. It's polite. I mean, to be like, oh, the stream is boring me or whatever, I'm gonna leave, like, that's different. Item precursor, oh, we're already past it anyways. It's all good. It's all good. All good. Okay. Should I take a screen? I mean, if I did it for the other one, I'm gonna do it for this one too. If I did it for the other one, I'm doing it for this one too. But see, there's nothing really here. This is the pizza sim of Subnautica biomes, where it's just a fat lore drop. It's just one fat lore drop, which is not bad by any means. But it doesn't offer much else, like, actually of interest, other than, you know, the cure. It is just a massive fucking lore drop. Hold on. We got to wait for her to circle around. You guys are, you're stuck with me now. I was trying to end this, but Lucas had to give a convincing argument so why I should include the Sea Empress. Sea Emperor. Hi, sweetheart. Boom. That's all I need. Boom, boom, boom. I'm sorry, guys. No. Do not apologize. I think if it makes the video better than the like, this is a long ass stream. It'll probably be like a 2-hour video. You know, it's like a 5-hour tier list, and it'll be probably like a 2-hour video. So like, you know, whatever can make it the best, I would like it to be the best that it can be. You know what I mean? You feel me? You feel me? Emperor room. Confused also why they named it an emperor and empress? I don't know. Maybe I'm just... The containment of the Sea Emperor is kind of cool with the lore. I think so as well. I think this is just a fat lore drop, which is not bad by any means, but I think that's all it is. So I didn't even consider it a biome. Okay, let's do this. Choose files. Emperor room. Okay. All right, we'll knock this out, and then that'll be the end of this little doohickey. Okay, we're officially on to our last bit of the ranking. And although I didn't consider it a biome at first, chat, shout out Lucas, was pretty convincing. I included the Frozen Leviathan, which I think was a big staple of Below Zero. I included the research layer there as a biome, just because it's so iconic. So why not include the Sea Emperor as well? So here we are. Let's check out the Sea Emperor's room. Wow, hey there, sweetheart. Glad to see you're okay again. Last I saw you, you croaked. What a beautiful room, though. It is actually. I mentioned it before we logged into I mentioned it before we re-logged into regular Subnautica, that this room doesn't really utilize anything new other than the Sea Emperor herself. Everything here is just pulled from the world around, which is actually cool for the lore. And they're all just given this kind of different feel to them. They're all docile. None of them are here trying to murder you. Everything is cured, you know? It's a very tranquil place. And the layer itself, as I mentioned, was kind of like the FNAF pizza sim of Subnautica biomes, where it's not meant to be anything other than a very big lore drop. But then you think of the alien technology surrounding it, and while I was mainly focused on this area right here, and all that this has to offer, which isn't much at all, when you look around, you cannot help but appreciate what this room makes you feel. It is that holy shit, this is it moment. I'm gonna die when the Sea Emperor pops up. And then you find out, well, all the sad story behind everything that she's currently involved in, at least in this gameplay. Dead in my other one, but we don't talk about that other one. But the room itself is really cool. I do think this is a very emotional part of Subnautica. For myself, and for many others, hatching the babies, watching the Emperor go down, it's kind of trapped in this cage. It is, it adds a lot. It adds a lot. We finally found a friend that is willing to talk to us, and we lose her not too far after. So, as for this biome itself, creativity-wise, design-wise, and everything, it really isn't the craziest thing we've seen. Although it's a really cool room with the alien technology, it is not like the most extravagant. But I do think it is a pinnacle of what this game has to offer, story-wise, and it is a massive lore drop. On top of the Sea Emperor herself being just fucking awesome. I think I know where I want to put this one. I think I would put this actually at the top of A. I think we're gonna replace. We will replace our lily pad cave, and we'll put the Sea Emperor at the top. For no other reason than this room has a massive impact on the emotional toll the story has. Maybe you didn't care about the Emperor. Maybe you laughed and hee-hawed and whatever, like I did, for just a moment, and the actual emotional impact of the story didn't matter to you whatsoever. But when I took a step back and actually thought about everything, I think it's peak Subnautica lore. It's a great time. It's an absolutely fantastic way to try and wrap up what is a very long and confusing at times, but ultimately fun story. And it's a very good way to wrap up this tier list. So let me go ahead and show all of this. I'm going to click my camera out of the way. Where am I at? I'm going to click my camera out of the way. I lied. That's not my camera. I'm going to click my camera out of the way. Hello, where are you? Webcam 1. I'm going to click my camera out of the way so you can see the entirety of this tier list. Check it all out. See what you agree with. See what you don't agree with. If you want to cuss me out in the comments, if you want to let me know what I did right or wrong, feel free. There was a lot in S tier, there's a lot in A tier, a whole lot in B tier. But as I mentioned, I think Subnautica is very good at making each biome have a purpose for the most part. I think all of our Fs are from below 0, but hey, it's to be expected sometimes. One of our 3Ds, the rest of its stuff, I think they're all pretty fitting. Whether it was because it's an iconic moment or because the resources are there or just cannot be ignored. We placed everything where I felt it needed to be. A little bit of a disagreement with the mountain stuff. A little bit of disagreeing with the mountain stuff. And a little bit with the kelp forest from Subnautica 1. But ultimately, the one things we all agreed on. The Lost River, the mountain island, the gun island, the void itself, our frozen Leviathan, and the twisted bridges. A little bit split down the middle on the Jellyshroot Cave, but hey, that's a tier list for you. That's just how it goes. All right, chat. This is the Critter Subnautica tier list. This is the Critter, partially assisted with Critter Crew Subnautica tier list for biomes. Actually, a lot of I would say not a lot, probably about 4 or 5 of these were changed because you guys helped me see it from another perspective. So if you guys want to participate in conversations like this on YouTube, Twitch, whatever the heck else, hey, I'm going to start doing these a lot more. I do have a lot of fun with this. We spent 5 hours. A lot of that's going to be edited out in the video. We spent 5 hours talking about this. I love to explain why I think the way about certain games, and I'd love to hear what you guys have to say as well, and really take that for me and try and see if maybe I could have a change of heart, or if I could possibly change the way you think about this stuff as well. Press and save it on over. Download image. Log in to save your tier list from fuck. Did it get rid of it all? Okay, it did not. I have to fucking. Okay, hold on. I will save it in a second. Yo, Loaf, what's up? Since your message broke, I got you. You two come to run the Discord and your tier list and gamer community. Come to Discord. Oh, what if we have a tier list? That would be sick to have like a tier list like channel as well. I don't know if you guys would ever actually care to do that. I say it likes to be mostly content creator stuff. I don't know how much people actually make tier lists. Okay, chat. We are gonna we already did that right there. Let's go back into the game. Get back into the game. We're back in the game. YouTube intros. All right. That's it. This stream went a lot. I thought it was going to take about 3 hours. It took another 2 hours to do all this. Like I said, most of that's going to be edited out in the video itself, but hey, it is what it is. Chat, you guys know the drill by now. No TOS, no spam. Say goodbye to YouTube. YouTube chat, you guys do not show up above me. With that being the case, let's finally stop this thing. Well, that is officially it for our time here with this Subnautica tier list. And wow, that was a long one, but damn was it fun. I really love so many things about this game. Obviously, some things that I might not agree with, but ultimately, it all stems from me just wanting the best from what I think this game can offer. The endless possibilities of an alien ocean world. As much as I was scared to play this game early on in my days dealing with the thalassophobia that I have, I'm so glad I locked in. Even in creative mode, it was still giving me a little bit of a scare. But hey, Subnautica 2 is on the horizon. There's a whole lot more to check out in the future. And if you enjoyed what we have for now, there's going to be more of these tier lists coming out as well. Shout out to the members of the community and the chatters up above. The extra support you guys provide means so very much to me. Thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you in the next one. Peace. All right. We were here. Okay, fuck, dude. That was a 5-hour tier list. Oh my god. 5-hour tier list is insane. You got the OC tier list to do? That is going to be a lot as well. I wonder if we can toss in the Subnautica 2 ones. I need bed now. Lucas, have a great night, dude. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. Chat, how many do we have here? I gotta see. I usually don't check my viewer list, but after a stream like that, I'm curious. We have 26 people here. When is a fish tier list? Literally never. Do you guys want to help me out with the raid? Let's go raid somebody out there. What am I clicking on? Some random shit. All right. Can we raid Ashford, chat? Are you guys down to raid Ashford? Say hello to Ashford. Toss some love to our boy. To your boy. Actually, can we raid Snacks? I lied. Can we raid Snacks? I haven't been able to raid Snacks. After stream, let me know your thoughts on my message, man. Okay. I will message you right freaking now. Let's raid Snacks. I don't think I've been able to raid Snacks. Let's toss some love to our boy Snacks. Have a great rest of your day. Don't forget to stay hydrated and take care. Seribot's so nice. Seribot's actually a pretty cool suggestion. Pretty cool little doohickey thing. Pretty cool little doohickey thing. He's playing some indie horror games. Chat, you guys probably know him, but say hello to him. Critter loves Critter booties. Shake some butt. Critter W's. Peace out. Much love. I got much love to chat. Oh my god, the Subnautica. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. No, I won't. I'm actually off tomorrow. Subnautica 2 on Thursday, chat. Keep an eye on the Discord. I gotta message everybody what time we're gonna be starting. It's gonna be different because of A. Johnson. I gotta figure out what time he wants to do. So Subnautica 2 on Thursday and Friday, and then Saturday, I don't fucking know. Who knows? Have a great night, everybody. I hope to see you guys then. Mucho love, my friends. Stay safe out there. Thank you for all the bits, the subscriptions, the follows, the donations, whatever the heck it was. Thank you for being you. Most importantly, thank you for having a place in this world. It would not be the same without you.
Loser. You've been terrible. I'll message you. Lego. Smells amazing. Wait, the painting? Of course. Critter, why would you do that? Why? Why? Critter, how do you not know how to spell